All right. Sorry about that little delay, guys. I scheduled the show. I was reading the Bible. I wanted to finish off the last chapter I was on. I'm still not finishing off exactly what I wanted because wanted to finish all of Ecclesiastics. I got pretty much through it all though. I got to chapter 10 and already read 12 earlier, so I'm only missing one chapter. But I also wanted to get to the show. So hopefully, this is a good show. I know it's starting late, but I know a lot of you guys are on the West Coast. So, for you guys or Central Time. So I know a lot of you guys. It's not as bad as it is for some people on the East Coast, but most of our regulars seem to be nocturnal people like myself. So I don't think we'll have a problem getting a couple people to come on, but I do hope people can participate since I don't have any set one topic for the show. Obviously, we can get into a little bit of everything, whatever people want to get into. What's going on, Lynn? What's going on, Pam? Mike, David, Jessica, I'm sure. Everybody, hope you guys had a good week. One of the things I did for my study Bible group, my church group, when it asked about the Sabbath, what are some creative things you could do, to celebrate your Sabbath or whatever, one of the things I said is it's a way to, mark time and to start over. So instead of, everybody wait until New Year's when we all make our resolutions that last about a month and, we fall back to our old habits. The Sabbath's another way where we could all can, uh, do the same thing, which is, you can measure what you did in this week time frame or these, 6, 7 days, however you want to count it, and go on from there. It's not a bad idea, especially if you take out a piece of paper and then just start comparing week to week. You set goals, do all these things that are cliche, but in the end, add up to making you a better person. And that's something I need to work on myself. Obviously I don't get out of the house as much as I'd like to help other people, and I want to start doing that. So I think by each Sabbath I'll start writing down on a piece of paper, setting a couple goals, start off small, and try to go from there. That's something we all could do. But yeah, Pam, 1:30 is nothing for me over here. We go till 9 a.m. and stuff like that. So I don't know. We're odd characters over on this channel, that's for sure. But when we have these discussions, it's hard to just call it a night because often we get very involved, and when the conversations grow with multiple people, it's a beautiful thing. When it's just me up here, I feel like I'm selling you guys short because obviously you'll only learn so much. So hopefully we do get a couple people. I saw Mike in the comments. He'll usually hop on to help out. Maybe we'll get Lou or Jamie or the usual. And if Pam, David, Lynn, any of you guys want to come through, you're East Coast too, Pam. I thought you were Central. I thought you were Central Time, Pam. For some reason, I don't know why. I thought you said Nebraska. I don't know. What state are you in, Pam? Are you in Nebraska? I forgot what state. I thought you said Nebraska. But I thought that would be Central Time too. I know Mike's Omaha. So I know David and Jess are, West Coast, and a couple other people. I think Dirty Varmints West Coast too. But yeah, so maybe we'll get Dirty or whoever to come on, and we'll talk about whatever. One thing I will say, as far as something we could start off with before other guests come on and we get into whatever topics they like, is the name of God. When I was, for you guys that are familiar, that was the last show we did. We went through Genesis. We saw that God had at least 9 different names, just referring to himself. Elohim, the Tetragrammaton, which is, Jehovah, Yahweh, um, Adonai, El Elyon, El Shaddai, and that's pretty much the 9, I think. But what I noticed is when I Googled it, to make because I just Google to get my pictures for my shows, I noticed there was some really good stuff as far as charts that would take the Tetragrammaton and then put the next thing in Hebrew, the next word in Hebrew after it. And that was great. So we'll start off showing that, because I always wonder in my Bible when it said Lord of Hosts, like, why that was being written. And, this chart explains it. So it's good stuff. So we'll start off showing that, because I noticed it after the show, and I wish I had included it in the last show, because it really is tied to the last show's topic. But there's like over 30 different names, tetragrammaton of peace, and so on and so forth. So that's where, we'll start off. And what's going on, Randall? What's going on, Mike? Oh, man, you're at work? That's too bad, Randall. Randall's a good guest. We've been getting along on better terms lately, because I think we've come to a common understanding that neither of us are each other's judge, and we're just trying to grow and positively build in the direction together, which is a good thing. I wish more of us could come to that understanding that we're not all going to agree on every doctrine, but what we should agree on is how to work together as far as what Christ taught us. And that's what's most important too. So you don't want to concentrate on what's irrelevant to battle over what's irrelevant in the long run, which is who's got the best doctrine, because none of us have the perfect doctrine. Only God's doctrine is perfect. So we're all failures in a way. So it's good that Randall and Mike and me and Jamie and people that have different backgrounds, different denominations, we can come together and also agree on things, but also have disagreements and argue the things in a civil manner. So we can try to help each other and, take a little bit from what somebody's right on. I'll give a good example. Iger came by one day, and he was a young earth creationist, and I wasn't a young earther, or like a, extreme old earther, believing that Earth's billions of years old. But I was challenged by, because I had gone through the Bible and I had written down the years, you know what I mean? The amount of time that, the Bible does, if you just take the age from Adam, all the way down. And you do get what the time is, which is about 6,000 years for most accounts of the Hebrew calendar. It's around 5874 or something like that. So I mean, him being a young earth creationist, it challenged me, and I was appreciative of it, because it moved my goalpost as far as where I had my understanding of how old the earth was. So that's a perfect example right there of something where you disagree with somebody, but by disagreeing with them, you really challenge yourself, and you realize, like, okay, I gotta evolve my ideas a little bit, because I want to be closer to the truth. And that was a good example, because I didn't think the world was billions of years old, but I definitely wasn't an advocate of the young earth, the 6,000 years. But by him challenging me, it made me bring my how old the earth is years down a lot. So all right, I'm trying to find a good chart here, guys, for what I was talking about. So like I said, okay, here's a good one right here, right on time. Perfect. So we'll get into this. All right, let me check to see. All right, nobody's hit the link yet. Okay, so what we'll do, guys, while I'm waiting for some people to join me, I'll show you guys what I was talking about. So I found this when I was looking for the memes. What's going on, JP71? I don't know who that is. Is that Jessica? Jessica, you got a million names. But yeah, no, like I said, I was looking for the picture for the last show of the names of God, and this is where I stumbled on this. And like I said, when I found it, I really wish I had covered it in the last show, because it was tied to the last topic. What's going on, Chris? So if you want to join Chris, it'd be good. I know you said you're going to start taking some time off from doing your own show. So if you want to come on here, feel free. But we'll start off here. And guys, if you do join when I'm sharing the screen, you've heard me say it a million times, but just let me know, because I can't see the other screen when I'm sharing the screen. So let me know. And I'll try to zoom in on this for people too, because I'm sure it's not the biggest. Let me do my best here. It's all good, Chris. All right. So this is what I'll zoom in so you guys can see the whole chart as is right now. But what I'll do, just so it's easier to read, is I'll zoom in and just scroll up and down. But this is what I want to concentrate on. I want to concentrate on the Jehovah's, because in our Bible, and now I want to scroll. It's fine. Don't have to worry about scrolling. I'd center it a little better if I could, but I don't know why I can't center it. Let me see if I can center it. I can't center it, guys. I apologize about that. I hope it's big enough on your screens. Doing my best, but I'm not going to concentrate on these top ones. Even though these are also relevant, I'm going to concentrate on these because, as you see here, and this is how the blue letter Bible, translated the interlinear. What's going on, Yahoo? Like I said, guys, feel free to hit the link. We could talk about whatever you guys want. I hope people do come on because I don't have any set topic here. So this is just, like I said, to expand on or expound upon last show. I wish I had seen this because this is the Tetragrammaton. So when you go to the and also the Tetragrammaton is also YHVH. That's what I use instead of WH, but obviously we've seen both WH and VH. I can't give you the exact reason on that. I'm not a Hebrew expert, but when we go to the blue letter, we'll see the Tetragrammaton and it'll say Jehovah. So this is what I noticed after the show. Jehovah, and then all these different names. So we got like 20 different things. You see, I mean, this is a great chart. I'll try to, save it, put a link in the chat or something. But I mean, look at all these different names after Jehovah. I don't have an exact count because I just found this while the show was going. But this is also, this is in alphabetical order, I can tell too. But this is what I stumbled upon after last show. And I said, oh, wow, I wish I had included this. Because, like I said, when I see Lord of Hosts, I always, and I know that's Sabaoth or something, so I'll scroll down to the S to show you guys. So right here, you see Jehovah Sabaoth, and it says Lord of Hosts. So when I read in my Bible, really what that is it's the Tetragrammaton followed by this word, Sabaoth. But as you can see, like my shepherd here, it's the Tetragrammaton Rohi, or my light, Tetragrammaton Ori. So we can just look at some of these quick, because some of them will stand out more than others. But like for instance here, this is that we see when you see Jehovah here, this is going to be in the Hebrew Bible, the Tetragrammaton. But for instance here, and I'm going to be pronouncing these words wrong, but Jehovah Adon, which we know is Master or Lord, Kal Hararetz. So that's Lord of all the earth. Tetragrammaton, and I'm going to keep saying Tetragrammaton so you guys know that this Jehovah is YH, VH or YHWH, whichever you prefer. But look at these, because this is very relevant to the name of God. Because when we read our Bible specifically, seeing stuff like the Lord of Hosts, like in Psalms 82:6, you'll see God being described as the Lord of Hosts. So it's good to know that that's talking about Tetragrammaton Sabaoth. Our righteousness, Tetragrammaton Sedeku, my strength, Tetragrammaton Uzi. So these would be great things to learn. Just these second words to put with the Tetragrammaton, because these are all titles for God. So we know clearly my banner, we see, Tetragrammaton Nisi. And I believe Nisan's a month. So I don't know about Nisi, but I know Nisan's a month. But my banner, we know, and this is a good chart because it's got the scriptures here too. So it tells us, this is, I think, after Exodus 17:15. Okay, so I don't know exactly what happened right after that. It was right after they left Egypt, probably. Yeah, I mean, they did leave Egypt in chapter 17. So, anyways, my banner and so on and so forth, these are good. So, I'm going to save this chart. Tetragrammaton's names. And I'll put it in the chat if I can for you guys here too. Let me copy image link. Try to put it in the chat for people. All right, so let me see if I can put this in the chat for people. All right, see if this works. Okay, so there, I think you guys can try to hit that to see if you can save it on your own. But I did my best there. If not, just type in like I did, names of God, and you'll get a lot of sites like this. But this is, like I said, important because this tells you, in the Bible that we read, we'll see, my banner or something, but really it's tetragrammaton something. So we're robbed in our Bibles. It's really saying tetragrammaton nisi in the Hebrew Bible. So my fortress, tetragrammaton maozi or whatever. So it's really important for us, and this is a really good link because it has all the scriptures coordinated to it. So you can go to your Bible and check what you have in your English translation. So that would be a good thing to do is go to your English translation and compare what do you have, what do you have in these spots, and that way you can see that all these spots really have the tetragrammaton and then this Hebrew word after it. So this is a great chart. I hope you guys take advantage of it, and like I said, I just wanted to show it because it was something that caught my eye, and I said, oh wow, these are like 30. I gave you the 9 titles like I just rambled off to begin with, but these are like extra 30 titles that we could say are God's name, because it's tetragrammaton plus another Hebrew word adjective, creator, tetragrammaton bara. So if you're going to learn Hebrew, obviously not the letters themselves, like the writing it, but just some words, it'd be great to just study these 30 words, or I'm assuming it's around 30 here, probably 20, 30 something. But this is a good little link, so I hope that translated to the chat. What's going on, the FAKC? What's going on, Rudy? Again, I hope you guys take advantage of that and save that link like I just did, because God's name, and specifically like Lord of Hosts and my banner, those are used a few times. Lord of Hosts especially. That's in my ESV translation quite a bit. So it's good to know that it doesn't say Lord at all. It's tetragrammaton, Sabaoth, or whatever. But this is an open show. I hope everybody does join me at some point to participate, because otherwise I don't know how long I'll keep this moving. I don't have much prepared for you guys, and that's why I haven't been going live as much, because I've been kind of getting writer's block as far as coming up with ideas to do shows. And I don't like coming up without being prepared. Granted, I can always go to my old presentations like Joshua or something else and go through that stuff again, because I really do think Joshua is a very slept on chapter in the Bible. And by chapter, I mean book. Excuse me. Joshua is one of the most important books of the Bible. But we kind of forget Joshua's importance. It goes from Moses, and then we kind of jump over Joshua and the Judges to King David sometimes in our heads. And granted, it's a lot easier. Like in my presentation on the Judges, we saw some of the judges. I think 5 of the 12 judges, if I remember correctly, they only have 1 or 2 sentences literally about them in the Bible, which is still a mystery we need to investigate. And I'm not saying we need to go to, the Talmud or some other Jewish sources to get the research on these judges that only have, 1 or 2 sentences, in them in the Bible. But what we do need to do is we need to try to understand the deeper meaning by, what's written about those judges, because, they'll be described as like he was a shepherd who had 300 and, or like 30 sheep and 12 oxen or something real brief like that. We will like to try to get into the deeper meaning of that at some point, because obviously God's trying to say something more profound than the guy just owned 30 sheep and 12 oxen or whatever. It's got a deeper meaning that we should try to figure out. Obviously it's going to be a mystery to most of us, and we'll probably never figure out exactly what God's trying to say there. But that is true for 5 of the 12 judges. It's literally only 1 or 2 sentences. But Joshua literally took the role of Moses. So, that's something, like I said, we if you've only read your Bible once or twice, mainly people that have just read it once. But if you've only read it once, you kind of forget Joshua. I'm not going to lie. I undervalue Joshua a lot until I did the presentation on him, and I said, "Oh wow, this guy literally took the role of Moses, and he was the Israelite who led us into Canaan." And when I say us, I mean the Israelites. But pray one day to be part of Israel. Obviously, not going to get ahead of myself. But Joshua, his position is beyond important, and I could show some of the presentation just so people can get some of the scriptures. A lot of people have probably forgotten because I think it'll help everybody. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Ryan. Glad to have you back. I know your voice was hurting last time, but I've been jonesing for you.
Well, I tried, unlike, some shows, I don't have, you're like one of my more consistent people. Obviously Lou comes on a lot during the weekends, and Dirty Varmint, good to see you, Dirty. Feel free to hit the link. But, we got our consistent couple of people that come on, but, I don't like to come on without having a topic because God forbid somebody else doesn't come on. I'm just sitting up here rambling like I kind of have been for the last 10 minutes here. So, that's another reason I haven't been coming on is I kind of hope to, have a topic when I come on. So I'm not just talking.
Well, anytime you're ready, I'm happy to go over my little chart with you. Now, that's not what I come on here now for. I just wanted to help you out so that you don't get like tired and leave right away. I would like you to continue talking and doing this tonight. And I didn't really want to come in. I was hoping some other people would come in, but doggone it, Dirty Varmint came in the chat, and I said, you know what? I'm escaping chat, and I'm going to go chill with Ryan.
Yeah. Well, Arctic Timberwolf, he's another one. He likes to chat away in the chat, and I say, come on, man, get up here and say what you got to say in the room. Everybody's a genius in the chat when they can just phones, but you get up here and you actually got to defend what you say. It's not that easy. And
or if you've made a defense and all of a sudden you're like, okay, I've got to go use the restroom, and you're on your own in this, and good luck coming up with something on your own. Oh yeah, let's go look at Matthew 23. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, people don't understand when you're where I'm at, which is 115, which I've erased at least 5 videos, so 120 shows in. I've exhausted a good amount of topics that I'd like to cover, and I'd like to do more, but I don't like to do them, halfway. I mean, so like right now, I could show you guys some of what I have for the biblical translation presentation, but it's not where I want it. I don't have. I've got my blurbs on like 10 different translations, but I know I want to get more on because I don't have anything started yet on the Septuagint, the Masoretic text. Like I have stuff on, like I said, 10 different Bibles. I've done the internet research, gone to Wikipedia, other sites, whatever, primarily Wikipedia. And I'm not copy and pasting. I'm writing what I think is relevant. But like I said, I don't want to show that presentation until it's all the way there. But that is going to be a good show. But these shows take hours to prepare for. It's not when you're actually doing a PowerPoint or you're actually putting it in the, Microsoft Word or whatever you do to prepare, you have to read the book, which takes the 15, 20 minutes or whatever, if it's a chapter, whatever, whatever it is, wherever you're doing it. And then you got to write it down, which takes another 15 minutes. So, it doesn't go as fast as people think it does, especially when you're doing PowerPoints and stuff. So I've already worked on the biblical, show at least 2-3 hours, but, like I said, it's not prepared enough. So I don't want to show that yet because, I'd like it to be better.
Yeah, so. Like tonight you may be looking for a subject, and then the night that you actually get done with your video and you actually show that video, then 10 people want to come in and talk controversial subjects. Yeah, there's just sometimes you're just not meshing properly. But no, I'm glad you're back. Glad you're back.
Well, the thing is this is for me too, Mike, is there's always the low-hanging fruit. So I, as a person doing this show, I'm trying to make a conscious effort to not just be repetitive and not to just attack something that I think is wrong and not to just do reaction videos on it. You know what I mean? It's like, granted, I could do a low hanging fruit show every time and just say, well, this is wrong, or I don't agree with Perry. I'll do a show on him every time, and I'll show a couple scriptures, and I'll just beat that subject to death, beat that horse to death, that dead horse. Or I can attack Hebrew Israelites like Vocab Malone does every show I do. But to me, that's not what God wants from us. It's like, God is very clear, whoever's without sin, throw the first stone. But not just that. It's like God wants us to do positive things and to learn and to, learn, do stuff like that. To just attack other people's doctrines, which are clearly folly, doesn't gain any favor, I don't think, in God's eyes, unless you're doing it to warn people, which is a good thing, a necessary thing. You got to do the couple shows to warn people about it. But if all you're doing every show is going live and saying, "Oh, they suck again," and that's a big criticism I have with Vocab Malone is, how many videos can you do on Hebrew Israelites?
Can you go to Dirty Varmint might like this? Can you go to some scripture? Can we compare some scripture real quick?
Sure.
Joshua 15.
Mm-hmm. That's right around where they're dividing the land up almost, right?
Yeah, you said you recently read Joshua, and I was wondering if you caught this. Joshua 15:18.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I didn't recently read Joshua. I read Joshua like probably 4 months ago. I did a presentation on it, so I have a PowerPoint on it. I haven't read it in like a good 4 months, so. But yeah, Joshua 15:18. So, oh yeah. This is a good topic right here because it shows you that Caleb's, from Esau. He's an Edomite, right? The son, the key, and Othniel is also one of the judges. Is that what you were getting into here?
No, just if we read it.
I know you're in the verse below it. I just noticed the thing, in verse 17. I thought that had to do with 18. Sorry. All right, yeah. So verse 18, when she came to him, and I'm in ESV, so I know I can go to KJV if it makes a difference. Because I know you're KJV usually. When she came to him, she urged him to ask her father for a field. And she got off her donkey, and Caleb said to her, "What do you want?" This one?
Yeah. Now go to Judges 1:14.
Yeah, this is about his brother above him right here, Othniel. I think he fought to get the wife, right? Yeah. Like that was his reward for going to battle or something. He like got the wife, if I remember. I did a presentation on Judges a while ago too. So yeah, 1:14. And when she came to him, she urged him to ask her father for a field, and she dismounted from her donkey, and Caleb said to her, "What do you want?" So yeah, this is literally like the exact same verse and the same story essentially, right? And the verse above it too, if we notice too, is very similar.
Yeah, there's a couple verses, but it's a whole different time and everything. And I thought you and Dirty Varmint would get a kick out of that.
Actually, yeah. Somebody a long time ago, that Lewis guy who's been on the show, he's Muslim now. He used to be a Hebrew Israelite, so he's always a skeptic. He's shown me this before too, and the way he was trying to argue it to me was, oh, look, Joshua already captured this certain land. And then, look, they're saying in Judges, Othniel's the one who captured it. But if you read on in Joshua, I think some of the land might have, from the time we get to Judges, been recaptured. So it's kind of like Isaac dug the well. I know this isn't what you're bringing up, but what he brought up. I think because this is interesting that it's just the same two verses, but like what he was trying to say is like, oh, look, it disproves the Bible because he's Islam now. And what I was saying is like to people in Genesis who will say, well, look, Isaac dug the same well as Abraham. What happens sometimes is, the land gets recaptured or whatever. But yeah, this is an interesting thing because looking at these, they're like, literally identical. I mean, verse 14 and wherever we were. When she came to him, she urged him, and she dismounted from a donkey. 18. Yeah, I mean, the only word's different here is she got off, but it's literally probably the same word. She got off her donkey, and Caleb said to her, "What do you want?" And the verse above, and Othniel, son of Kenaz, the brother of Caleb, captured it, and he gave him Akash as his wife. And Othniel, son of yeah, exact same two verses. I'm wondering, are there any more similar verses? Do you know of, or just those two?
Oh, that's a good question. No, I just know of those two. I mean,
Yeah.
relative to that.
What do you think the reason is? What's? Oh yeah, look, the verse above it too. And Caleb said, "Whoever strikes Kiriath's scepter and captures it, to him I will give Akash as my wife."
I was told it's a
Caleb,
parenthetical. It's like if you read in between those two verses, it's like a parenthetical because Judges 1 starts the time of the Judges, which is like after Joshua, and the Joshua reading where the KJV says she lit off her ass. Sorry, Janet. But yeah, it's the exact same verses. So some people, since there's no parentheses in Hebrew, if they repeat it like that, they say it's a parentheses, a parenthetical. It's like you're telling a story and then you're going back and saying, oh, at this time, there's only 48 stars on the American flag, and these 48 stars represented this and this and this. But you're in a present state of being at the 50 stars. It's just like you said. It's reflecting back on it. It looks like it's reflecting back on a time that's already happened. But those exact same words, wow, man, that's freaky to me.
well, I just noticed the two verses above it too. So verse 11 and 12 also coordinates with Joshua 15. So if we're checking for even more verses, I didn't check the ones below it yet, but the two above it check too. So there's four verses that are identical. The best reason I could give to somebody, and this is just me not researching this, obviously, just trying to answer like from the top of my head, I would say it's because it has to do with the fact that Caleb died. And this is, by the time the book of Judges existed or whatever, and this is just a story that's giving you Othniel, his brother, background. So it starts with these verses to give you the background of where Othniel's origin came from. Because, if Caleb, is dead by the time of the book of Judges is written, then he can't be speaking in the present tense, obviously, in the book of Judges. So,
Exactly.
I guess that would be my best guess on why this is, but it is something that is worth Googling, putting in some more research into, and check it out. It's a good topic actually to talk about. Why this is, and yeah, I just like I said, these I don't know in the KJV, but in the ESV, these two more verses, not just 15 and 14, but 12 and 13 look identical too. So that's real interesting that there's four verses in the ESV here. And Caleb said, "He who attacks Kiriath's scepter," and then Othniel, son of Kenaz, after it. So yeah, in the ESV there's four. So here's the same thing, and Caleb says that, and Othniel, son of Kenaz, and then so it starts with 15 and he went up there against the inhabitants of Debir. So if people right here in Judges 111, from there they went up against the inhabitants of Debir. So it's and Judah went against the Canaanites who lived in Hebron. I think that one's actually different. That one's where it starts to be different. Yeah, that's different. But yeah, so it starts in 15, 16, 17, and then 18. I haven't looked below it yet, so it might even be more. Hold on. She said to him, "Give me a blessing, since you have given the land to the Negeb. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Judah after it." So let's check about she said to him, "Give me a blessing," and let's see if that's also here. Wow. Wow. Yeah, five verses, Mike. That's what I just noticed. So
That's
wow.
crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. This is a good topic. And you put me on the spot and I don't have the answer to it, but that's five verses that are identical. So I'm actually making note of that. Judges 1:11 through 15, and then corresponding to Joshua. So I'm gonna make a note of that because I want to look into this. We could Google it right now on the spot, or we could do it another time. If somebody watching, which I doubt, because you'd have to be a scholar to really, know this topic off the top of your head and have any sort of legitimate answers. But yeah, Judges 112, no, 111 to 6 to 15, 5 verses. Wow. Yeah, 5 verses. I mean, that's a lot. It's very interesting. 111 through Judges 111 through 15, and then I'll get the Joshua ones. 111 to 15. And when we first went here, I thought you were just showing me that Caleb is from his dad was a Kenzanite. That's where I thought you were going. So right here we see here in Othniel, the son of Kenaz, which is Caleb's dad too. Obviously the brother of Caleb. So Othniel's Caleb's brother. It's his younger brother. But this is from the Edomites. So for all the Hebrew Israelites that want to say, you can't be saved unless you're an Israelite. Well, Caleb, who was one of the 2 spies that went in to the promised land and then came back and actually honored God and didn't give a bad report, when it was only Caleb and Joshua. He's an Edomite from bloodline descent, but he belongs to the tribe of Judah, because anybody that's not from Israel, they end up in the tribe of Judah. So like Rahab and her family, they ended up in the tribe of Judah. So if you get grafted in, and the reason being, if people look at this, it's because Judah gets the most land here. So they cast lots, so God decides who gets what land. And Judah got the most land. And Judah ended up getting so much land that if you read in the book of Joshua, I forget where exactly, but Judah ends up having to give some of their land to another tribe because they had received so much in the beginning. But that logically speaking, is probably the primary reason why, people that get grafted in that weren't Israelites, they end up being in the tribe of Judah or belonging to the tribe of Judah. But yeah, this is a good topic, Mike. I wish I had better answers to give you, but I do not. So, well, have you heard anything yourself?
No, just that it's a parenthetical, like they're taking us back in time, or they're retelling the story. This hard copy Bible I have here that has a lot of notes in it only says that it's Judges 1 is just recounting what happened in Joshua. It's just it doesn't really dwell on it. To me, there's more than that. It's not just he's not just there. There's too many years apart, and I understand they're telling the story and that they have to start, but it makes it sound like it's the way he's wording it. It sounds current.
Yeah, 5 verses too. It's not a little thing to have 5 verses, and that's where some people will be like, well, the Bible's written by different authors and this and that. It's written by man, and God didn't. But I think, like I said, if I had to just give my guess on why it is, it's like, if Caleb's deceased, but Judges chapter 1 is describing, the judge's life, Othniel, which it is, that's Caleb's younger brother. We got to start with, Caleb doing this, which is, telling Othniel, if you go into this land, you'll get this wife, Akash or Aksa, So it's not as, fishy or like, oh, I gotcha moment for Bible believers that atheists can bring up, I don't think. Because it's almost like, if I died and I had a brother and me and him did a story, and then there was a book about the 12 judges and he was one of them, like it might start with the same type of thing, same story of like, okay, they were in Sacramento, California when this happened, but it is something we all should look into more, just so we are ready to respond to any skeptics, or just for ourselves out of curiosity, like how did this be, because it's clearly probably 2 different writers. Just like also to stay on this topic, a good question for us all is, why is the book of just to build on what this topic is here, why is the book of Chronicles so close to the book of Kings? Granted, we know those are probably different writers too, but that's another subject we all should look into. It's like that's interesting. We all know it is. We all know, if we've read the Bible, that the book of Chronicles and the book of Kings are very similar. But we should know better why,
What about commentary? Can you go on? Does Bible whatever thing you're on
Yeah,
have
yeah,
commentary?
yeah. They have commentary.
I mean, I don't
Why?
care if it's an 18 to a 1400 commentary. Somebody's gonna have to have commented on it at some point.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
that's a good point.
commentary.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't read these commentaries much, but the Blue Letter Bible is loaded with commentaries, honestly. So if you could just click on the interlinear thing, they'll pop up here. I don't know who or what is best to click on
Chuck
here.
Missler. Wow, that's funny. Chuck Missler.
Why, he's a famous one or something.
Yeah, he just passed recently. He's
Oh,
genius. If you watch any of his shows, you'll get hooked. But he does have an underlying theory, belief that we live in a hologram.
he ain't wrong. he, he ain't wrong. It sounds like I might agree with Chuck Missler quite a bit because if
Oh
if you've lived
yeah,
what if you've lived what I've lived, he's you've heard me say this in the past too, so I'm not just making this up on the spot because I'm sure Jamie, when we've had these discussions about getting a body or whatever, I've kind of used that argument to him, like, I don't know what it's going to be, but to me, it's going to be closer to like a hologram like body. But yeah, I think even the state we're in now, besides the fact that we think we're flesh and we have all these experiences, if you really looked at what we're made of, it's very similar to like a computer code. It's a lot of binaries, zeros and ones, and just numbers. And
yeah. Yes, that's what Chuck does. He back when even when the World Wide Web was flat. No offense to you flat earthers. When before that, when people were trying to make up Star Trek games or Pong games, he was using the computer for the Bible, and he found and he just and he comes up with I can't even think of some of his teachings, but he just comes up with the most fascinating thing.
yeah, I like him right off the bat, hearing what you just said about what he believes, what we're in here. Because, like I said, I've lived some real crazy stuff. And yeah, I don't know how much I'm supposed to speak on it to what I've lived and what God has shown me, to not dishonor what God has shown me. Because, like I said, I've had some real crazy experiences where if I was more righteous, I wouldn't be here. We'll put it that way. But, you know, yeah, I mean, to say it's a digital world or like a video game, I don't want to diminish our reality down to something like we're just all computer game, you know, characters, but to what we are to God, I mean, we're a lot closer to that than people understand.
Oh, the
Uh,
analogy is good for sure. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, to God, well, the whole point of it is, and I just tried to click on his name, and he had 13 through 19, but when I clicked on it, it just took me to the chapter itself. So I don't know. Audio video, so he's talking. Okay, so
Yeah,
we'd have
he's I don't know who I forget the name of the brother that you have on here sometimes that talks real fast. Chuck Missler.
Randall.
Yeah, he Chuck talks fast on his videos. So his 30-minute video or hour video, it covers like 10 hours worth of stuff. He just talks really fast. I love him.
Yeah, I'll have to check him out. That's good for other people to check him out. But yeah, he's just talking on this. So I mean, we don't know what he's going to get into. I'm sure he may cover that, but we don't want to sit here and listen to this whole breakdown on 15 if we don't know that's in there. So that I'll just skim through some of these written ones to see if anybody's got something.
Yeah,
Or we
hit
could
that
just
Matthew. Hit that
or we could
Matthew.
just Google right off the bat. I'll just
Oh yeah,
Google it.
yeah. Somebody
I'll
else is
just
already.
yeah, I'll just type in why are there identical, and this is, I got Microsoft, so they start me off on Bing, but I can just, the funny thing is, if you have Microsoft, the most typed in search into Bing is Google, because people just type in Google to get to the Google search. So I could do that, but I won't do that if I get a result from the Bing, because they've stepped their game up. They're not as bad as they used to be. But I could just type in Google to go to Google here. I'm not like forced to stay on Bing. But yeah, when you have Microsoft, literally the most popular search in this is people typing in Google to search Google.
That's funny.
Search for, yeah, that's pretty ironic. All right, but why are there? And I'm putting the wrong there. Why are there identical, or why is why are verses in Joshua? Yeah, because I'm sure somebody spoke on this. Some scholars done some work on this. Joshua 15. But yeah, 5 verses. That's pretty nuts. But again, like I said, it doesn't seem to be as sketchy as you would think, because it could just be given the story for Othniel. Um, Judges 1:11. But the fact that they are like I said, somebody brought it up in the past, that Lewis guy, and he tried to use it as a way to debunk the Bible, which I said is, pretty weak, a weak way to attack it. It could just be, setting the stage for Othniel's life. Okay. All right. Let's see what we have here. I don't know if I typed in what I want. It's just giving me commentary. I wanted to get that's not really what I wanted. I might type in Google just to try to get a better search here, because these are just like normal commentaries on Joshua 15. But this is also, guys, so you know, this is kind of like I was saying before Mike came on, that to prepare for these shows takes some time. So you're seeing right now live what it is. It's like, you got to do some homework, and it takes a little bit of time here. But yeah, I'm gonna go to Google because, like I said, sometimes Bing's all right, but then sometimes I'm not as impressed with Bing. Google's definitely, obviously, the best search engine we got. All conspiracy theorists aside, Google's something I haven't discovered yet as being as evil. All right, so all right, why are there identical verses in Joshua 15 and Judges 1? See if we have better luck here with Google. Okay. This might be a good one. At least they're answering the question that we have here, and it's not just commentary on all Joshua 15. Why are the passages in the book of Joshua repeated in the book of Judges? In these two parallel sets of passages, why is the book of Judges merely restating that which is stated in Joshua 15? And it shows you. So it's Joshua 15:15 through 19, and then, like we said already, Judges 1:11 through 15. All right, so let's see what they say. What am I missing? Okay, so this is one of those like questions, which usually the answers to these are terrible because it's just people making up whatever they say. But let's see if this one's any good. As a rule of thumb, these answers are usually quite just terrible and opinion based. But let's see if anybody gave us something any good here. All right. As we see this first guy, yes, the last chapter of Isaiah overlaps. So this is interesting too. So we see here this guy saying the last chapter of Isaiah overlaps with one of the chapters towards the end of the second book of Kings. For other two chapters, one in Ezra and the other in Nehemiah, etc. But we know that Isaiah happened during certain kings' reigns, like Hezekiah. So obviously that makes a lot more sense that the Book of Kings and Isaiah are similar. Okay, so here's one of our answers here. Interesting bit of history. There are numerous stories repeated in the Bible. For example, among the books of Samuel, Kings, and Chronicles, we already, like I said, talked about that with Kings and Chronicles. The synoptic Gospels overlap significantly in form. Okay, we understand that too. See if somebody has an actual answer to the Joshua Judges question. It doesn't look like on this site they gave us much of an answer. Um, uh, yeah, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Striking out.
Same here. Boy, this is a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it could just be because they're different authors, and if you're chose to if I mean if you're in charge of having to tell the story of how Othniel became a judge, you know, either it's written history or oral history, but you'd start off with the same story that's in Joshua there, the oral history. Like if somebody asks you, oh, how did Othniel become king? Judges is the same thing as king. Judges is leader of Israel. And it's not the same thing for people listening. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm just trying to give it an analogy here. So I'm not saying a judge was the same thing as a king because it wasn't. It was a leader of Israel. We don't know, what that role was exactly, if how close it was to king, but it was a leader. I think the king obviously needed to have a certain bloodline, but not always though. So it's actually that's an interesting question that comes up just in conversations that we're having now too. So that's another thing we could look into is like, were the judges kings? Because like if you look at Samson, I wouldn't say Samson was ever a king. You know what I mean? So, or Deborah, was she a queen? I don't know. I would say no. But Gideon rose up pretty prominently. I think bloodline is important, but then we also see people that aren't bloodline, being called, like Jeroboam and Yahoo and other people. So, anyways, I'm not getting much of an answer here. This is a good. This might be a wormhole that we'd have to go down another day on our own because I don't think we're going to get a short answer here, Mike. It's a good topic to look into, though. So you can keep trying. Oh, Lou's in the building. Lou probably has the answer because he's always on the scholarly stuff. What's going on,
Love
Lou?
Lou.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
What up, Lou? Good to see you, friend.
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
You've probably already looked into this, Lou, because like I said, you're on top of the scholarly stuff. Have you been listening about Joshua 15 and Judges 1, the 5
I didn't.
same?
No, I didn't get the question. I didn't get the question.
Oh, okay. Well, in Joshua chapter 15, verses 15 through 19, it's the exact same verses that are in Judges chapter 1, and it's Othniel is Caleb's younger brother, and he's obviously one of the 12 judges of Israel. So these 5 verses are the same. Joshua 15 through 19 and Judges 1:11 through 19. They're literally the exact same 5 verses. Have you ever heard anything about that?
Yeah, because with Caleb being an Edomite, and
Yep.
I was trolling the Hebrew Israelites. I told them that Israel first judge was an Edomite. That was Caleb. Caleb brother. Yeah, I troll. Yeah, I know about that. I mean,
well, why are the 5? What have you found as far as answer? Why those 5 verses are the same? Just somebody telling the story to set the context, because it's probably 2 different authors. You think?
Yeah, it's 2. Yeah, it's 2 different authors. You got to remember the Bible wasn't put together to during the exile. So I mean, it's a whole bunch of copies of copies of copies of copies. The same goes over and over again, copies and copies. So yeah, I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Just people putting in their input on their history. I mean.
Yeah, and it could be, like I said, oral tradition. Like how did Othniel become judge? And it's just passed down, and then that's why they recite those 5 verses. I don't know.
I feel Othniel had to become judge by a choosing of God, because God was their king, and He put judges over them. I don't remember the verse where God explained that. I think it's in Samuel, when they wanted a king, and God, He gave them judges, and and
Oh
he's
yeah,
no
I know
longer
what you're
their king.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. I don't know exactly where, but I know what you're talking about.
But
Like
I
that.
don't know when the Book of Judges were written. I think is I think they have it like around probably like around 800, 900 BC. No,
Yeah, you're
because
talking about when it was written because the
yeah,
time frame for when it took place is probably
uh,
around 1300 or 1340, 50, whatever, how specific people want to be. Let's just say 1350 to around year 1000 essentially. That's the year or maybe a little 1100. I don't know. Don't I haven't written down. It's definitely 1340ish. Because it starts when they go into Canaan and Moses. Is around 1400ish. So
I'm I'm gonna have to disagree with that one because the Israelites didn't really have no scribes, no formidable scribes till after the exile. I mean, the first time you hear of scribes coming from Israel is like in the book of not in the book. I think it's in the First Chronicles or Second. Basically, around the time of David, when they were more of a nation state, they had everything going for themselves. I don't think they had that much writers.
all right, but when you think the book, like, listen, this isn't. I mean, even the Exodus itself, we don't have an exact year on. Just for people listening that aren't
Uh,
Bible believers, like
are you
I'm
talking
just,
about the story? The story or the
yeah,
writing? Oh, oh,
no, no.
okay, okay, okay.
I knew when you said 800, 900. I was just trying to clarify for people that aren't familiar because you said 800, 900 and we were talking about the book of Judges. I didn't want anybody to
Yeah.
have confusion that's not like up to date with the Bible time frame.
Oh,
And I wanted them to
okay.
know that the Bible, like the book of Judges occurred, around 1350 to year 1000 ish. I just wanted people not to be confused that
Yeah,
they heard you say that and they were thinking, well, wait a minute, that makes no sense with the time frame for everything else. So
yeah,
I just wanted to clarify for that for people. But again, that's not like a set in stone date. That's just like my estimate from what I've seen in my research. I'll put right around 1340, but I'll just say 1350, and like I said, down to I think around 1000. But I'm a little rusty. It could be
yeah.
11, 10. I think it's like 1050. I have.
Yeah, 'cause
But what?
I come to the understanding of the Bible to where I can't hold them to the standards, to the grammar standards that we use today. I mean, it's going to be a lot of twisting and turning and stories and stuff because I mean, their writing system wasn't like ours.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the same
They wasn't
resources
wording.
to write. I mean, it's not like everybody had a notepad or anything.
Yeah,
Um,
they wasn't worried about no timeline. They were just worried about getting the message out.
yeah, oral tradition, carrying it on, and yeah, going from there. But yeah, what's going on, Yahoo? I'm glad you got out of the bullpen and decided to come up here and get in the mix. What's going on with you, bro?
Hey, what's
Oh,
going
not
on,
much.
Yahoo?
Not much. Thanks. Good to see you again, Lou. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Saw last time I tapped out at 13 hours the day I think I hurt my voice, and you and Dirty and Lou, you guys carried the next show for like a solid 6 hours, and I appreciate that. I'd like to do no work and have people do that more often for me, so my channel can just get views and I can just sit back and go to
It was
sleep.
great.
So,
It was great.
well,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. Go
speaking
ahead.
of dirty in the chat.
He's in the mix. I don't know why he's being scared tonight. I don't know what's going on with the Dirty.
Oh
Being
man,
he's being fearful.
yeah,
Why, you've been watching his channel and getting disgusted with the work he puts
nah,
out?
nah. I got something for that sacrifice issue that he has with the blood
Blood
sacrifice
sacrifice.
issue.
Yeah,
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 I don't know how he's gonna get, but he's gonna come with some outrageous claim.
yeah. We'll
He's
try to
gonna
get
come with
around
some
it.
outrageous claim. I want you to pull up Joshua 8, Joshua chapter 8, verse 31.
All right, let's go there. Joshua.
You've had dirty varmint on your mind while you're not around dirty varmint.
Not yeah. Because
Excellent. Excellent.
he keeps using that Jeremiah 7:22 or Jeremiah 8:8.
The lion,
And I said,
the lion pen of the scribes verse or whatever.
yeah, about the sacrifice. I'm like,
Uh,
come on, you know, I mean, because I didn't want to go in details, you know, but I like let me see what I could do with what he's bringing to the table, because yeah, he having a feast with Jeremiah. Yeah, go what the
yeah. What verse?
31.
All right, the fall of I. Okay. All right, the fall of I.
Yeah, this would be right after Jericho. Jericho was taken, and they thought they could take this little town called Ai easily, and I think Joshua said, no, don't, but they did anyway, and they lost. And he said, see, I told you, you didn't build an altar, you didn't follow God's word, you didn't wait for an answer. But no, that's where we're at.
Well,
yeah.
It's also because some guy stole some of the plunder, I think, from Jericho too, Mike. I think that has something to do with it. I don't know.
Oh,
if
that's right. Yeah, he kept it in his tent or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And I always said AI too, but then I watched something and they pronounced it I, so I'm not positive they said it right or not because it was just a random YouTube channel. So if anybody knows the exact thing, but I've been saying I just because I forget where I watched it, but they said that. I used to say AI because I don't know how to pronounce half these things when I see it. But yeah, I don't know Acan. I don't know if that's Acan or if that was somebody else. I think he's the one Acan that stole some, but that might be in Exodus too. I might be confusing him with somebody else. But somebody I think stole. I'm pretty positive they stole some of the plunder of Joshua, and that's why they ended up getting killed too. But yeah. What verse, Lou? 31.
Yeah, 31.
All right. At the time, Joshua built an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, on Mount Ebal, just as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the people of Israel, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones upon which no man has wielded an iron tool. And they offered on it burnt offerings to the Lord and sacrificed peace offerings. All right.
Now go to Deuteronomy 27, 4-8, where Moses commanded it.
All right. Deuteronomy 27, 4-8.
Yeah. Well, I ain't gonna say Moses commanded it. God commanded it.
All right. And when you have crossed over, so this is why they did this, because Joshua was fulfilling what Moses said here. God said through Moses, like Lou just said. And when you have crossed over the Jordan, you shall set up these stones, concerning which I command you today, on Mount Ebal, and you shall plaster them with plaster. And there you shall build an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall wield no iron tool on them. You shall build an altar to the Lord your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings on it to the Lord, and you shall sacrifice peace offerings, and shall eat there, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God.
Okay. Between them two times, we know the Israelites, they didn't have scribes. You know what I mean? They didn't have scribes. The Levites they didn't have scribes at that time because they barely knew how to write and all that, right? But now I want you to Google Joshua altar on Mount Ebal discovered.
Oh, it's actually discovered?
Yeah.
That's real interesting. I'd like to see
Yeah,
that.
The consensus says is the altar Joshua built. But
Yeah,
you got the other naysayers that says not, but the consensus says is the altar that Joshua built, and they find animal bones and all that stuff over there.
Oh shit.
But the animal
where
bones,
should I go? Wikipedia? What site did you use?
it don't matter. It don't matter.
Sketchy. Google's hit me with that.
You see that picture? You see that picture right there? Click on that picture.
Yeah. That's a good perspective. If that's I will not be donating to you. I'll take the free service. Thank you. All right. Hold on. Let's find that picture. It's a lot of stones. It gives a better perspective how they wrote the whole book of the law in it. So it's not just like you're in your head when you read that verse, you're thinking like it's like one rock or something. You know what I mean? But this gives you a much better concept of them being able to write the entire book of the law out on these stones. But yeah, go ahead, Lou. Give it. This is good
Yeah,
stuff.
that's where. Yeah, that's Mount Ebal. You know what I
Yep.
mean? The altar, and they dated back to the Iron Age, right?
Yep. The
So-
rocks have plaster. The stones have plaster. Yep. Okay, go ahead.
And so, based on Dirty Varmint claims saying that God never commanded burnt offerings and sacrifices, we have the proof right here.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, God's been. It's not like they've gone rogue on these sacrifices. I mean, God's been the one, demanding them the whole time. I mean, I don't know.
No, he said what Dirty Varmint is quoting is when he said the gut is the verse. I never, in the day that I brought you out of Egypt, I never commanded sacrifices and oblations. And the 15th of the Aviv, when they came out of Egypt, yeah, they did not have any sacrificial laws yet.
Yeah, but Dirty Varmint using that verse to try to make a claim and said that he broad brushed the verse saying that it was for every generation. I kept telling him that's God referring to them when they was in the wilderness. He never asked them for sacrifices until they get to the land. He trying to broad brush it and make it seem as if it was written in the laws of Moses. But the Levites, his conspiracy claim, the Levites rewrote it and added that on there.
Yeah. I mean, I can see people interpreting.
Whoops, we lost you, Ryan. If you're talking, are you unmuted? We don't hear you. Try again. Keep talking or try talking. Still nothing on your audio on this end. Can anybody hear him?
No, I don't hear him.
No, I can't hear him.
Still dead air. If you're talking, Ryan, I can't see you.
No, I can't.
There we
There
hear
he
you.
goes.
I hear you.
You guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mike. I don't know why that happened, but all I can say is that I heard scholar Michael Brown. He's really good, actually. I recommend him. It's Dr. Michael Brown, but I'm not too hung up on always saying doctor for these guys because some of them, these amazing people that I bow down to. I don't bow down to any of them, but he's a good guy on YouTube. But he said that blood sacrifice was always a precursor to what God's plan was to sacrifice Jesus. And to me, that was really a good analysis or perspective because it really, in your head, it kind of clicked in my head like, oh, wow, that's a good perspective on it because, God knew what he was going to do before the foundation of the earth, obviously. So he knew that he was going to sacrifice Jesus. And that's why the animals, the sacrifice was, at all, just because it was a precursor to what he was going to do, So that's a decent perspective. And obviously that's, just a perspective. It's not like it's a fact, but what's going on, Dirty Varmint?
What's up, guys?
What up, Dirty? Welcome, brother. Welcome.
How you gonna get around that one, Dirty?
I don't know, man. So I got one question. Was Joshua written before the book of Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Judges, the one that we were
Or
talking about?
Yeah,
the one you were talking about.
Yeah, because he wrote.
Yeah, if it was written before the book of Jeremiah, then Jeremiah being the later prophet, he has more sway. Because who knows? Maybe the book of Judges had some of them Levites add stuff in there too.
So the Levites did not no, they wasn't writing around the time of Joshua. That altar I showed you is the same altar God commanded Moses to command to the Israelites.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Can we confirm that that altar was made out of uncut stones? That would be important. You
How
know,
could he do
like
that? I
if you
mean,
could zoom in on the stones on that altar and find if there's one single stone that's cut, then that would debunk the whole idea that that's his altar. You know.
Yeah, I thought it was
I-
interesting that it said iron.
the consensus to that being the altar, it falls on it falls on the Bible side.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean,
I
there's
mean,
no point of
I can't deny
zooming in.
that they were doing sacrifices. I mean, I can't deny that they were building altars and performing animal
No,
sacrifices.
you said God didn't command it.
Yeah.
We just read Deuteronomy 27:4-8, where God commanded Moses to command the Israelites to
Right.
build an altar and offer sacrifices to him.
Well, that Deuteronomy is technically in question, though. That could
Well,
be the P source, that verse in Deuteronomy, because the P source had their hands in a little bit in Deuteronomy, not much, but a little bit. That could be one of those parts. But the book of
but
Joshua, I don't know about, or Judges. I'm not really studied on that very much.
even if you make the claim with the P source, they date the Bible after 550 or 555 BC, after they came from exile.
Right.
So basically, they were doing all this during exile. That altar that we just seen dates back to the Iron Age.
Okay. I mean, it still could be a pagan altar, right?
The
I mean,
consensus says
when
not
was
a pagan altar.
when was the
Is
book of
the
Judges
altar
written?
is the consensus says it's the altar that God commanded them to build.
Well, I mean, I could agree, that it's the altar that dude made or whatever and sacrificed to God, but how
dude,
can we be sure that God
They-
commanded it? I don't know.
It's written right there in Deuteronomy 27:4-8.
Yeah, that to me is questionable. That verse in Deuteronomy, not the whole book of Deuteronomy, but just that verse. That's the
So-
questionable.
But you had a second
So-
witness, Lou, didn't you? A different Joshua. You had two verses. You had Ryan pull up two
Yeah.
different verses.
Okay.
Yeah, two different verses. And not only that, we have a third witness, the people who actually discovered it.
Yeah.
And then the fourth witness,
So God
scholarships.
commanded them to burn animals and give peace offerings.
yes.
That's what you're saying.
What about
That's
what
not
I
what
just said about Dr. Michael Brown saying
Burnt offerings just means cooked. Like
yeah,
they cooked
well,
the food and then they ate it.
but a whole burnt offering is where you just burn the animal and waste it. With the
Yeah, they did
hair and
both.
the guts
They
and
did-
everything.
they did both? Yeah.
I know. I just find it really weird.
Listen, it's hard for us from 2022 to process these things, bro. And I relate to you on that. Like if somebody was doing that today, we would call them a witch. We'd be like, what are you,
Yeah,
a devil worshiper? You know what I mean?
right.
You're killing a rooster or a chicken and you're burning it to your god. Like that's witchcraft. That's satanic, So
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, Dirty. But like I said, it's like, this was a time when people are, just in the desert and they're nomads with a bunch of sheep. Killing a sheep to them wasn't like, it's like killing a bug to them. You know what I mean? It's not like because to me, I'm probably similar to you. I don't even like killing bugs. Like killing animals to me is like crossing a line, but to them, they're killing the animals to eat. You know, they're not
Yeah.
going to the supermarket to eat, bro. So
Right.
you
I
know,
get it.
if you got 1,000 sheep and you know in your religion, one of the ways you make an offering to God wasn't with your cash money like we do today, or with your gold or your silver, but by killing an animal, you know, for a sin offering or something. That animal is a dead sheep walking, or a dead ram walking, bro. You know, I mean, it's like it's not as you know, unorthodox as you try to make it, I think, in your head, which I agree with you. If my neighbor's killing animals in their backyard in 2022, you know, I'm going to be thinking, I got to move, you know, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. But what, okay. I want to point out that it said the altars were supposed to be uncut stones, right?
Yeah.
So what about the altar in Solomon's temple? That wasn't uncut stones, you know?
No, he got permission though. Remember, David wanted to build it, and he said, "No, you're a murderer or a killer." But yeah, because they got permission to double the size. They had like 10 menorahs in there. There's like, and they put it on like either side of the wall, not just the south wall. They did a whole bunch of different things, but they prayed on it and they got permission, is my understanding.
Can you zoom in on those stones?
I don't think I can zoom in any.
Can you
well, I
see
can't
any
go-
cut edges?
Well, I mean, we're
It
not
does
gonna
look
be
like
able to,
they're uncut.
with the naked eye and tell if these are cut or not. Bro.
What did they have to cut the stones?
Well, I don't know. I mean, any tool, hammer.
So what
you
is the
know.
Bible talking about? Uncut stones. What is the Bible talking about?
Yeah, no tool can touch it. It can't be touched by any tool. No hammer, no chisel, nothing. It has to be just a regular stone, uncut. You know.
Yeah, well, like Mike was just saying, when they built the temple, they had special people. Like I know this one guy, Haram, was one of them, and God was like giving him His Spirit to build it. Like the people that were building God's temple weren't just like regular Joes. They were getting God's Spirit to build it. They were doing it away from the actual location where it was going to be, so no noise of the tools was where the temple was actually built. So like if they were going to like, you know, chisel a stone or whatever, they did it in a different location and then brought the stone to the place where they would build it. Like they that is in the Bible too. I don't know exactly what verse or where. You know, it's around where they're building the temple, but they built it, you know, and they made noise with the tools, not where God's temple was actually going to be located. And if you understand sound and frequency and stuff, man, it makes a lot of sense. Because, you know, if you're just banging on something with a hammer. So right here, I just typed in the Haram guy's name because he's not an Israelite either. And he's somebody that, you know, was used to build the temple.
Mhm.
So heard the words of
Hey Ryan,
yeah.
can you go to that verse again? Deuteronomy 27 verse 4.
Yeah. I'm going to show afterwards where they built the temple, not
Okay,
down.
but so if
not
I'm wrong about this whole animal sacrifice thing, which I could be, I admit, but
Yeah.
then what is Jeremiah talking about when he says, you know, the lying pen of the scribes, and I never commanded them to do sacrifices, and all this other? What is he talking about?
That's two different situations. The lying pen of the scribes were when the scribes were adding to the laws.
I can answer this actually.
Yeah. Y'all more expert on that. Yeah,
Well,
you and Mike
no,
more expert on that one.
It's a really simple answer, Dirty, and I know you probably aren't going to believe me, but Jeremiah was reading Daniel's scrolls, and in Daniel's day, he knew that they were going into captivity, and all the people that were in captivity were trying to say, no, we're not going into captivity. Everything's going to be fine. The same thing happened in Jeremiah's day. Jeremiah was saying, we're going into captivity. And all those other scribes and everybody was saying, oh, no, we're not going to be here very long. You don't even have to worry about unpacking and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And then God actually calls out these specific scribes and pronounces judgment on them.
How could Jeremiah be reading Daniel, though? I mean, Jeremiah, from my understanding, is like 600 to 650 BC or 650 BC to 600 BC. I don't know the exact years, but rough range in there. And then I had Daniel closer to like 500 BC that Yahoo.
Yeah, same here. Like
What do
I
you mean?
think Daniel came up
I think
after
one of the
Jeremiah was
one,
dead and gone, right?
who's the
Yeah.
one who's the one that got the angel grabbed, it was Jeremiah was like making a meal and an angel grabbed him by his hair and took him to Daniel in the lion's den and gave him food. Is that they were, I thought they were contemporaries at the exact same time. Am I thinking of a different
You could
guy?
be right, Mike. I'm not sure.
I don't remember that. I
No,
mean,
Daniel,
Yeah, I could be right. I could be wrong.
yeah, Daniel came after Jeremiah because Daniel was reading the Jeremiah prophecy about the 70 years, and that's when he
Mhm.
fell to
Yeah,
his
maybe I had it
knees.
backwards.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because-
but what Yahoo is saying, he is right, but he just got the wrong character. Because God was pronouncing judgment on Israel, and the scribes were rewriting the law. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, but-
giving it to these people.
But where? Like in the Bible?
No, in a scroll. Like they writing to people about this is what God said, this is what God said, this is what God said. And God never said that. And you could find that in I think it's Jeremiah said you and Yahoo and Mike know about that story. The one false prophet that put the when Daniel put the yoke around his neck and then he broke it. And then Daniel said, now Nebuchadnezzar going to put a yoke of iron around your neck. I think it's in Jeremiah 17. If I'm not, if I'm not mistaken.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Jeremiah was writing to the king and pronouncing the judgment, and there was other prophets writing in and saying, oh no, it's going to be fine, it's going to be fine.
Yeah,
And
I
then
think
after, isn't it like right after the king leaves, they go and like are immediately going to go follow after him? But yeah, he pronounces judgment on him. I'll try and find it.
Yeah, I think the Jews, like ancient history or traditions, talk about every time there's a prophet, there's usually an anti-prophet or maybe two anti-prophets that come along with every prophet. It was some rumor I heard about that, where every time there's a prophet that arises, there's usually two opposing or anti-prophets also. But
Well,
Yeah,
there's
so I
evil,
think-
there's good. Well, there's good, there's evil.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think they write down everything and then they check it out. That's why I don't know, Isaiah, for instance, wasn't he sawn in half with a saw and he never recanted, but then his stuff came true. They had to record any prophecies that people were certain, not just some guy out in the street with a sign, but somebody that actually went to the king or the judges and said, I have a prophecy. They had to record it, right? Scribes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So who's the scribes during Job or Ezekiel? Like, these, you guys are saying there's no scribes until like 500 BC.
Now, Job, it was a Edomite. There was already a nation state. They were writing letters to Egypt. They got records of Egypt and Edom having some type of communication, like trading and whatever. They actually have a what's that name? Name of Patra, something like Patra. The ones
Petra, yeah.
Petra, yeah. Yeah, Edomites. The Edomites, they was already a nation. It was already a nation before Israel.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, Lou. I'm gonna have to look into that, because I'm not real familiar with Judges or Joshua. Like Ryan was saying, not a lot of people are real read up on Joshua. So I'm gonna have to look into that and see how that.
Joshua's a very vital book. I underestimated it, so I'll say I did it for a long time.
Yeah, Pete, some people don't know it took Israel 120, I think 80 or 120 years to conquer the whole land while Joshua was there. Why they came to the promised land. Some people think that he just came in and just conquered the whole thing all at one time, but it took him like, I think 40, 80, or 120, one of them Hebrew numbers, to conquer
Well,
the whole land.
well, yeah, they did it slowly, and God did that. He said, I forget what chapter it was in or what verse, but God said to do that so the land wouldn't become overcome with beasts, the animals. So if he wiped them all out, then the wells and the farmland and everything would have been like left attended because the Israelites couldn't spread out and take care of it quick enough, I guess. I don't know. I'm not God. I'm just trying to, remember from what I know. So I just know God did say it did take years. I don't know how many, but yeah, I mean, it definitely was years. I forget we did that one day, Lou. I forget, we did it with like Caleb's lifetime or something. I wanted to say around 40. I don't know. I don't know.
Because Caleb was 80. He was 40 when he came
Yeah,
into
he
the
was like
land
80 when he was dying. Yeah.
dying. Yeah, so it had to be around 40 years.
Yeah, 40 years to conquer the entire land of Canaan for the whole
Yep.
Israelites. And this is the verse I was thinking of earlier when we were talking about just so to show God's consistency about not having a tool make noise on a stone for God's temple. So right here you see in 1 King 6:7, and this is when they're building the temple. When the house was built, it was with stone prepared at the quarry. So neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron was heard in the house while it was being built. So that's important to just show that God's consistent. So it was at the quarry that they used the tools, and then they transferred the stones down. I guess don't ask me how, but they transferred them down.
I mean, I guess I could agree that the temple was built, by Solomon, or God allowed Solomon to build it. But I think that it was supposed to be a house of prayer and not a house of slaughter. You know what I mean?
Already, just get over yourself,
I
man.
know.
Like,
How can it
do
be a
you eat
house of...
cheeseburgers? Do you eat cheese? Do you eat chicken? Do you eat steak?
Yeah, but I don't think that it covers my sins by
No.
slaughtering it and sprinkling blood on an altar or any of that. I think that's because
then what
if you look at
was
Deuteronomy, dude, all before the book of Deuteronomy, the Israelites are all they're erecting these sacred poles and these high places is what they're called. But then in Deuteronomy, it totally contradicts everything before it and says that those are an abomination and they need to go tear down all the sacred poles.
Hold on. You said sacred poles in high places?
Yeah.
Then you don't read the Bible. You don't read the Bible. You read the Bible and look for what you want to look for, but you don't read the Bible. Clearly in Chronicles, when they like retelling the story, you see towards the end, I think it's Chronicles and Kings, you see toward the end and they say Israel still didn't get rid of the high places and this and that and that.
Yeah.
Like literally telling them they still didn't get rid of it.
But it says they're pagan,
after they
right?
came back.
They're evil. They're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to.
I leave that to Yahoo and Mike on that one.
Yeah, the high places and the sacred poles. Deuteronomy strictly forbids any of those things, and it orders them to destroy them. But they never did that. They always rejected the prophets and killed them, and did the opposite of what God commanded them to do.
And that's just to show you God give you chances after chances after chances after chances after chances. He gonna let you build your He gonna let you make your bed and then you're gonna sleep in it when it's time.
Yeah, I agree
He
with
gave
that.
the Amorites 400 and something years to get it right, and they never got it right. And
yeah, dude.
and we see because God. I ain't gonna question God, but that's what God did, man.
I'm not too studied on like Chronicles and some of those and like Kings, Judges. I'm not too studied on those, man. So I can't really answer.
And I'll tell you how you read Judges. You go to the very end of it and you look at like the last paragraph, and it says, all of this was done because they all had in their own head what righteousness was. So
They all went their own way, kind of.
They all went their
what
own
was
way.
righteous in their own eyes.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Because
And
they
I
had no
know
king.
there's-
They weren't supposed to. We weren't supposed to have an earthly king. We got one king in heaven, and they're like, "Well, we want a king like everybody else." And he's like, "Fine, I'll give you a king, but he's going to take 10% of your money to pay for the army of your children that he's going to send off to war and die." But yeah, so then it turns out to be 490 years of judges. It's an easy read if you just look at the last paragraph.
So it's Deuteronomy. It's Jeremiah 28. It might start in 27, but Jeremiah 29:25 is pretty specific.
Jeremiah 28, you said?
29:25.
29:25. All right.
Yeah. It starts out a little bit before that, but that
Yeah.
verse kind of sums it up.
Yeah,
If Dirty wants to go back and read it.
verse Mike was just saying too, but yeah, I'm still trying to find the verse about the guy that got the Holy Spirit to build God's temple. It must be in Chronicles instead of Kings. I'm Googling that right now. Because I thought his name was Haram, but that said he was the king of Tyre.
You
Haram.
probably could find it in Samuel's too.
Well, I
Second
know that
Samuel.
the builder of the temple, not just like they were giving God's spirit to like get the right dimensions and everything. You know what I mean? It wasn't them just building it as men. They were like guided by the Holy Spirit, and they weren't Israelites either. At least some of them were. At least
The Israelites didn't build the temple; it was Gentiles.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I know the one guy, Haram or whoever. Like I said, he was definitely he was one of the heads.
Yeah, but wasn't like the whole foundations of that area were already there way before they even arrived? You know what I mean?
The land that they were trying to conquer?
Yeah, it was all built. They didn't build any of it. Maybe the temple, but not the cities and not the foundations to the temple.
They added to the land. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, God literally told them, "You ain't have to do nothing."
Right.
I just came in and did this, but they added more houses and stuff to it.
Yeah. I think there's a part in First Kings where it talks about there's a certain king and he went out of town over to the Canaanites and saw their altar and he liked what they were doing, and so he
It was in the Canaanites. It was the Arameans. The Arameans. I think it's Arameans or the Syrians.
And then he sent plans back to the priests at Jerusalem, and then they followed his instructions and built the exact same altar right at the Temple Mount.
It was an altar. It was a idol.
Was it? I thought it just said, like an altar and.
Well, you're probably right. Probably was they had to build I know it was an idol, and they probably built an altar for that idol. Yeah, it was like you can't have an idol without an altar.
Yeah. But that could be the time where they started doing that whole sacrificial system thing. I mean, I don't know.
Nah, because the altar I just showed you dates back to the. Do you know what the Iron Age is?
Jeremiah will clear this up right here in 29.
What? Yeah. What is this 29? Where it clears it up? What's going on
with this verse, Yahoo? 29, 25. What's the point of this here? What's it proving?
Oh,
he's talking about the lying pen of the scribes.
Yeah.
And it's talking about these priests in Israel that have sent letters in God's name to all the people who are in Jerusalem.
Yeah, but I don't
think
that's a scribe, is it?
Yeah. What they wrote letters to all the people in Jerusalem.
Someone who writes scripture, not letters.
When
I write you a letter, that's not a scripture.
They were pretending to be prophets and
a
calling
scribe
out.
Is strictly someone who writes scripture only, not just someone who writes
No,
letters.
No, they don't. They basically a secretary. Huh? They keep writings of. They keep up with records.
Right. not
The
letters.
scribes didn't
Letters aren't
start writing.
records.
The scribes didn't start writing scriptures till after the exile. Before that, they just kept records.
Yeah, I don't think a record keeper is a scribe, though, is he?
A scribe is a person who writes.
Just who writes anything?
They
Yeah.
keep records.
Inscription, scribe, like same thing. Like,
Yeah.
Because
you,
I'm
you
thinking
know how
the
to write.
lying pen of the scribes.
Ooh.
It says, no,
Ooh.
Jeremiah 8:8 says, how can you say you know the Torah when the lying pen of the scribes has produced a falsehood? The Torah is specifically Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. That is the Torah by definition. And so how can you say you know Genesis when the lying pen of the scribes has produced a falsehood? Jeremiah is clear.
No, Torah mean instructions.
Yeah, and where are the instructions? They're in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Those 5 books are known as the Torah. There's nothing else known as the Torah. Only those 5 books. The Talmud is not the Torah.
Torah is instructions. And that verse, it means instructions.
Yeah, but
Well,
it means the written
technically,
instructions.
The
of
book of the
Genesis,
law
Leviticus,
was put in the side of the Ark of the Covenant. So
What's that?
there would be an unadulterated copy in the side of the Ark of the Covenant. And
Yeah, I agree with that.
if somebody wanted to check it, it could have easily been checked.
Yeah, but
I don't
there's
think
only
the
the
lying
10
pen of the
precepts.
scribe is going to be able to touch that copy and live.
There's only 10 precepts on 2 tablets of stone that was in the
No, that
Torah.
was on the inside of the covenant or the ark, but on the side of the covenant was the book of the law. On the outside, in the side of it.
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying inside, but it's you're saying this aside, like a side pocket.
Yeah,
it's
whatever's
on the outside of
inside
the ark
is the only
in one
Torah.
of the side.
Everything
yeah.
on the outside is the lying pen of the scribe. Well, not everything, but dude, there's no way you can convince me that Genesis doesn't have a lie in it. You know?
No, because the Torah is the one that said don't make false prophecies. So
Yeah,
these
which
guys had the
means
gall to say that, oh, we know what the law says, but
Yeah,
we're still going to write false prophecies. That's all
Yeah,
that
God
Jeremiah is
said
saying.
don't change the law or take anything away from
They're
it
not
or add
changing the
anything
law.
to it. But so God is admitting that it's possible for people to take away from the law and add things to it in the book of Genesis. He's admitting that it's possible. He's saying don't do it, which means it is possible to do it.
Right, but we're going to have a base copy to compare anything subtracted or added to. It's not like we're going to have some.
What do you mean?
As they change it, that's going to be the new Torah that we're not going to
Yeah.
have a back check on. But these
No.
same
They read the
scribes,
whole book of the
Whenever
law
the
every 7
scribes-
years. It wouldn't be hard for somebody to pick up that it got changed.
No, dude. The scribes, the Levites are the only people with the copies of the Torah.
And they have to
when
read it in front of everybody at the Feast of Tabernacles
know,
every
but
7 years.
every
There's
7
no way-
years, exactly. You think
So
after
they're gonna
7
tell me in
years
7
that they
years
can't
forget
change
what
something?
it says? Oh my
What,
goodness,
do
bro.
you guys know that when they used to scribe and copy the old text, they threw away the old copies, so nobody could tell what the old copy said, and nobody's going to remember it word for word 7 years later. Of course, it'd be so easy to add a few lies in there.
Here's this.
with bro, with what tools did they have to keep making copies after copies after copies around that time? What tools they had?
It just takes parchment and a quill and some ink.
From where?
You don't think they had ink?
From where?
I don't know, from the freaking squid. I don't know.
From a squid.
Where do they get ink from?
Wow.
They had
get it from
ink, dude.
Egypt. They get it from Egypt.
Yeah.
But Yahoo says something perfect. Hey, Yahoo, explain to him with that what you have said with the law. They knew the law, but basically they still went up against it and wrote false prophecies. You didn't hear what Yahoo was telling you.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I agree with
That's
that.
what he's trying to.
They
That's what
wrote
he's trying to
false
tell you.
prophecies.
He's trying to tell you that verse that you keep reading over and over again.
Mhm.
He's trying to explain to you why. He's trying to explain to you. I ain't gonna say. Yeah, he's trying to explain that verse to you.
that
But
they
you
wrote
didn't hear
false
it.
prophecies.
Nah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Yahoo. Go ahead, Yahoo.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just,
not gonna.
saying that they know what the law is, but then they're still going to write false prophecies.
right.
Like, yeah, how
Like
can you say that you
Ezekiel.
know what the law is? Like,
Well,
these guys are saying, "Oh yeah, we're prophets. We know what the law says, so we're going to be able to prophesy for you." And
well,
then
also, yeah, go on.
write letters to the whole of the kingdom, or the whole of Jerusalem. I'm sorry, the whole of Jerusalem, and then lie to everybody about it.
Yeah, like Ezekiel did.
Well, hold on. I just want to make a quick correction for people. It wasn't Haram who built. Haram was the king of Tyre, and this is the guy's name who was to build the actual temple that did the actual physical labor. His name is not Haram. It's Haram with a U dash ABI. So I want to correct myself just because I don't want to just give you guys bad information. Just everybody can look into this, but it's in 2 Chronicles, not in Kings. I figured it was in Chronicles because I didn't see it in Kings, 5. So the story's similar in Chronicles, obviously. And this is the guy's name that, and I still got to find the verse where it says he was given this God's spirit. So I'll find that too. But yeah, the people that built God's temple, they weren't just, your average construction crew. God was leading them to build the inner sanctuaries, to make the designs, just like the heavenly,
I think you're mixing that up with the. I think you're mixing that up with the Exodus era.
No, I don't think so. I haven't found the verse yet, so I could be, but I'm pretty sure. No, I'm like positive, bro, because I'm like positive that this dude was getting God's, because they're building the holy temple. I mean, they're not just freestyling it, like, getting blueprints and doing it. So how else could they be doing it? I gotta find the exact verse,
Because
and I still haven't gotten it yet, but I'm pretty sure, Lou.
if what you saying is true, ooh boy, I got something for Hebrew Israelites.
Oh yeah, this
What up,
guy.
One West? I'll be like, why would God put His Spirit in a Gentile to build His temple?
Yeah, I'll find it because I'm pretty positive. It's
Yeah.
just my problem. It's hard to find if it's in Chronicles or Kings, but I'm pretty positive, bro. I've been Google searching. It hasn't popped up. I just found the dude's name, but it's not Haram. It's Haram Abi. So that's why I had it confused. It was very similar. But yeah, no, dude, I thought the same thing when I read it, Lou. I thought like, oh yeah, how are Hebrew Israelites going to say this guy's not in heaven? He's a Gentile who built God's temple and was given God's spirit to build the most, holy sacraments of the temple, or what? Not sacraments, holy parts of the temple.
Oh, there at verse 4:7, it says right there, those 10 menorahs I was telling you about.
Oh yeah, there's the 10 menorahs. Mike was saying 10 golden lampstands as prescribed. But I'm
And
gonna try to find where it says he got God's spirit to do all this too.
and it
I
does
haven't
mention
figured it out.
those instruments and all the treasures going into Babylon, and when Belshazzar drank from the cups and stuff. So I guess there were those instruments in the temple of God. I mean, I guess I don't know. Maybe it was just a house. It's meant to be a house of prayer and not a house of sacrifice. I don't know.
Well, the altar of incense got blood wiped on the horns, and the beyond the curtain, the Holy of Holies got blood every year.
I know,
That
but doesn't that seem weird?
would be the only funky part. But yeah, tons of
What?
butchery going on outside.
Yeah, and that seems really disgusting and weird.
When did God command the temple to be a house of prayer?
Jesus said it. When he went and whipped the animals out of the temple with
Oh,
the whip.
oh here.
He
I
went
don't
in and
understand
said
why it's weird to have a
that
conversation over a meal.
what's that?
Oh man, he go to Jesus.
Yeah,
I
Jesus.
just I don't understand
Jesus
why it's
said it.
weird to have a conversation over a meal.
No, but to spread blood everywhere and sprinkle it on people and on curtains and all over the fucking place. Sorry.
But
And
if
the
he's
ashes that
copying something that's already in heaven, then how is that
No,
weird?
it's not. That's ridiculous, dude. In my
He
opinion.
said. So by what you're saying, you said Jesus said, well, Jesus said, my father's house should be a house of prayer. The
Yeah.
temple, right?
Yeah.
But didn't you make the claim that God never commanded the Israelites to build a temple for him?
No, I think I just commanded, or I think I just claimed that God never commanded animal sacrifice. The temple could have been, I don't know, maybe Solomon. I don't know, dude.
But I thought you liked the book of
No,
Isaiah.
I think I do. Yeah.
But I mean, Isaiah
good.
talks about sacrifices.
But doesn't it say that? What does Isaiah say about sacrifices?
Well, 56:5 or 6 is where it's talking about the Gentile who keeps his Sabbath and takes his covenant will be accepted on his holy mountain and will be able to make sacrifices. And
But why did
in
Jesus say
66
require
it says in the new
mercy?
heaven and the new earth they'll choose new priests and Levites. Like, what do you need priests and Levites for if there's no sacrifices?
Yeah, that seems totally ridiculous because didn't Jesus
Quote from Isaiah.
yeah, but there's actually two books of Isaiah. I don't know if you know that,
Oh, okay.
but there is two books. I mean, I think it's at 40 is where Isaiah 2 starts.
Yeah, see, he's playing dumb. He's like, where in Isaiah does it say that about sacrifices? And then all of a sudden he's got this secret knowledge, like, hey, there's two Isaiahs. Like he would have known the answer to his own first question. You know what I'm
You guys
saying?
didn't hear
He's
that?
just like,
You never heard that though, that there's two Isaiahs?
You believe Isaiah wrote the book of Isaiah?
I think, yeah, he wrote one of the book of Isaiahs, which I think it ends at like chapter 40 or 50 or something like that.
Wrong.
And then the other one was written by
Wrong.
second Isaiah. I mean, I don't know this for
Wrong.
sure, but it's all the scholars agree.
Is the same people who you said before, scribes?
I don't know if you want to use that as an argument. He thinks they were liars and
Like
per
the son
scripture.
of a stranger that has joined himself to the Lord speaks, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch is in Acts, right? And you're a firm believer in the book of Acts? Behold, I am a
pretty
dry
much.
tree.
Yeah.
So this is talking about the eunuch. For thus saith the Lord unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbath and choose the things that please me and take hold my covenant. And then it goes into verse 7 says, even them will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted upon my altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all people.
Yeah.
I mean,
his house would be a house of prayer for all people, but his burnt
That's
offerings
not-
and sacrifices
not-
a
prayer.
metaphor
Prayer is just
for-
having a conversation with God.
What's that?
It's just having a conversation. Prayer.
Yeah.
It's a conversation.
Right. It's just
And that's not
And
Solomon
he likes to have
temple.
and God likes to have a conversation over a meal. Like, I don't understand how that's weird.
yeah, that's
You s-
fine.
You see Yahoo.
But
You
the
see where he
idea
getting
that
mixed
you
up.
cover your
He-
sins with blood sacrifice, that's the issue. There is no blood sacrifice that can atone for sins, and God doesn't sniff the smoke of burning animals.
You see where he got it mixed up, Yahoo. Jesus will quote in Isaiah. He wasn't quoting Solomon. Solomon called the temple, or he presented the temple as a house of prayer. But clearly, right there, we see God talking about another temple.
You're right, Lou. It was a guy from the tribe of Judah, but I don't know if he's a foreigner yet because he could have been like brought into the tribe of Judah for God's. It was in Exodus, but yeah, he's the one. It wasn't in building the holy temple. It was in Exodus for the
The Exodus era.
I
Yeah.
just
He
don't.
gave him.
yeah.
He gave
I
him
have
wisdom
filled
and
him
all
with
that.
the spirit of God, with ability and intelligence, with knowledge and all craftsmanship. I knew that was somewhere, but yeah, I had it wrong. So that's two things I had wrong. I had the Haram name wrong. It was similar, Haram Abi, not Haram the king. But yeah, this is the guy who was given the spirit of God and the craftsmanship to build. I was confused. I thought it was for the Holy Temple too, but it was Gentiles building it. And that's what I
Yeah.
have to say to Hebrew Israelites is, do you think that Haram Abi guy that built God's temple for Solomon, or the king of Tyre, Haram, who sent all the materials, do you think God punished them and put them in hell? But those guys are so old. I mean, like I said to Mike, but to start the show, we could beat up on or beat that subject to death, but it gets old to me. I don't know how Vocab Malone's been talking about it for 10 years. I mean, it's hard to come up with topics. So I guess if that's what you want to make your channel about, go ahead and do it. But it's pretty low hanging fruit, and it's like, yeah, you can do it, but then at some point, you've gave people the information. You should move on to more positive things, that God wants from us, versus just throwing stones at other people that have doctrine you agree with.
I think it's real important because it's become so explosive.
Well, he's definitely somebody that's educated people, including myself. So I will give Vocab Malone credit there. But like I said, I mean, he's written books on this. Like, I mean, do you want to dedicate your whole faith, like to your whole channel and what your journey of faith is, to just, pointing out one doctrine's wrong? I mean, that's like if I just said Mormons are wrong and I made my whole channel about Mormons, it's like, granted, he's mixed in some other topics. I'm not trying to say he only does Hebrew Israelites, but at least 50% of his 100% is on Hebrew Israelites. So he really does make a habit of it. So I don't know. I don't like him either, just because he's unfair. Like, he's blocked me in the chat for just saying truthful things. So I think he comes across. He's like a wolf in sheep's clothing to me. Where I think he comes across as he's this goody two shoes, but I don't think he's always got the best intentions. I think he's in it for the money somewhat too. I don't know. I can't speak on his heart, but I don't know. All I know is he blocked me for saying truthful things in the comments. So I don't like anybody that's willing to do that. If you're willing to block somebody just to hide the truth, then that's a big red flag to me. It's not like I was swearing in his comments one day, but he had a guest say something and I pointed it out, and then he like blocked me just so I didn't like expose what his guest was wrong about, because it would have like hurt his credibility. But I was like, wow, you guys block people just that are exposing truth.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah,
I like that about your channel, Ryan, that you allow people up here with free speech. Even if we all disagree on it, we can still have the conversation.
I try to treat people how I would like to be treated, and as long as even if you call somebody a couple 4-letter words, I mean, as long as you're both adults and the person that got called the name isn't, too offended by it, I'm not going to block somebody for that. I mean, granted, I'm not going to advocate for it, but I'm also not going to block somebody. I mean, people are adults. I don't want my moderators timing people out just because they disagree with me, or, if they're a Hebrew Israelite or something, they're coming in and saying what they say. I want us all to have our own opinions. And that's, Saad Netta does a good job of that. So I'll give him credit too. I've always enjoyed being on that channel. And
Saad Netta, they do the same thing over there too.
They don't block people. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Nah, not really, bro. Not at all, really, bro. Like, you got to do a lot to get blocked on Saad Netta. Saad Netta himself does not want people getting blocked because he knows it just, all it does is make somebody hate you and never come back to your channel. So Saad Netta knows that. He doesn't want people getting blocked. I mean, his moderators will block people at times, but when they do it, or if the person gets out of the timeout, Saad Netta always tells them, like, yo, be easy. Don't do it unless it's real necessary. I mean, he's got so many people that, yeah, at some point you do got to block some people because I'm sure they say some crazy stuff. Oh, Jamie's here?
Yeah.
Jamie.
They'll block you, time you out if you disagree with the host or whoever's supposed to be presenting something. They time me out a couple of times.
Yeah,
Really?
he only times out people he's intimidated by, though.
That's crazy.
Ryan.
Yeah, because I remember they blocked me for disagreeing with Captain Tazariak and
Wow.
who else? You can't disagree with Jabari. You can't. You disagree, they automatically time
Yeah.
you out.
Yeah, they'll block
Yeah.
you, dude.
Yeah,
They got
them top
certain.
people they don't want you to do. Even Zion Lex, they time me out on. I'm like,
I just block ugly people.
hey,
That's that's crazy, Lou. I can't believe that because I know you're not saying anything like you know 4-letter words or anything. You're just agreeing, disagreeing.
I ain't,
Yeah.
yeah, I ain't cussing. I just, saying what I want to say. And
Heart.
I see Sinetta because what they want you to do, with Sinetta, what they want you to do, like if they have a special guest, they don't want nobody talking bad about them and disrespecting their doctrine and and all that, and they want you to be professional.
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah, but
I
it seems
stopped.
like they always have guys that don't know what they're talking about, and then they protect those
Yeah.
guys and don't let the guys who do know what they're talking about even talk.
I
Well-
stay getting time out when I go over there.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
I get that it's hard to get guests to come on your show, but if you can't have guests that are founded in truth, they shouldn't be up on your show talking in the first place. And then maybe we wouldn't
Yeah,
be
but-
in this problem where we have a bunch of people who are uneducated teaching things out of the Bible.
I mean, Sonnetter, he's against the Bible, right? That's his whole
Yeah.
spiel.
Well, I mean, he's not a Bible believer himself, but he at least lets the people that believe in the Bible
Yeah.
always say their piece. So I'm not saying he's somebody that's like trying to silence the Bible. He himself is just that's what he believes. So you can't make a man believe, and you can't make a man have to say something that he doesn't believe either. So he's being honest on where he's at. And granted, I was not a Bible believer for 35 years either. So I'm not going to judge until I had real evil happen to me and supernatural things happen and needed an actual living God to save me. I didn't know Jesus and the Father were God, but then they showed me beyond a doubt that they're God. And if you call on the name of the Lord, you have protection or a chance at least to be saved from evil. So that's what it took for me to be a Bible believer. Because every time I asked Christians questions, they'd give me bad answers. So you can't blame somebody that hasn't gotten there yet, especially if they haven't had anything supernatural happen, because it's not easy to believe when you're hearing these Bible stories and people are giving you bad answers. That's why we're like doing our best to try to get competent enough to give people answers, so we can defend it. Like when I don't know, EJ obviously had a real bad experience with his mom or something after the couple shows we did. So I hope EJ comes back. Obviously, it seems like he's given up, coming over here or arguing about the Bible. But we were arguing biblical slavery with him. Like it's real important we do our best and try to defend God's nature. So it is what it is. I mean he's got a lot of that Kemet background. So Kemet's poison, and that's satanic. That's the devil. So when people are still half into that, like their spirits are torn towards God and the devil. Obviously, a lot of people don't understand that the Egyptian religion is satanic, but that's what they were worshiping is the devil. But I learned that the hard way. But anyways, yeah, Jamie, I didn't watch your whole show. I only watched like the first 10 minutes. I watched 8 minutes of it, but I don't understand.
Then you
man.
threw up and then turned it off.
Well, I didn't know much about that Donnie guy that's standing for truth. He's got a pretty big channel. I just know he hopped on your show one day to try to debate you on Daniel, but I didn't know he was like an Ace Theo similar type doctrine. Is it how extreme is that Donnie guy?
No, well, he's just a a Stephen Anderson Baptist type.
I don't know Stephen Anderson. Is he like
He's I mean, he's not so bad. I mean, he's just free. He's like kind of like a free grace, but not really bad. I mean, I think I disagree with him obviously, but he's I don't think. I mean, they preach against sin and stuff, so whatever. I just the dispute is over other stuff, kind of, and I used to support it. I've probably given him, I don't even know, it doesn't matter, but plenty of money. I like to support people, give them money all the time, but I
Give
think
me money.
As soon as you accept Paul, I would love it.
Yeah.
I only pay people that do that. No, I'm just kidding.
Shout out to
I can't
Arctic
support you.
Well,
Timberwolf
for
in the
people that
chat.
don't know what I'm talking about, is I watched a short video that JB posted, and these guys
Oh,
they were really arguing about the fact that we're saved by grace, which we all agree on. I believe at least most
Yeah,
of us.
right.
We don't think we're saved on works, but what
Works.
they were doing, which I didn't like, was they were trying to make it like, and this is what happens on some other channels.
oh,
like,
that was old, by the way. That was an old recording from many months ago. So just so you know.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
but either way, the people, I mean, Donnie, or I know you might have a relationship with him, so I'm not trying to single him out, but a couple of the people, and it's not just them, like over on Ace Theo's channel, they do this all the time. They try to make it like if you try to say like you're trying to follow God's commandments, they're like, oh, well, you think you're saved by your works. And they'll admonish you for trying, and they'll act like, well, that shows your lack of faith because you don't believe in the finished work of Christ. You're actually
They don't get it. They don't want to get it. They're not. They
yeah.
do know. They know what I'm saying, but they have to keep saying. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, read my doctrinal statement. I've never ever. In fact, I've corrected people that talk about obedience for blurring the line or going over the line. I mean, and then these same people who I've gone out of my way privately to be like, the way you're presenting it, you're going overboard with, like, you're not affirming justification by faith in the way you're presenting it. I've corrected it, and then they have the nerve to come and then misrepresent me because they're blown around by all sorts of doctrine, and it's very dishonest. And so people think I'm just being an ass all the time with these people, and it's really not that. Like, I'm usually pretty patient, and it's just when people start getting dishonest, is in my opinion, and I don't say that lightly. Like, at a certain point, I think a little righteous indignation is called for. I'm sorry, I get out of hand, and I regret things sometimes, but
or they
I'm the
take
same
or
way,
they
Jamie.
take a stab at you personally. I think it's called ad hominem. They'll throw something out there like, well, Jamie only has one eye, so he can only read half the scripture at a time.
it's really when they misrepresent my position, or they throw like, people that I care about who are much more concerned about, having a relationship with God and being obedient to God, that are, I'm sorry, I have to just say it flatly, like just people that take it more seriously in honesty, and they throw those people under the bus by saying like, I believe this. And it's like, actually, I don't believe that. And you want to throw like, it's like, then I start getting offended. Like, you can say crap about me, but when you start saying things that are not true, and then you're throwing like my family, and like, that's where it starts to get kind of personal. And then I'm like, you know what? F you. You know what the truth is. And why do you have to misrepresent me? Frankly, it's hard to even know what exactly is going on there psychologically. I hate to analyze people in that way, but it's like, is it your conviction and you're just dealing with it in your head, or is it that are you really just, frankly, are you just ignorant or dumb, or
They're
what?
just trying to pick at you, dude. They're trying to find your weak spots. It's like when people keep calling me a Jehovah's Witness, even though I've said I'm not a Jehovah's Witness like 100 times, and they're always just like, "Oh, he's just a Jehovah's Witness."
I don't think you're just a Jehovah's Witness, but
Yeah,
I probably used that inappropriately, so sorry for that.
Well,
But
that's okay.
But it's
I mean,
I have done that, so I apologize for that. But
well, yeah, but we butt heads a lot, Jamie, so it's okay.
yeah, I really hate your doctrine, so
I know.
I think you're totally wrong. I feel
You'll
like
come around.
I've
soon
given
enough.
you reasons to
Did
see
you
it.
just give Dirty a compliment? You said he had a doctorate. I mean, I don't
I just think
I don't even take it that
provided.
far. I don't even take it that
provided the
far.
bigger
I can't call what he has a doctorate. I think that's just a jumbled opinion that he has. I don't think it's a complete He's the only one in the world that has it. So how can it be called a
It's
doctorate?
developing into a doctrine. I just put 2 new videos out. One more top 10 videos against
I
the Book
watched
of
them. I
Revelation.
was disgusted. I have to say.
Of the 7 billion people on Earth, there's not another human being that shares this guy's doctrine. So I
I put one out today, Jamie. I think you're gonna like it, dude.
I'll check
You'll
it
love
out.
it.
I just got to say, if I have a calling from God, it's that I'm convicted to show. Like, I don't care about atheists. I like talking to atheists. I actually like talking to atheists a lot of the time more than Christians, because they're like more honest, it seems like, half the time, but or more. But with Christians, it's like they ought to know better. Like it seems to me, or like they're more quick to be dishonest. It just makes the whole enterprise a sham, and it makes me sick.
Me too, Jamie. I feel the same
Sure.
way, dude. I'm fed up
Say
with the way
that, yeah, I
Christians
say
are
that in all
acting.
honesty. Like I try not to let it.
Well-
I want to like love people, but like when they start lying and like being, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to.
Well, these people, just so people understand what we're talking about, and I'm not trying to transition from what we were talking about with Dirty, so you guys can go back to that. But I don't know. I was just bringing it up because Jamie came on and I saw this video earlier. But it's people that'll say like the people that are doing things that would be considered works lack the same amount of faith as the people that claim that we don't need any works. So it's like literally them saying, well, you don't believe in Jesus as much because if you did, you wouldn't be doing these things because you're trying to be self-righteous to do these things. And the whole point of the matter is like, it's just totally goes against what Jesus himself taught, where Jesus, when the disciples, I think it was James and John, their mom was saying, I want my sons to sit at your right hand and your left hand in heaven. And Jesus said, you don't know what you're asking me. And, that's not, for me to decide. And he said, whoever wants to be the greatest among you must be the slave of all. So somebody needs to explain to me how you can be the slave of everybody and not be doing works. Because are you an unemployed slave? Because Jesus told you if you want to be the greatest among you, you must be the slave of all. So tell me, if you're an unemployed slave, I mean, how are you doing all these like works if you're not, being a slave? Like, so it's Jesus's own words and just Jesus as our example, being obedient to the point of death. If you're obedient to something, you're clearly doing works. You're doing what the Father's will was. So that was our example to Jesus, and clearly we all fail on it. But
I believe the works they pertaining to is the law of Moses. That's what they're. I believe
Yeah.
whoever's saying that, I believe that's what they pertain to. I mean, because you can't have faith without works. Because faith, you got to put in the work to have faith. I mean, you can't tell God, okay, I have faith, I'm gonna make it to work today, and just stay at home. You gotta
Well-
literally go to work.
it
Yep.
would be a lot more
Show your
logical
faith.
if they were just talking about like the Mosaic Law, Lou, but you'd be surprised. I mean, you've heard these people, you've heard some of them at least, like Perry, he's an extreme of it, but like there's a lot of Christians that say, well, Jesus did it all. So it's like we're just, it's the group project in high school, and none of us do all the work. We're just going to show up and Jesus is going to do the group project for you. And they say, if you do anything for the group project, then you lack the faith that I have because I trust that Jesus did it all. And you don't trust it because you're trying to be self-righteous. And they're not just referring to the Mosaic Law. So it would be a lot more logical if like that's the stance they took, separating Old Testament, New Testament, like covenants, Old Covenant, New Covenant, but they don't do that. They go way overboard and they try to say that you lack faith and belief in Christ by trying to do things, even though
Like,
Jesus
faith-
himself says in Mark 10:44 and also throughout, if you want to be the greatest among you, you got to be the slave of all, which just is,
But hold on, what they mean by faith? Faith as in what? To have faith.
you
in
don't
Christ.
trust that Jesus did enough for your salvation. So you're trying to do things to achieve salvation because you don't understand that Jesus did it, because you lack the faith that they have because they believe. So they know they don't have to do, X, Y, and Z works. They twist it so bad, man. It's ridiculous. I don't know. I mean, we can watch Jamie's video that he posted. I mean, you'll get it within the first 5 minutes because he replays it.
Hold
But,
on. So their view is I have to have faith that Jesus Christ, fulfilled the law.
Their opinion is this. It's the ultimate hypocrisy. They'll say that somebody that tries to do something isn't as faithful as they are because they believe that Jesus fulfilled it and they're saved by grace, which we all agree we're saved by grace, but they'll try to be hypocritical and say, well, you don't believe as much as me because I'm willing to just trust that Jesus did it all. It's essentially Perry's doctrine. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, but there's a lot of people that have it where they're just like, well, he fulfilled it all, so I can't. I don't have to do anything. I'll
So they
play.
don't
Let
have
me play
to.
Jamie's video. Maybe
They
I'll
don't
Handle
have
so
to
it's impossible.
feed the poor, help the
Yeah,
widow.
yeah,
They
yeah.
feel
All the
like they ain't
obvious
got it.
stuff.
Jesus
Yeah.
already did it.
Yeah, yeah, all the obvious stuff that Jesus tells people to do. They
So,
believe you don't have to do any of it because
Yeah, Jesus.
yeah,
so they don't
they just
have to.
I mean, Jesus is
They don't.
works based guy, dude. He said he
here
taught
it
us to
is.
do
Here it is.
works.
Yeah, yeah. Let's listen just so
Yeah,
um
yeah. Let me listen
so
to
people
it.
understand. We'll listen to 5 minutes of it because that's all I need. They were basically going at the CJ synagogue guy for I don't know what he said, but they were going at him. So yeah, we'll just listen to 5 minutes of this video for everybody watching. Because this is how far I got. 8 minutes in, and it was just repeating
We're
itself.
saved by grace through faith. I believe in the finished work of Jesus Christ. John 3:16.
Doing that, or if I
All right, so here we go, guys. Let me just put up what I always ask Jamie to do, so I'm not a hypocrite in my own way. Video will play 5 minutes. Oh, oh, oh! Why did I hit that? What did I hit here? Hold on. Video will play 5. Yeah, we'll just listen to this for 5 minutes, guys. Chris has a question for you too, Jamie, for after this all, or if you want to answer it before. Do you want to answer it before we play the video, Jamie? I don't know what he just asked you.
If it has anything to do with my denominational position,
It's always got that one right in there.
I just don't. No.
All right. We'll leave it alone. Chris is definitely not a 7-day Adventist. We'll make that clear. All right, let's listen to the video for 5 minutes here, guys. All right, and then everybody can get a better context of what we're saying here.
Yeah, I got a question for Jamie afterwards.
You want to ask it before or no?
No, I asked
Well,
him.
All right. We'll go for 5 minutes.
It'll be quick.
All right,
It'll
go
be
ahead.
quick. Hey, Jamie, I was watching that one video about the covenant, the one you had a solo. You was doing solo. You said you said the covenant was made with Israel, but Gentiles are grafted in.
Yeah, I mean, so it's what I mean is that the covenant people of God in the Old Testament were the people of God, and then the new covenant that was prophesying Jesus was promised to those people. Now there's allusions to that he'd be a light to the Gentiles, and so my point is to say that the context of the Old Testament and the new covenant in Jesus is all promised to Israel by Israel to make a covenant with the house of Judah and the house of Israel. That's all it says. Yeah. And so we're grafted into the covenant that God is making through Jesus for the world. But he made that covenant with Israel, and he established what I would say the new covenant or the renewed covenant that Jesus accomplished. That whole thing, that gospel was to the Jew first, and then we are brought in. So it says the fullness of the Gentile until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in. I would want to say you're not really a Gentile in that sense it's used when you come in. Now you come into Christ. You don't become per se an Israelite per se, although I think that's a fine way to say it. I would just say, just to avoid confusion. So that's what I mean. It was to them and for us. It wasn't to us and then they get joined to it. They established it. We get joined. So it's for us, to them, for us. I think there's a proper way to say it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Yahoo, both of what you and Yahoo says sounds similar, but Yahoo said it in a different way. So I just wanted to see if it mixed with it. I mean, if it parallel with each other. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Y'all said the same thing, but just in a different type of way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with a lot with Jamie.
Yeah. Go ahead, Yahoo. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say I agree a lot with Jamie. Yeah, we say a lot of the same things.
Yeah, I mean the covenant is to the house of Israel and the house of Judah, but like I would say, you got to think about how big the house of Israel is talking about here, because the house of Israel is in the house of Judah, you know, like I said, people have always been coming into it. You know, people want to act like the new covenant is this new radical idea, but people are getting grafted in from the Edomites, from the Egyptians, you know, you name it. There was, you know, righteous people, you know, like I said, the Queen of Sheba. I mean, Jesus doesn't mention the Queen of Sheba, you know, when he says the Queen of Sheba will rise up and condemn this generation because she repented at Solomon. Jesus isn't mentioning her because she's burning in hell somewhere or eventually going to burn in hell if you're Jamie, you know, Jamie, or she's sitting in hell right now, I'll say, because I don't think the lake of fire is going on at this point either. But Jesus isn't mentioning the Queen of Sheba for the fact that she's not, you know, going to be saved one day or saved at right now. You know, why would he be mentioning her or the people of Nineveh?
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Is that who it was? No, they didn't repent. But I think he mentions. Does he mention Sodom and Gomorrah? I think
I thought he said the same thing. Sodom and Gomorrah will rise in judgment against you because you're doing something. But yeah, that does sound fishy.
Yeah, he said that.
He did. Thank you.
No, he said Nineveh. He said Nineveh, but he said Sodom and Gomorrah he said they're better off. He definitely said something about Sodom and Gomorrah being better off than.
Are you talking about when he was in Capernaum and he says if the same miracles have been done in Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, they would have repented in Sodom and Gomorrah if the same miracles had been done. Yeah, you're right about that, Jamie. That's the verse. All right. So here we are. Let's listen to this for 5 minutes just to talk about it. Like I said, the whole point for me is to show that people like literally will say, if you're doing anything, you're not as much of a believer as they are, because by doing something, you think you have to do that, which is just, you know, totally distorting why people do things, you know, and they're told to do things by Jesus himself, you know, but let's just listen to 5 minutes because that's all we need.
You know, endure the end out of context or something like that. You would tell me you're not saved. So to me, your assurance still has to be somehow in your, from this point, let me just draw it out on a map. From this point of your life to the end of your life, you have to gain you still have to have something there that me and Donnie and Revivalists for Christ and Aaron don't have to have.
Can you want to say something? Was that somebody saying something, or was that the tape?
No, that's the video. That's the video. That's
okay.
the video. That's the part that I was on here.
Yeah, well, you guys just heard 40 seconds in what that guy just said. You know what I mean? And that's like pretty much almost the whole point right there. You know, he's saying you think you have to do something that we don't think we have to do because we just trust in Christ more.
Hey Ryan, you should play the little clip I made out of this where it has the it's called say the words or pay the price. It's like a 40-second montage from the highlight of this video.
Well, I saw you trying to mix in some GIFs and or some video clips too. So
yeah, I did. I played it. I played the clip that clip of in this video too. But yeah.
Milkshake thing.
I watched it. I watched this. I have watched it.
Yeah, just for people that haven't seen it, I'll just let it go for 5 minutes.
I am curious. I'm curious how you would respond to that.
What?
I'm curious what you took from, because I'm like
From
I'm
what?
bad on that little clip part of that I made with where I interlaced the movie from the Army of Darkness.
Your timing was pretty good. I mean, I from what you were trying to like communicate, I guess you were just trying to say that the one guy thought he was better than CJ. I don't know.
Well, it's like this. It's how I can sum it up with a little miniature anecdote. Hey, this is what they're saying. They're saying, this is what they're really saying deep down. Just tell me what to believe. I got sinning to get to. Like, what do I need to affirm? What do I need to say? What do I got to say and affirm? And what proposition must I repeat out loud so I can, and make it snappy? I got sinning to do.
Yeah, I don't know
Right.
if I'd go. I don't know if I'd go that far, but what they are saying to me that is like worse is no, well, not worse than that, but to me it's almost worse because what they do is they're antagonizing people that do things as having less faith than them, which is like really wrong. Just on like I shouldn't go to anybody no matter what and say you have less faith than me. Like that just in itself is bad.
Well,
But if-
depending on how you define faith.
No.
What is faith?
Only God knows the heart. I shouldn't be telling anybody because I don't know their heart. They could be.
Yeah.
I say over and over and over, I believe that you're justified by faith through God's grace in the finished work of Christ, lest any man should boast, it's not by works. I actually do believe that.
Yeah,
And
we
so
all do.
It's justification.
Not me.
Justification. And so I believe that. I just don't think you actually believe if you don't agree with Christ. And agreeing with him it's I mean, the Bible tells you.
But what does the word work mean in that context and in the Greek?
Apparently it means not.
What is it referring to?
Apparently working is not, avoiding iniquity, like not lying is works, I guess. Like it's a lot of work to like, it seems to me like, my yoke is easy, my burden is light is like, because like sinning is bad for you. And like, not actively lying is good. So you refrain from iniquity. That's like what they're saying is works, I guess. Refraining from murdering, refraining from dishonoring people, refraining from coveting, refraining from dishonoring your parents, not, working on the Sabbath is what you need to do, not rest on it. It's like
Yeah, but
all the
works would
commandments are like, don't
include.
do this, don't do that. And they think
Yeah,
it's works to not do
It
something.
includes giving money to the poor and stuff though too, right?
Yeah, sure.
Both not doing things and doing positive.
Yeah,
well, I
that's-
mean,
that's the
Jesus is my giving money to the poor, so I don't have to give money to the poor because Jesus did that. So, I don't have to.
Yeah.
Paid in full, paid in
Yeah,
full,
sorry.
student, paid in full.
Yeah.
I don't even believe in faith really. I think faith is the definition of faith is that it's something you believe in without having any evidence or knowing the truth. That's what faith is. It's like
Well, that's the
You-
problem. You agree with them on the faith, but you recognize that it's stupid. But the thing is, faith is
Yeah, I don't even-
obedient love faith relationship. It's trust. It's saying I agree with God, and so I want to do what He says
Yeah,
because I agree with Him. I have faith in that. I have faith in this bridge that I can walk. Hey, man, you should have faith in this bridge. Hey, well, show me walk across it. No, hell no, I'm not walking across that thing. Do you have faith in that?
That
bridge?
is a
Hell
perfect
no, you don't have faith
example.
in that bridge. You're a liar.
I think of Indiana Jones when he said that the Raiders of the Lost Ark when he starts like walking across like the 30-yard gap and then he ends up throwing like the dust on it, the sand on it so he can see where the stones are and stuff.
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah.
Yeah, the Holy Grail, Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's what I was thinking of. But that's a perfect example about faith. It's not just that. It's the same premise of falling backwards, but I like that analogy a lot. Is if you're at the Grand Canyon, will you take that first step without seeing the bridge and just trust that God has a bridge there for you?
No, I said I believe in it. I said I did. I have faith in it. Well, show me. Well, I don't want to walk. No, you should have faith too. Well, show me. No, hell no. I'm not walking across that thing.
All right, let's let these guys go just for 5 minutes. That's the little introduction. I'm gonna play the introduction again just for context, just so people hear what this guy says, because this guy does summarize pretty much in the first 40 seconds what he's saying. So let's just give it 5, guys. We'll let this rock.
Doing that, or if I didn't continue to the end of my life, endure the end out of context or something like that, you would tell me you're not saved. So to me, your assurance still has to be somehow in your, from this point, let me just draw it out on a map. From this point of your life to the end of your life, you have to gain you still have to have something there that me and Donnie and Revivalists for Christ and Aaron don't have to have.
So you heard him just say that last 10 seconds. You have to do something that me, this guy, and this guy don't have to do. And he's referring to works. So let's just continue on, though.
Can I I'm gonna work just by way of analogy because I got to be honest. I'm not even really sure how this is confusing. If I'm being realistic, let's go ahead.
Here's the thing,
So, are you in America right now?
No, because I'm not going to let you slap and run, CJ. The reason why it's confusing is because you're making a simple question. Okay, you're making a simple question have a confusing answer. The assurance that we have in terms of why we are saved is easy and you're complicating it. John 6:47, verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me hath everlasting life. Okay? Is what Jesus saying true? Do you believe what Jesus is saying is true? I believe that what Jesus is saying is true. Okay? Therefore,
I've already answered that, though. I said
That's
yes.
It's over. But you're complicating it. You're trying.
See right there. I just want to pause it again quickly. See how he says it's over? That's him demonstrating that he thinks that if you think, giving to the poor or doing anything is necessary or something we should be doing, then you're self-righteous. You're not trusting. You don't have as much faith as him.
I like
And the
to
scriptures
So backwards, dude.
Are we
Yeah.
obliged? Are we obligated?
Huh?
And he's speaking about John 6. He's talking about John 6 something, which is early on in his ministry, probably at the feeding of the 5,000. That's his audience. If you believe in me, I just fed you guys. Well, I'm just saying. He's referencing John 6 something. That's early on in the ministry.
Yeah, well, they like to take texts out of the context by themselves. It says, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. That's it. If you do try to do anything else,
Yeah, I know.
That's so messed up, dude.
Yeah, he's like end of movie, end of book, right there. Yeah, he literally said that.
Guess what? You are obligated to keep the God's commandments.
You do.
Yeah.
You can at least
Literally did
admit that
say
that's a
so.
result of Paul, right?
Yeah, let's just let it go for another 3 minutes. But I just wanted
Whether
to
it's
pause
twisting
at
Paul or not.
these pivotal quotes because it really does highlight what I saw as the problem. And if for context, this guy in the upper middle, the synagogue, CJ, that's who they're kind of attacking. And I know he didn't say anything wrong, but they're just going at him for some reason, trying to make themselves the greater members of faith for saying it's over just by belief.
Yeah, that's impossible, dude. Like James said, faith without works is dead. And these guys just ignore it.
Yeah, this is Jamie mixing in some internet humor with the milkshake thing, so they will let this Daniel Day-Lewis, I think it is, go.
And I have a milkshake. And I have a straw. There it is. That's the straw. Watching. My straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
You got a best actor, by the way.
No, I have not. I've
You're
said
trying to say that we got to
in
look
faith
at the
of
fruits
Christ.
and the works.
Again and
how
again
to
and again.
balance
I've
that
said
between the bad that's done.
Yeah, you say assurance, but, and I think the biggest thing we have to remember with Christianity is that it is different from every religion in the world. For Muslims, you got to work. For Mormons, you got to work. For Jehovah's Witnesses, you got to work. In Christianity, Jesus Christ did all the work from.
These guys pissed me off, dude. I'm sick of this shit.
Jamie did his sound effects here. Unsolved mysteries.
On the cross, he shed his blood.
Which
He who
nobody has
knew no
denied.
sin shed his blood.
Continue straw
Right?
manning the argument. Nobody denies that.
No, I think there's no straw mans. This is
It's
what's
an
really
absolute
important
straw
to
man.
understand. The gospel is the gospel. If you're adding
Okay, let me
anything to
ask
the
you a
gospel,
question. Are you
whether
in
it's in
America right now?
Habakkuk, you can ask after I'm done talking. Whether you're looking at Habakkuk or Romans or Galatians or Hebrews, it's very clear. The Bible says the just live by faith. And we are saved by grace through faith. 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4 is the gospel.
Even
to
the
those who
demons believe. Easy believism is a
No,
heresy.
see, it's
Yeah, but the
believed
demons
not in
don't.
vain. It's
So we see Praise I Am. This is his channel defending the truth there. So give him credit. And
Yeah, he
say
just told me I was a heretic for saying the same thing, too. It's funny, just a minute ago.
oh, really?
Yeah, he's all over the place, man. The guy's
He didn't admit it.
his head's full of water.
He's not watching this channel, though. I mean, what he
Probably
watched.
not. Right. No, he's just blown about for the last. I mean, I've tried to help the guy.
Praise I am. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what his,
Yeah.
I don't watch enough of his stuff, but I know he goes at, certain stuff that I agree with, certain stuff.
Yeah.
I think he just talks a little loud, and that gets on my nerves. I mean, he's just a little loud for me. He talks really loud, and I don't agree with some of his humor. But anyways, yeah, guys, I'll just give this another minute, and then we'll break it down.
Says believe not.
The point's already clear, but, one more minute, kind of wrap it up. It's at 3.5, so.
In 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. And praise, just so you know, it's not easy believism, because there's a lot of people in this world that don't believe, and it took you a long time to believe, didn't it, praise?
Praise.
Especially because and you don't need a license to sin either, praise. You're sinning just fine.
Especially because most people in the world, all your Muslims, your Roman Catholics, your Mormons, and your Jehovah's Witnesses, they all say the same thing. Are you telling me all I got to do is believe?
It's just too good to believe.
It's got to be more than that, because guess what? Just believing is not.
Yeah, I mean, so right there, you hear it.
This is the worst part. This is the cringe part right here.
You have this Aaron guy, this Donnie guy, and one other guy. You hear what they're saying. They're comparing Christianity to other religions, and they're trying to say all you got to do is just believe, which obviously is the first step. But there's works and things we have to do. The word believe, entails action, within that. But I don't want to talk about that. Let's give it the last 40 seconds here.
Not easy, because most people want to do something. Okay, most people want to work their way to heaven. Most people have a bit of pride. Here's the thing: salvation by faith alone, and trust alone in the finished work of Christ.
That's JB pausing it, not me.
What did I do this time?
Christ requires the least amount of pride and the most amount of humility. But man, in general, because of our sin nature,
there has to
we
be a
are
heart
prideful.
change.
We are prideful. So this whole idea of easy believism, what do you believe in? Hard worksism? I am going to prove how easy this answer should be to this question. Aaron, I'm
There
going to
has
ask
to
you
be
a
a
basic.
transformation.
Here we
listen,
go.
It's funny how the beginning of your sentence starts in the middle of mine. I'm going to ask a basic question to Aaron. Okay, Aaron, how do you know you're saved? What is your assurance of salvation today?
For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man boast.
I would like the timestamp where
I'm
I
saved by
denied
grace
that.
through faith. I believe in the finished work of Jesus Christ. John 3:16.
I would like the timestamp where I denied that.
By the way.
I have a question for the Calvinists. How do you guys, and this doesn't mean anything one way or another, I'm trying to grasp.
All right, I think that's enough for us. You guys go ahead. I'm going to grab a drink. If people want to comment on that, go ahead.
Yeah, it still sounds like to me they when they saying works, they're referring to the works of the law, and not the I don't think they trying to say we don't have to follow the 10 Commandments. I mean, it seems because I heard this argument with Christians and Hebrew Israelites. With the without faith, without work, faith is dead, and both sides are having their own definition of or having their own context. Christians believe you need faith to be saved, but at the same time, you got to have the fruit of the spirits. The Hebrew Israelites believe, you need faith, but you got to keep the laws of Moses. I don't know if this is the similar type of argument that's going on, because you need good fruits to have faith. You can't separate the two. You can't have faith and not have good fruits, and you can't have good fruits without faith.
Yeah, well, let me read Ephesians 2 here real quick. So it says this. Okay. But God, who's rich in mercy for his great love wherewith he loved us, even when we were dead in sins, has quickened us together with Christ. By grace ye are saved, and hath raised up together and made us sit together in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, that in the ages to come he might show the exceeding riches of his grace in his kindness towards us through Christ Jesus. For by grace are you saved through faith, and not of yourselves. It is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And that's where everybody always stops. But there's actually another verse after that, and it says, for we are his workmanship, created in Jesus Christ unto good works, which God hath ordained that we should walk in them. That wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcised, by the which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hands, that at the time you were without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel. You know what that means? That means if you're now in Christ Jesus, you are not part of the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers from the covenants of promise, having no hope without God in the world. But now in Christ Jesus, ye who sometimes were far off are made nigh by the blood of Christ. So it's both. But I agree with what Chris Lucas was saying there. It is by grace through faith, but it's not. That's not the end of the story. I'm sorry, you don't have the faith if you think faith. They think that faith means it's over, and then if you think there's more to the story, then you're done. It's like, no, come on, dude. Almost nobody believes that, you know. And even if someone's a little confused on it, I don't think God's gonna throw them in hell forever because they were confused, but they trusted Jesus, but they thought they ought to do works for God and that they needed to. They ought to and they need to, or they're not right before God. I don't think God's gonna be so pissed. These people act like someone who might be a little confused. You know why? Because they're got itching ears and they're trying to reinforce their own BS. And they call you self-righteous, but really they're self-righteous in their own evil, and they want to be secure, and so they're projecting that, even to the point of being willing to throw you under the bus and say you're not saved, to try to force you into being another parrot like they are. That's what's going on.
But what do you feel like when Jesus said, when they say the work was done at the cross? What work are they referring to? What do you feel like? What work are they referring to?
Yeah, there's somewhat of a mystery in how this works, right? The sacrifice for sins, like before God, I'd say he demonstrates his law stands, and he demonstrates what sin brings to. So it's a demonstration of his mercy and his justice in Christ on some level, right? And so we're not supposed to glory in the covering ourselves with the blood of the dead God man. We're supposed to be empowered by his spirit, and I think he condemns sin, which is automatically upholding his law. His law stands so firm that it required Christ's death to make a way for us to be saved. And so people think the cross did away with the law. That's actually the most perverse thing I can imagine.
It was the handwritten ordinances against us. So right away, the handwritten ordinances sounds like a Pharisaical law. But since he does say it was the law that was against us, I'm not even going to say it. Ryan already knows. Oh, he's away. I'll say it while he's gone. So we already know that's those laws because of the golden calf sin. All those post golden calf laws is what was essentially nailed to the cross. If you're looking for something to be nailed, some law to be nailed to the cross.
Well, how about it? I mean, I would say it's that I'm fine with that. I would just say it seems like he may be saying, like in Colossians, he says that the offerings, the need to do these sins year after year, these sacrifices. I think he's saying Christ fulfilled that part of it on some level, right? He ratifies the covenant by his death, and all that is key also. But I would say it was the fact, it seems to me the sacrifices for sins were added in order to point to Christ, which would be the ultimate fulfillment of that. So we all agree he did away with this. I mean, maybe not all of us totally are clear on this or agree on this, but I would say it's clear to me that Paul's saying he is the once for all sacrifice that takes place of those yearly sacrifices, because obviously nobody can do those anymore without the temple. And so he did do away with that, but in the sense that he is the sacrifice now, and you have to recognize that. And so in a way, it's not done away with. It's just he is the fulfillment of it. And we still are supposed to recognize that he is the fulfillment of that. And when we repent, we keep that in mind, right? Because we trust in that provision. That's how I look at it anyway.
Amen.
I found a little thing from Peter talking about the whole faith versus works issue. If you guys want to hear that, it's that's
one I heard that argument. The Christians always run to that.
The one in the Nazarene Acts or whatever.
Nazarene Acts in the
Yeah,
book?
there's this apocryphal book called the Nazarene Acts, and
Oh, nah.
Peter gives a little he gives a little thing about it. If I could read it real quick, it'll just take a second.
If we understand it's apocryphal, right?
Yeah, it's apocryphal. It's from the pseudo Clementine literature called the Recognitions of Clement, and it's in it says the credentials of Jesus himself must be examined with all care, and when you have once ascertained that he is the prophet, it behooves you thenceforth to believe him in everything, and not further to discuss the particulars which he teaches, but to hold to the things which he speaks as certain and sacred, which things, although they seem to be received by faith, yet are believed on the ground of the probation previously instituted. For when once at the outset of the truth of the prophet is established on examination, the rest is to be heard and held on the ground of the faith by which it is already established that he is the teacher of truth. So it's saying, once you know that Jesus is the Messiah, then it's not a matter of faith anymore, because it's been proven to you through the prophets, through miraculous prophecy. So faith, by definition, is believing in something that you don't know for sure. But we can believe in Jesus. We can know Jesus is the Messiah for sure. And so it's not based on faith. It seems like it is, but after we've established that Jesus is the Messiah, then we can believe everything he said. And it's logic, not faith,
Well,
Right,
I
but
get what you're saying, but I think that's what faith is. It's knowing that you can trust in Christ. But I mean,
a future event, faith in a future event. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no,
and it goes on to
it is a
but
weird
as-
dynamic. Yeah, Christians fight over what faith means all the time.
But as you were reading it, Clementine or whatever you were reading was referencing Jesus as the prophet, and that we need to listen to him. But then when you commented on it, you mentioned that yes, they need to understand that Jesus is the Messiah. So if we go back and look at the original text, and it's saying we have to understand he was the prophet, that's the one spoken of in Deuteronomy 18:15 that we're supposed to listen to, because he's going to speak only the words of the Father. So
Right.
yes, if you look, and just like Clementine or whoever you're reading, Peter says we should believe only those words. Yes, because it is only from the Father, just like we got in Horeb, only from the Father.
Right.
So don't add, subtract. Amen.
Yeah, amen to that, Mike.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Do you think the issue I have with thinking the golden calf thing, like I understand it wasn't from God when he says don't come against your wives. I would just think it would. I always kind of thought of that as being like, don't make yourself like ritually unclean or whatever. And so I don't think God necessarily even told him to say that to him or anything. I just think it's an interesting dynamic. I'm still thinking about what you're saying there. I need to read it, I guess, but
what the recognitions of
well, I still kind of think when he talks about the thing when Paul says stuff like that, the things added 430 years too late. That seems to me to be like, it seems to me like, so God makes a covenant with Abraham, and then there's this reason he makes the agreement at Sinai, and it's not totally clear why he didn't just stay with the thing that with Abraham, right? And then so it seems like the things added because of sins are like, there had to have been something that defines sin, right? Which would be like the Torah as it's revealed to the patriarchs or Adam or whatever to Abraham. And like people had like lost what God probably told them in the garden, which clearly he had I would say he had, they knew what clean animals were, things like that. There's hints of it, right? He says, how long will you not keep my Sabbaths in Exodus 16? That's before Sinai. And he's like chastising them as though they ought to have been keeping the Sabbath. And so you can establish at least the 10 commandments and some of the food laws potentially. Scholars argue over this from different positions. Like, well, is it anachronistically being read back into that when they're writing the text? Like, when was the text written? Is he just referring to these animals? Like, it seems to me Noah did know what God told him, what the clean animals were. But what does that mean then? Does that mean that all the things that are end up written in the Torah are known. It doesn't seem like that would make sense because some of them are added as their journey continues. But there's allusions to some of them in some sense, right? With dates and with events, like when the three come to Abraham's tent and they make unleavened bread. And but like, you know, so it's complicated. I would say there's obviously a Torah, but it's not like the exact Torah we have in the first century was there with Abraham before Passover or, you know, is occurred or whatever. So, you know, or been instantiated by them leaving Egypt, things like that. It's like, but they obviously had God's commandments. And so I always think of it like they certainly had the 10 commandments because they seem to be, you can actually deduce them from Genesis for one. Two, some of them are outright given, like the Sabbath. And so it doesn't really make sense to think God wouldn't have like either given them intrinsically when he made Adam and Eve, like to be aware of what was, you know, right or wrong to some degree. Because they seem like the really basic like stuff, right? Like don't lie, don't cheat. I mean, that seems like he makes them full grown or whatever, perhaps. And so how do you can, there's different ways of looking at it. In other words, anyways, I want to hear you guys' thoughts or whatever.
Oh,
that's my first time hearing about the golden calf law. That's my first time.
Oh, it's really cool. Lou, go to Exodus 19:11, and God tells Moses to do three things, and then go to Exodus 19:15 and look for those three things that he was supposed to tell the people. And you'll see that he leaves out set bounds around the mountain, and he adds, don't come against your wife. And then as you read on, he takes them back up the mountain and spanks them. He says, come up here, Moses. And Moses goes up there. He says, go down and tell the people not to, and set bounds around the mountain and tell the people not to approach the mountain. And Moses even argues with them. He says, I did tell them. And then God has to yell at him. He's like, get thee down, go tell them. And then as he's going down the mountain, or maybe he does get all the way down or something, but then Exodus 20 starts where he's shouting down the commandments. But yeah, it's real funny that he misspoke.
Well, it's what's interesting too is they hadn't received the 10 commandments yet, so they hadn't signed the covenant yet. Then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, they did say I do in Exodus 19. Like the covenant wasn't read, but they did agree in chapter 19, all that you say we will do. And then you get to chapter 20, he gets through the 10 words, and then they're like, whoa, hold on, stop. Moses, you go listen for us. We need to put somebody in between us and God. And then they make Moses go listen for him. So they've already broke their agreement from 19 when they said all that you say, because they interrupted God and made somebody else go listen.
And
here's what I'm confused about. So do you guys think the sacrifices for sins like that are part of these festivals, like they just got Passover, so does it even say like what
Passover is not for sin? Like there's very little sacrifices for sin. There's very, very few.
Right, but don't you think they're added after they receive the 10 commandments and the golden calf thing?
I do. I think so.
I think those were added for their sins because like it was like an added thing to take away their sins, or for them to have faith to trust God to take away their sins in the action of doing the animal sacrifices. So it seems to me it makes sense to think Paul's talking about those aspects of the old covenant that are being modified by Christ being the offering once for all. And so when he talks about things added because of sin, he's talking about the things that Jesus takes away in his one sacrifice. And so in that sense, that's what was added because of sin, that we now trust in Jesus' sacrifice. And that's why the temple's gone. God allowed, because that's how you were supposed to do it. Because even in Daniel, like you don't start the clock of the 69 weeks until they actually not only have the temple rebuilt, but also are given permission to rule and have authority to enforce the law from the temple with the judges in place. I think that's what the words about the moat or the plaza in some translations, that's where they would issue the judgments from the law. And it's not until that, it's because people will quibble and they'll say, well, the decree went out. It wasn't Artaxerxes' decree in the 7th year of Artaxerxes, because Cyrus had given a decree to rebuild Jerusalem and it was rebuilt. So we can't say it was 57. And I think the only plausible way to actually make the case, which is, by the way, the only one that actually fits the prophecy. So it's definitely that one for various reasons. But the thing that's key about that decree is, first of all, it has the most words written about it in Nehemiah and Ezra. So recorded. But it seems like there was already a decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, if you only understand that to be a building of the buildings. But we know that buildings don't mean much. It's if they're in the land with authority from the temple, with it rebuilt, with judges in place, with the authority to rule God's law and issue justice from the temple, and have the land be sovereign over the land. And so that decree actually made that possible fully. And so that's when the clock starts. So I would say the same thing. The building doesn't mean anything. It's so in the same sense, right? Like without the temple, the sacrifices wouldn't mean anything anyways, because it's not actually how God told them to do it or how it's appropriate to do. And so I think we have to understand that if the temple is done away with, God is sovereign. He allowed that to happen for a reason, and that Jesus was that sacrifice. And I was trying to show you, Yahoo, the part that's really interesting from the Talmud, but they actually say like 40 years before the temple is destroyed, which would be the year Jesus died, right? That they kept doing the sacrifices.
Yeah, the scarlet thread didn't turn white anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, I agree.
And there's other stuff
that
too,
the
like
law
the
that
light,
was-
the menorah wouldn't stay lit, and like the doors of the temple gate wouldn't stay shut, and like they had to actually they couldn't do their stuff from their little room in there, whatever it was called. They had to do it in the court because the foundation stone broke when the earthquake happened. The veil ripped in two. All that stuff is really fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the law that was added was putting a man in between us and God, because whenever he brought him out of Egypt in Exodus 19, he said, hey, you guys are going to be a kingdom of priests. And then, basically right away, Aaron and the Levites are priests. And so I think that that's what the law that was added was. And then once Jesus dies, there is nobody in between man and God anymore. So that's how I view it anyway.
But then the law was given to them the second time Moses went down the mountain, because the first time he was in the mountain, they built that calf, and then he had to go down and wreck everything, and then go back up the mountain again, and then he received the law, and then he gave the Israelites the law.
Yeah, and when he goes back up there, the first thing he says is, this is how you're going to build the tabernacle. This is how you're going to do the Levitical priesthood. This is how you're going to do this and that. Yeah, so it's all that added negative stuff, in my opinion. Negative, whatever. Yeah.
So that's what Paul is referring to when he said the law was added because of sins.
My only thing is, if people are going to say that nothing was going to change, how do we say that God was with them in the wilderness? Like don't we agree? So are you guys, if you're saying that wasn't the original plan, are you guys saying that the God's spirit, like the Ark of the Covenant being with them, wasn't the original plan? I mean, you're not saying that. So it's kind of, for me, it's God's spirit being with them in the Ark of the Covenant is important. So they were always going to build the Ark of the Covenant, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, look at the typology. The Ten Commandments are in the Ark under the mercy seat, and the presence of God is sitting over top of that, in between the two cherubim. It's rather significant. There's certainly there's no sense you should think any of that stuff is going to change. That literally reflects the character of God, which is unchangeable.
Are you guys saying you don't think they had to spend 40 years in the wilderness? Is that the argument?
I think that because they were constantly disobeying, God had to add the sacrifices, which end up, God sees down the line that Christ is going to have to he's going to have to come down, right? And the Son's going to have to come down and take care of it. And God saw that, and there's allusions of that. But the things that were added were supposed to be pointers to what Christ would end up accomplishing in his ministry, and then his death and resurrection to redeem. And that the things added were the things that were types of him, because he's the Messiah that takes away the sin. It was the necessary thing to take care of the sins of humanity. And so that's So when it says added because of sins, it's because of their disobedience, but God's mercy was saying, you know, I got to do this. I'm going to add this to like tide over, you know, my wrath kind of thing, or whatever, however you want to say it. I wouldn't like to say it necessarily like that, but the idea is like, it was to point them to Messiah so they'd recognize when he came, and then he would show them the right way. You know, he was correcting the way they had added things to it and put up fences, and God saw all that down the line. And so he added the things because they were disobedient, so if they were just willing to put their trust in him and do the sacrifices and just do what God said, then it would keep everything in check until the Messiah would come, right? And then show the way, like show them the right way to understand it. And then those things that they were doing along the way in their history would make some of them see that the full story is in Messiah. That's kind of how I see it. Anyway, sorry, it's hard for me.
The way I see it is, they was in Egypt. They was living in sin. They were doing pagan worship. I mean, automatically they considered sinners to God. And then God led them through the desert, and then led Moses to the mountains. Well, not mountains, but led Moses to the mountain to give Moses his laws, to give to the Israelites. But in the meantime, while he was doing that, the sins of the people interrupted by building the golden calf. And then God confronted them. God sent Moses to confront them. Moses confronted them, and he went back up the mountain to receive the rest of the law. And then God gave it to Moses. Moses gave it to the people, so the people have followed before they came to the land. And Joshua kind of like, I'm not gonna say he backs me up 100%, but he kind of like backs me up on that, because God said when they were circumcised, after that one generation died, the kids, when the children were circumcised, he said he removed the Egyptian mentality or Egyptian way of living out of them after the circumcision. I mean, I'm pretty much sure that him removing that Egyptian life out of them, I'm pretty much sure he's saying he removed their sins. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
And it also says when Moses contended, when God says, stand back, I'll wipe them out, and Moses says, and I'll start back over with you, Moses. And Moses says, no, please don't do that. Think of a different way. Yeah, he does contend with him. And then as he walks away, and God says, I'll blot out whoever's named I will, essentially, like it's none of your business what's going to go on. But yeah, as he walks away, he plagues the people because of that golden calf sin. But that as well did not take away from it. It's just like a consequence, a direct consequence of it. It wasn't a long-term consequence. And yeah, like you were saying, them not the 40 years wandering in the desert was because of the bad spy report. It didn't have anything to do with Mount Sinai.
It seems God's main concern is with worshiping under gods, because if you worship another god, you can't keep the laws of God.
Yeah, because when he shouted down the 10 commands, and he's like, "Don't make a molten thing to me," or whatever the command was, they did that. They had no excuses. Nothing was written down yet. Well, it was. I'm just saying they all had.
Everybody heard it.
There 2 million people knew not to do a golden calf.
Yep.
And that golden calf, that's the Molech thing, the tabernacle. Oh, sorry, Ryan, but that's the Baal worship thing, right?
Yeah, that's not Moloch. Moloch's an owl. That's what the Bohemian Grove worship. They worship the owl. That's Moloch.
Yeah, but that's like the new age.
Even like
That's
saying
just-
idols' names like that. I just want to correct you. That it's
Yeah,
not
sorry about that. I kind of.
Well, that is what they worship in the Bohemian Grove with the mock child sacrifice, the Joe Rogan video with Alex Jones.
Yeah.
They're worshiping that evil satan. It's a satanic deity. It's a very evil.
But I
demon.
think back in the day, it was an ox or a calf. You know,
Dude, honestly, that evil deity that I just mentioned, that just might be the devil. It just might have been what they called it back in the day.
I agree with that. Yeah.
To tell you, like that just might be the devil. Like
right.
If you know that the seed of Eve is going to bruise your head, then yeah, you're going to do everything you can to destroy every single baby that you can. So yes, a child sacrifice religion would make perfect sense.
Yeah, but the whole seed of Eve thing.
The Bible is silent on which God they were serving in the desert. They don't know. It doesn't say whether it was the Canaanite, but the Canaanite is totally different from the Egyptian one. They don't know if it was the Egyptian calf or the Canaanite ox.
Yeah, it specifically says it was Apis and Hathor, and those are
Apis.
Egyptian.
Yeah, Egyptian. But I think it's the same. I think it's the same deity. You know how for the Romans it's Zeus, and then for the Greeks it's Jupiter.
They were messenger gods. That's why they said these gods brought you out of Egypt. They weren't insulting. They weren't making that image to be a God Almighty. They were doing it for Moses. Moses was gone, and this was going to be their. But yeah, they were messenger gods to Ra in Egypt, Apis and Hathor.
Yeah, Apis the bull, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't say that to the Don't say that to a Kemet. Nah, not
Why?
Hindu. But don't say a Kemet.
Those guys are Egyptian, right? Kind of, or. Harken
back.
They
claim to be Egyptians.
Yeah, they harken to the Egyptian gods or whatever.
That's why God asked Pharaoh if they could go out into the wilderness for a few days to do their festival, because they were going to be sacrificing animals that were holy to the Egyptians, and he didn't want to offend them. But Pharaoh had a hardened heart and just assumed that if he let them go out into the wilderness for a few days, they'd escape.
And the sacrifice.
And it's like, fine, if you don't want me to be respectful about it, I'll do it all right up in your face, and I'll disgrace every single god in this place in front of God and everybody.
Because the sacrifice they was going to give to God was abomination to the Egyptians.
Yeah, but I think that Moses was just lying to Pharaoh, saying, "Oh, we need to take all of our livestock so that we can do sacrifices to God." He was lying to Egypt in order to get the livestock to come with him. He wanted the livestock for food and for survival, not to sacrifice. Because remember, it said that God, I think in the Exodus, I think it says that God didn't, actually command them to go out and sacrifice animals. He just told them to tell them that so that they would, he was lying to Pharaoh in order to get the animals out of there, because he wanted to take them with him. Because Moses said to Pharaoh, "Oh, we have to take all of our animals too," because Pharaoh said, "Get the hell out of my town. The last time I see you, I'm going to kill you if I ever see you again. And leave my city," And then Moses was like, "Well, we need to bring all the animals too, because we got to do sacrifices to our God in the wilderness," But he was just lying to Pharaoh just so he could get the animals, because how would they survive without him?
What animals they took to the wilderness?
All their livestock, all the livestock. That's what it says in Exodus, I think.
Cows?
Yeah, like cows and sheep and goats or whatever, chickens. I mean, whatever they had. I don't know what they had back then. But all the livestock, it said. Because Pharaoh was ready to let him go, but then Moses said, "Well, no, we want to take all the livestock too,"
Yeah, but that was also to demonstrate God's power.
Moses didn't ask to go. Moses just asked to go to the wilderness to do a 3-day ceremony with God.
He was lying, though. I mean, he was lying to Pharaoh. He was just like, "Oh, we'll be back in 3 days. No big deal." He was lying, right?
Moses was lying to Pharaoh.
Yeah, Moses said
right after he's spoken to God.
Yeah, like God's telling Moses to lie to Pharaoh. He's saying, "Yeah, tell him you'll be gone for 3 days, but I'm actually going to take you guys out."
Hold on, whoa! You said God told Moses to lie to the Pharaoh?
Yeah, Moses is lying to Pharaoh when he said, "Oh, we'll be gone for 3 days." He is lying flat out. He's trying to get the hell out of this town and trying to find any way to get out of Egypt. He's lying to Pharaoh.
So God is a liar.
No, dude. No. Moses is lying. Moses is the one lying.
But God told him to go do it.
Yeah, but God told angels to go lie to Ahaz too. God
No, an angel asked God to do that. God didn't pick
and
an
God
angel.
gave him permission. So maybe
God
Moses
gave him
asked.
permission.
Yeah, Moses I
didn't
think.
ask.
Yeah, I don't know.
Moses
I mean,
didn't ask.
yeah, but are you saying that Moses didn't lie to Pharaoh when he said, "Oh, we'll only be gone for 3 days"?
God told him to go do that, right?
I don't know.
I think they were going to travel for 3 days into the wilderness so that they could keep the festival. I don't think they were only going to be gone for 3 days. I think
I
they
thought
just
that
wanted
was
to
the,
be a significant distance away from the city so as not to
Yeah, see, the way I read it was
offend
that
anybody.
Moses was trying to convince the Pharaoh to let him go by any means necessary. Lies, it doesn't matter. He's just trying to say, "Oh, yeah, we'll only be gone for 3 days. No big deal." You know, he's lying to Pharaoh, dude.
God told Moses to go to Pharaoh 10 times, 10 plagues, to let his people go.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I mean-
you're going to have to put God as a liar.
Well, you're the one that said Moses told Pharaoh that he was only going to be gone for 3 days, right? Or did you not say that?
Yeah, I said that.
So why would Moses tell Pharaoh he's only going to be gone for 3 days? We all know that was a lie. And Moses...
Yahoo just told you why.
Okay, sorry, I missed it. What was it? Okay, yeah. Because they were going to be 3 days away from Egypt in the wilderness. Okay, so like 3 days distance. Is that what you're saying, Yahoo?
What verse you
Yeah,
going to?
that's what I was saying.
Dirty.
Yeah, I didn't know the verse. I was just responding to what somebody said.
Remember it. I don't remember in the Exodus story Moses being like, "Hey, we're going to go away for 3 days and come back."
Yeah, I don't remember that either. I just thought.
Well, you're the one saying it.
Yeah, but I thought you guys brought it up.
No, you're the one saying it.
He did. He went. He asked to go to the desert to make sacrifice to his God for 3 days.
And said that he would come back.
Yeah.
I don't remember
that.
I
don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm just being in general with the comeback. They're gonna sacrifice for 3 days? And I mean, I don't know if Moses literally said that, but I'm just being just going with the flow with that one because I'm pretty much sure he's gonna come back with the people.
I thought I remembered something like that too.
There was gonna be the 3 days.
But I always just assumed that Moses was just lying.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Moses said they want to go to the wilderness for 3 days, and that's when Pharaoh said he don't know who God is. He don't know the Lord.
Yeah.
And that's when he doubled the work of the Hebrews before they were called Israelites.
Right, hold on. I'm getting it now. I just want to see what we're talking about here.
I think that was the first
Exodus
message.
8:27 saying, let's take a look at it. Exodus 8:27. Sacrifice to the Lord our God are an abomination to the Egyptians. If we sacrifice offerings abominable to the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us? We must go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he tells us. So he just said we have to go a 3 days journey to do the sacrifice. And I can see why somebody might be saying, well, that is implying that they're going to do it and come back. But we'll keep reading, but it doesn't look like, it says either way. So we must go 3 days journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he tells us. So Pharaoh said,
You see, hold on, Ryan. As he tells us, see, God commanded him.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. He's saying,
hold on. Let's just read the next verse. Hold on, Dirty. Hold on. So Pharaoh said, I will let you go to sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only you must not go very far away. Plead for me. Then Moses said, behold, I am going out from you, and I will plead with the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, his servant, and from his people tomorrow. Only let not Pharaoh cheat again by not letting the people go sacrifice to the Lord. So to me, I think it's just like God speaking through Moses, like testing Pharaoh. Like, you know, he's not telling him everybody's going to leave right away, but he's just like giving him like step by step, like, are you willing to even do this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's trying to convince Pharaoh to let him go. He's like, Moses wasn't planning and God wasn't planning on making them do sacrifices 3 days out in the wilderness. You know, they didn't do that until, well, I don't think they ever did that, but you know, we know that they didn't do that until they got to the mountain. You know, they didn't cross the sea until way after 3 days.
Okay. Here's where you're going to run into some problems. God said he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart. So whatever he asked Pharaoh, he's going to harden. Pharaoh's heart was going to be hardened, and Pharaoh's going to say no.
Yeah.
And then God would have to prove why he's God. So I mean, it still doesn't change the fact that God did not tell Moses to go lie to Pharaoh.
Well, either way, Moses still lied to Pharaoh, didn't he?
No.
Because Moses's intentions were never, and God's intentions were never to have them go out and sacrifice 3 days distance in the wilderness. That was never the plan. He was going to bring them out of Egypt forever. They weren't just going to go out and then sacrifice and then come back, you know? He was trying to trick Pharaoh.
That was the plan because God told Moses what's going to happen. So he's going to harden Pharaoh's heart. I'm just paraphrasing. Pharaoh is not going to listen, and then he's going to prove to him who's God.
Yeah.
Everything he practically told Moses to go tell Pharaoh, God already knew Pharaoh was going to say no.
Yeah. But he was trying to get him on, oh, just let us go out for a couple days. It's no big deal, you know, any way he could. But still, Pharaoh wouldn't even let him do that, you know. His heart was so hardened that he wouldn't even let him go out temporarily for a couple of days, you know, which was never the plan. But he was still trying to just lie to Pharaoh to try to see if he would let him go for any reason, you know.
30, why do you add so much to what's written?
I mean, how can you guys not see that Moses was lying about, you know, he's trying
how do you know he was lying? Maybe Moses' plan was to go 3 days journey, do the sacrifice, come back. Pharaoh's heart wouldn't be as hard and he would let the people go. I mean, the whole point was to get Pharaoh to let the people go with the least amount of effort by God to do so. That way God could see if Pharaoh was righteous or not. So it's like, instead of like the way God will test any of us, you know, logically will be like, you know, can I have $1? He's not going to ask for your whole bank account, but if you're not willing to give $1, then, you know, you're showing who you are because you're not even willing to take that small of a step. So like the 3 day Moses asking Pharaoh, can we go out or can I go out to sacrifice for 3 days? That's all that verse says. Like, you shouldn't be adding to it because God's plan, we don't know what it is. God's plan could have been that Moses go out and sacrifice. Then when Moses returns,
I mean, we know
he was wrong. And
God told us the plan. He said that I'm going to bring you guys out of Egypt for good. Okay, and again, he said he's going to punish anyone who enslaved you, you know?
Yeah, but you don't know who this we is in this verse, first of all.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I see your guys' point that I could be reading a little much into it, but to me, it just seems obvious.
But here's the thing. God told Moses what to tell Pharaoh. So Moses is basically a messenger.
Wow, how do you know
Giving
that
God-
though? Does it say that God told Moses to say everything he said?
That's what the story of Moses going to the Pharaoh about. God told Moses, go tell Pharaoh to let my people go. And this is what Pharaoh gonna do. Moses, go to Pharaoh, let my people go. No, I'm not gonna let your people go. Who told Moses to go to the Pharaoh to tell the Pharaoh to let the Hebrews go? Who told
Yeah.
Moses to go do that?
That's God. God told him to do that.
So he's the messenger, right?
Yeah.
So
And
by
look-
Moses, go ahead,
go ahead,
Ryan.
No, go ahead.
No,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Well, I was just
No,
going
you
to
go
point
ahead.
out to Dirty in the verse right above it, but Moses says it would not be right to do so, for the offerings we shall sacrifice to the Lord our God are an abomination to the Egyptians. So if you look at the context before he asked to go 3 days, God himself is showing Pharaoh, look, I'm going to oblige you and I'm not going to do something that would, be disrespectful. It's like a respect thing in anywhere in life. If you're going to say somebody like, hey man, I want to go to bathroom in your house, you know what I mean? Oh, I don't, let me go wherever to the lesser bathroom or something. Like any act, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, where should you sit in the person's house, to watch the football game? Oh no, I'm not going to take that chair. That's your chair. Like, you know what I mean? God's showing Pharaoh respect by saying, we're not going to do sacrifices in Egypt that are an abomination to you. So that's the precursor to God saying, well, let my people go 3 days journey away so it's not offending to you.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
making
yeah.
it this break out of jail scheme. Moses is
No,
trying
he's
to
using every
Moses
excuse.
is lying to sneak the people away. But really, it's
Yeah,
God
yeah.
showing Pharaoh, like, hey, man, can you give me some respect back? Because I'm giving you respect in the verse above it. Like,
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
testing
because it's
your
like,
heart.
if you read where Pharaoh says, yeah, get the hell out of my city. I don't ever want to see you again. If I ever see you again, I'm going to kill you. And then Moses said, well, no, but we need to take all the animals too, because we don't know in what manner of way our God is going to command us to do, what sacrifices he wants us. We don't know how he's going to instruct us to worship him when we're out there. So that's why we need to take all our animals,
Hold on. Wait a minute. Nah, you got to look that one up, Ryan. I don't
What did
remember
he say?
that
I don't even
happening.
remember what he said. What did he just say?
It was
He said when the Pharaoh told Moses, next time I see you, you're gonna be dead. Then Moses talked to the Pharaoh saying, yeah, we got to take our animals and all that stuff with us too. But I mean, God clearly told Moses they're gonna come out of there with abundance.
yeah,
I don't
but
know why Moses will rephrase that will re-say that to Pharaoh as if it's up to the Pharaoh on whether God command is going to work or not on that.
yeah, but Moses was just like giving an excuse to the Pharaoh why he needed to take all the animals, because he didn't know in what manner God was going to instruct them to worship him. And so, in order to be safe, he needed to take all the animals with them. And I think he's just lying to Pharaoh, trying to get all the animals to go with them.
On which part? On the part we were just reading about?
No, just the part where he said, get the hell out of my city. And then Moses was like, well, we need to take all the animals too, because we don't know what manner of worship our God is going to ask or require of us,
I didn't hear
something like that. I don't know. Mike, do you remember
that part right there.
Anything about that?
No, we read it. He wants to take him out 3 days journey or something.
Yeah.
No, he said the very last time. I know that was the last time Moses spoke to Pharaoh.
It was right after the 9th plague, before the the blood of the lamb and all that.
Right. Yeah, that's all right. You said it right.
But yeah, you remember us talking about that. What do you think about it? You think that he was lying to Pharaoh just to get the animals and get everybody out safely, or do you think that God was telling him? And I mean, I guess it doesn't make a big difference. It's nothing we should argue about.
Why do you act like somebody's just lying just when they're doing
Yeah, but
God.
why do you have such a problem with Moses lying? I mean, it's no big
What do you
deal.
mean? What do you mean? Because he's a messenger of God, and like, why do I have a problem with it? It's like it's very derogatory towards God himself to accuse
No.
Moses of going rogue and lying. Bro, if God actually gave you a direct message, trust me, the thought of lying wouldn't go through your head. You would have the fear of God in you, and you would deliver the message word for word.
Well, yeah, but if God didn't deliver a message in a particular area, and it was left up to you to try to convince Pharaoh, you know, you're gonna just say what you want to say.
When did Moses?
Like, I don't think Moses is strictly has to adhere to every single word of God. I mean, I think Moses spoke for himself too at times. You know what I mean?
Not in that instance, not while speaking to
Yeah.
Pharaoh and asking the commands, because the whole point was for Pharaoh to have to respond to what God was asking him, to test Pharaoh.
But I thought Pharaoh suggested it first. We just read a small portion, and it sounded, and it wasn't even clear on whether God said it or not. I see it, but yeah, we understand he was trying to say God's words. But no, I thought it was the other way around. I'd have to read up on it.
Well, we'll scroll up. What do you mean that Pharaoh told him to go the 3 days or something? Like that was his, like, okay, you can go, but you got to go 3 days.
Yeah, because it was even like why, like at the very beginning, because I looked this up like a long time ago on why, what was the thing, and the whole purpose was to serve the Lord, let my people go. Why should I let my people go? To serve the Lord a million times. But I thought Pharaoh suggested it at first. I'll let you go 3 days journey or something, and then
you could be right about that, Mike.
I mean, but I don't remember it.
I don't either.
No, it looks like, because this is the start of the fourth plague right here at verse 20, and it doesn't. It looks like he blasted them with the flies, and then that came up. So then the Lord said to Moses, we'll just read it because it's only 5 verses. Then the Lord said to Moses, rise up early in the morning and present yourself to Pharaoh as he goes out to the water, and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. Or else, if you not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you, and your servants, and your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand. But on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, where my people dwell, so that no swarms of flies shall be there, that you may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. Thus I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall happen. And the Lord did so. There came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and into his servants' houses. Throughout all the land of Egypt, the land was ruined by the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, go, sacrifice to your God within the land. Okay, so he's saying you can sacrifice, but he's saying you have to be within the land. So then God just hits him with the raise. But Moses said it would not be right to do so. For the offerings we shall sacrifice to the Lord our God are an abomination to the Egyptians. If we sacrifice offerings abominable to the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us? We must go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he tells us. So Pharaoh said, I will let you go to sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness, only you must not go very far. So Pharaoh's getting bit by flies, saying you can go out, but you can't go 3 days. Plead for me. Then Moses said, behold, I am going out from you, and I will plead with the Lord so Moses, this is interesting. Then Moses says, behold, I am going out from you. But this is unclear if he's saying I'm going out from you to do the sacrifice. You know what I mean? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Then Moses said, behold, I am going out from you, and I will plead with the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. Only let not Pharaoh cheat again by not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. So that seems like they're not sacrificing, but it's kind of unclear in the beginning of it, but it seems like they're not sacrificing yet. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord, and the Lord did as Moses asked and removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. Not one remained. But Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also and did not let the people go. So yeah, it was Pharaoh just said you could go out a little bit, but not the 3 days.
Yeah, I was looking at verse 24. It says, this is after the 9th plague. It says, then Pharaoh summoned Moses and said, go worship the Lord. Even your little ones may go with you. Only your flocks and herds must stay behind. But
What
Moses,
chapter are you in, bro? What chapter?
Exodus 10, verse 24.
Okay.
And then it says, but Moses replied, you must also provide us with sacrifices and burnt offerings to present to the Lord our God. Even our livestock must go with us. Not a hoof will be left behind, for we will need some of them to worship the Lord our God, and we will not know how we are to worship the Lord until we arrive.
Well, that breaks your whole they don't sacrifice animals theory.
No, it says we don't know how we're supposed to worship the Lord until we arrive. So he's lying to Pharaoh. He's saying we need those animals in order to do burnt sacrifices, but we don't know how God's
How do you read this, bro, and come up with these interpretations?
Yeah, you guys need some reading comprehension, man.
No, you need reading comprehension. How do you just add to reading this like, oh, he was lying. He was trying to steal the animals.
Yeah, he was lying so that he could get the animals out with them.
Bro, how do you just make that crazy perspective?
Because it says we will not.
How do you know what his motives were? How do you know what his motives were?
Because he admits we do not know how we are supposed to worship the Lord until we arrive. So he's like,
that's why he's saying we need all the animals. We don't know if we need a ram, a sheep, a goat, whatever. Dirty. That's
the problem with what Dirty just did. Did you read 27?
27. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. No, that's a lie. You have to skip down.
Stop it.
No, you have to. No, wait a second, dude. No, 20. No, dude. If you read this, you'll know that 27 and 28 is a lie, and 29 is where it picks up again, where it says, "As you say, Moses, you will never see my face again." All that stuff in the middle, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. God doesn't harden Pharaoh's heart, dude. That's retarded.
You just agreed with me earlier and said, God did harden Pharaoh's heart. Now you're saying God didn't harden Pharaoh's heart.
27 is a lie. It starts back at 28 where he says, depart from me. Make sure you never see my face again. For on the day you see my face again, you will die. So how could his heart be hardened if he just at the next verse says, depart from me?
And where did Moses ask for the flock and sheep after that?
He asked for the flocks and sheep before that in verse 20.
That's not what you said earlier. That's not what you said earlier.
In 24, Pharaoh says, go worship the Lord. And then in 25, he says, you must give us the animals. And then in 26, he says, we don't know how we're supposed to worship the Lord. And then in 27, it says he hardened Pharaoh's heart, which is a lie. And then 28, it says Pharaoh said,
hold on, why don't you read the rest of 27? Pharaoh wouldn't let the animals go, bro. So then when he says, get away from me, else I'm going to kill you, then they're not going to leave because they didn't get the animals.
Pharaoh is saying take the animals in verse 28.
And he would not let them go. Pharaoh's heart got hardened.
He said that verse is a lie.
Yeah, you're saying 27, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart and he was unwilling to let them go. And then verse 28, he says, go, depart from me.
But he's not telling that to Moses, bro. It's like saying
Moses.
He's saying to Moses.
He's saying go, but you can't bring the stuff. It's like if somebody asks, "Can I?"
In 24, he says, "Go worship the Lord. Even your little ones may go with you, and only your flocks may stay behind." And then Moses said, "No, I need to take all the flocks." And then Pharaoh says, "Okay, get the hell out of my city. Just go. And if I ever see you again, I'm going to kill you."
Did you read the verse before it where it's saying he won't let the Dirty? If I'm at your house and I'm like, we smoke a blunt or something, and I'm like, hey man, can I get the roach? and you're like, no, get out of here, never come back to my house again. But the whole point of it is I need that roach, bro, because God told me I need that. Well, I'm not even trying to put God into this bugged out example, but the point of the matter is clear, Dirty. It doesn't matter if you tell me I can never come back to your house again. If you didn't give me that roach, bro, I'm not, you're going to see me again, bro. I'm coming back for that roach when I need to get high tomorrow. I'm getting that roach, bro. I'm going to wait
this
for
this verse 27 is just setting up.
Take that joint. I'm going to knock on the door and talk to your roommate and take that roach out the ashtray tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I know, but if I say depart from me and make sure you never see me again, otherwise I'll kill you. That means I'm going to give you the roach.
That means I'm done with this conversation. Get out of my house. I'm going to bed. And Moses
he's
leaves
telling
his house.
all the people. That's the context.
Look at chapter
the context
11.
of the whole entire chapter is my entire people must go, not just Moses.
Where did Pharaoh say it was okay to take the animals in that verse? Or you want to add it on there?
Say it. It says it in verse 28 when he says, "Depart from me. Make sure you and your people never see me again. Otherwise,
where's
you'll
the
die."
animals? Who was the animals?
He consented. That's the whole point.
He never. Where did he consent that they could take the animals with him?
It's implied.
It's implied where it's saying, but the Lord hardened.
It's implied where it says, "Depart from me. Make sure you never see my face again. And in the day you see my face, you will surely die."
Oh man, he making stuff up.
It's
no, dude. 27.
But the Lord hardened Harold's heart, and he would not let them go. What word implies that he let it go? The word not.
Because the next verse says he let him go, dude. 27. Listen, 27 is just it's building up to the next chapter where it has the 10th plague where God kills the firstborn in Egypt, which never happened.
So if he let him go, then so what is the entire chapter 11 a lie? Is that what you're saying? Is that where we're going next?
Let's see, what chapter are we in? 10. So yeah, 11. Not the entire chapter. I've got it all divided up to where the right parts should be there and the wrong parts are gone, but it's really easy.
Is the Passover lamb, and you just said Passover never happened.
No, the Passover did not happen.
I don't know what type of Christian you claim to be, but you're a weird one.
No, you guys are not Christians, and I'm getting fed up with you guys teaching all this bullshit about Paul and Revelation.
I admire your zealousness.
God commands Abraham to sacrifice his son in a evil, wicked, freaking blood sacrifice. Dude, I'm sick of this shit.
Like, I mean this as a compliment, Dirty. I really do. Like doubting Thomas that was like, no, I'm not going to believe it unless I can put my finger in, into the holes or put my hand in your side. Like, Dirty is the exact opposite of doubting Thomas, and I admire Dirty's faith to be able to come in here and say the things he does and get laughed at. Like, I may not agree with you, Dirty, but I do admire your faithfulness, zealousness, whatever is the correct word to describe it.
I'll take that as a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. Dude.
Yeah, he admires the fact that you've created a religion. I think that's what he's trying to say. You've created a religion that doesn't exist. Not one other person on earth agrees with it, except for you.
But just because I'm the only one who knows the truth, it doesn't mean it's not the truth.
Dirty, there's like over 7 billion people on earth, and not one other person shares your exact doctrine.
Yeah, except Jeremiah and Amos and Stephen and Jesus and David.
They don't agree.
Arctic Wolf, does an Arctic Wolf agree with him?
No,
I think Arctic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you guys were together.
I mean, me and Arctic see eye to eye on a lot of issues, but just not like Paul, like certain issues,
I mean, Dirty, you don't fear God at all. That's a big problem.
What? No, I do fear God. That's why I don't think.
Why would you say the Passover is fake? That God didn't?
Because you're saying that God kills innocent children for no reason whatsoever. I don't think God does that.
How do you know what happened to those kids? Maybe they're all in heaven. How do you know?
Yeah, you're right. It could be right. I mean,
how do you know they're not in heaven?
No, you're right. I don't know. They probably are. If they were
God
killed
them and allowed those kids in heaven, is God still this crazy schemester?
Not necessarily. No, I mean, especially if they're in heaven.
Kill me right now if I'm going to heaven, bro. I mean, that's the gift that we all hope.
Right. I agree with that.
I'd love for a light to come through my room right now and zap me if I'm going to heaven. But you know, all I can say, man, is people always make these assumptions, like with the flood and everything else, like, well, innocent children got killed, so on and so forth. How do you know these kids didn't go to heaven? Why are you assuming you know God's ways?
Yeah, but I think with the flood,
how do you know how the Most High, the most just, righteous, merciful, kind God that exists, our only God, the one true God, how do you know how he works? Why are you assuming he slaughtered these Egyptian children and then they're all burning in hell for eternity? Why would that
I
make
don't believe
sense to you?
that.
Why would he condemn them
If he
to hell
did
for
kill
eternity?
them, then I think they're in heaven, definitely.
And
Okay,
I mean,
so how's he still killing innocent children and being cruel? How's that cruel then?
I'm 35, but I'm still the firstborn. You know, like I'm the firstborn child.
Oh, yeah, so
Like,
you would have
just
been
because it
killed
says
if you
that
were
the
an Egyptian.
firstborn in Egypt was killed doesn't mean it was only children.
No,
like,
yeah, it was
I am a
80-year-olds,
child.
30-year-olds.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Dude could be 20
Right.
years old. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just all the firstborn.
And the firstborn of the beast. So if you don't like people and you love animals, you ought to be complaining about that as well.
All the firstborn beasts
Yeah,
died
where's
too.
Peter at? We need to call Peter right now.
All the
See, I just
firstborn
don't
varmints
believe
of
that.
Egypt. All the firstborn varmints of Egypt got killed. I'm gonna say the
Yeah.
joke while people laugh.
My
Yeah,
puppy.
but I thought you guys knew that God reads the heart and that he doesn't need the blood of a lamb spread on a doorpost in order to tell the difference between Egyptians and Jews. I mean, you guys are placing these limitations on God where he can't even tell the freaking difference, dude.
No, he was. That's their. Well, that was one of their gods, the lamb, and the Egyptian, the Israelites kept a lamb up for 4 days in front of the Egyptians. They had a lamb at their house, and the Egyptians saw it, and after 4 days they killed it.
Why though?
There-
That's
it was
And
the
then put the
Egyptian
blood
god.
on their doorpost. I mean, like, what?
Yeah,
like,
as
what
a
more
sign.
blasphemous thing could they do against the Egyptians than
door-
take the
No,
Egyptians' most
you
holy
know-
animal and then slaughter it right in front of them, and then
No,
paint
that's not the
blood all
point.
over
The
town?
point, the Bible says that the reason they had to put the blood on the doorpost is because God couldn't tell the difference between Egyptians and Jews. And so when the
No, it doesn't
destroyer
say he
came,
put it.
that he
doesn't
would
say he
pass over the houses with the
No,
blood.
he was saying, I have separated you these 8 times. I have killed this and that, or the flies came in the Egyptians only, but it never came to Goshen. This time it could have been anybody. Anybody could have put the door on there. If Pharaoh had done it, he probably would have
Well,
been.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Which
didn't
is
even have to
stupid.
be an Israelite.
That's
Like, look, yeah.
ridiculous because God reads the heart and he doesn't need the blood of the lamb to tell the difference.
Their God. It's like he's killing their God right in front of their eyes.
No. I
It's
mean,
not
yeah,
like
maybe you're
we're gonna
right,
have
but
we're gonna have a put the blood
this
of a
wasn't
puppy
just a
on the
belief
doorpost.
thing. This was an obedience thing. It was like, if you believe
No,
me
dude.
enough, you're
That's
gonna paint the
ridiculous.
blood all over your door and
No.
show everybody that you believe God over Pharaoh.
No,
That's what
dude.
it
No,
was.
God reads the heart. He knows if you believe
Oh, he
by
knows,
reading your
but he
heart.
also-
You don't
yeah.
need to do this blood of the lamb thing for him to know your heart.
I also think this is just a perspective. This isn't like a fact or anything, but I think it does have to do with the blood on the cross, because it's like the doorposts are 3 different things, the sides and the top. Think about what a cross looks like. So
Yeah.
to me, that's not like a factual thing, and it's not a perfect perspective either. But I heard somebody else say that, and to me, it sounded pretty good. I was like, oh, that makes sense. But obviously, there's more than one reason to do it. Like, I'm sure it was multiple reasons, but it could be just, symbolism of, the cross of Jesus. I don't know. It could have a lot of meanings, But here it is, right here, Dirty. God knows. God doesn't need it, bro. It's not a need. It's just something He told him to do. But yeah, go ahead, Mike. Sorry. Go ahead, Mike, if you were saying something. I don't know if Mike was talking. Was Mike saying something? Did we lose Mike? We lost Mike. All right. All right, Mike should be right back, I'm assuming. But yeah, take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin and touch the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood that is in the basin. None of you shall go out the door of the house until the morning, for the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to strike you. You shall observe this rite as a statute for you and your son and for your sons forever. And when you come to the land that the Lord will give you, as he has promised, you shall keep this service. And when your children say to you, what do you mean by this service? You shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover. For he passed over the houses of the people of Israel in Egypt when he struck the Egyptians, but spared our houses. And the people bowed their heads in worships. Then the people of Israel went and did so, as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. There's nothing there saying God needed the blood.
Yeah, it says in order so that the destroyer will pass over your house.
Yeah, it doesn't say God needed it, otherwise he couldn't figure it out like you just made it sound like.
Isn't that implied? It says
oh, it is not implied. What
the
you
destroyer needs to see the blood in order to tell the difference.
Your SAT
No, the
scores.
the people needed to see it, to see the separation.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me, dude?
The flies and ghosts.
People
No
needed to
flies
see a
and ghosts.
gruesome act of just killing animals and spreading blood. That's so disgusting, dude. This is
Yeah, and then
disgusting
having
behavior.
to eat that. And then having to eat that. I'd
And
hate
then
to
it-
do
and then
that.
it
I'd rather
says-
stick to grass.
Do you,
I'd
yeah,
eat
do you
that
spread the
edible.
blood all over your house when you eat the animal? No, you don't do that.
You do if it's another
It
person.
says
taking-
that they're supposed to do it forever. You're supposed to do that today, even it says.
Yep, forever. And we all know the definition of forever.
You're
But no,
spreading
Ryan,
blood on your doorpost.
Ryan, can you look up on my channel a video?
Sure.
I don't, dude, I don't organize my stuff. I just leave it on there. You're gonna have to scroll down to, it's called remaster, something remastered. We'll look. I don't know. We'll look for it. But
This
no,
is Mike's channel too, guys. If you want to
yeah,
subscribe,
don't go to it. It's like a third grader makes. It's like a third grader makes the videos. Don't go to it. Don't subscribe.
It's good selfless promotion. I tell people don't go. Maybe that'll get them interested by saying this. All right, what's the name of the video?
Yeah, you'd have to scroll way down to something remastered. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be a picture of Keith Johnson and Rabbi Yehuda Glick. He's an actual Orthodox rabbi that he's got like a million. He's got like a
Nehemiah? No, this ain't it, is it?
no. It'll say something remastered.
All right.
Yeah, keep going. Oh, that's him in the middle, top middle.
Passover Family remastered.
Yeah, it should just be a short clip. I'm sure people
All right,
won't
yeah,
mind.
it's only 4 minutes. Go ahead.
4 minutes.
Well,
I
4
thought it was
minutes.
30 seconds. Oh, but go ahead.
And also the sorrow. But Yehuda, I have a question for you. What about this lamb? Why? What was this whole thing about? Well, you eat the lamb, and it's my understanding that all the way back at the time of Passover in Exodus, he said that you're to have a lamb, and then it's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. That even at the Passover, at the time of the temple, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these lambs were being sacrificed. For you, tell me about the lamb and eating that at the table. What does that mean, Papa? I'm your son, Papa. What does it mean about this lamb? Why can't we have a hamburger? Why do we eat the lamb?
Beautiful question. That question was first asked by every single Jewish child in Egypt when Moses told them to take the lamb. And I want to remind you, the Bible teaches us that the lamb in Egypt was referred to as a deity, was referred to as a godly thing. The people of Israel, in order to express their freedom, had to take the lamb and tie it to their room, to their bed for a few days. And every Egyptian would pass by the street and say, what are you doing with that lamb? And these guys said, well, I want to tell you what we're doing. We're celebrating our freedom. We're celebrating our announcing that there's no other God but the one and only God. And then they take the blood and they mark it on the doors to mention that here we are, taking upon ourselves the freedom to worship God. Because the Bible teaches us Let my people go and worship me. That is what Moses was telling Pharaoh. Let my people go and worship me. So the concept of taking that lamb in one big piece and celebrating. To this very day, people celebrate Thanksgiving with a barbecue. So the very first barbecue was in Egypt when God wanted us to express our freedom by taking the deity of Egypt and saying that all the other deities, including the Nile, was also was referred to as a theological concept. The Nile, the lamb, and we were all saying no. We're only worshiping one and only God. And that celebration of eating meat, drinking wine, and remembering the fact that we and ourselves express our freedom. We express the fact that we are no longer enslaved to those who are putting us in slavery. That is the concept of eating and experiencing the exception of God as the one and only God of the entire world. We know that very often in the prophets compare Israel to a lamb and the Egypt to a donkey, where the donkey in Hebrew comes from the word materialism, and the lamb is sort of an animal that is more, in a way, more spirituality, more a quiet and calm animal. And so we are actually taking the fact that Israel is symbolized by a lamb. The people of Israel are symbolized by a lamb. God says to them, "You are my people, you are my lamb." And Moses, who was the shepherd, takes the sheep of God out of Israel, out of Egypt, and announces that God is our shepherd. As we know that King David in Psalms says to God, "When you are my shepherd, I am not lacking anything." And so we know that when we refer to God as our shepherd, we are his sheep.
I want to first of all thank you both for this authentic opportunity to invite our friends.
Is that guy messianic, Mike, or no?
The guy on the left is messianic. The guy on the right is a Orthodox rabbi. If you didn't understand him, the only part I wanted you to hear was that this lamb was a deity. He kept saying a deity. This lamb was a god to the Egyptians, and they were throwing it in their face by keeping this lamb for 4 days. They would actually tie this lamb to their bedpost. They would care for it so intensely for 4 days. But then they killed it and blatantly put the blood on the doorpost to throw it in the face that there is only one God, and it is not a lamb. It is not the river, Nile, the Nile River they thought was their God. He turned that to blood. The flies and the firstborn, of course. They were essentially throwing it in their face. It wasn't the fact that, if they had been worshiping a donkey, I think he said they would have put donkey blood and along the doorpost, not as like some sick ritual, but as a throwing it in the face of somebody that is doing a sick ritual of worshiping a lamb god or a water Nile river god, etc. The flies were supposed to be their god. I think they used fly poop for something. God knows how they collected it, but you think they would be ecstatic if there was a swarm of flies, but they worship the dirt. So Moses at one point takes dust and throws it in the air, and it becomes lice or something. But yeah, he slammed on every one of their gods. It wasn't the fact that he loved blood sacrifices.
Just saw you here, Wesley. How are you, bro? It has been a minute. I hope you're doing well. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. How long have you been listening? How much have you heard of the conversation?
Well, I check in on your show occasionally as you broadcast through the week. I've only been listening this evening for perhaps the last 5 minutes.
All right, cool. Good seeing you, man. What's new with you? You got anything you want to add to this or any other topic? Or
well, I'm not baffled, but you guys, the second coming happened, and everyone denies it. So you guys you're in for a real bad time coming up real soon. And
Jesus, you mean?
Yeah, Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, your audio is much better. Yes, you're not as echoey. Actually, you
Yeah.
sound good. You sound confident and good, actually, and healthy. But again, are you referencing Jesus already came?
Yeah, he returned and he appeared to you 7 times. He told
That's
you
not
a
true.
commandment.
That's not
and,
true.
Hang on a minute. Me in particular, or like us, the panel, or the world, 7 times, or?
Yeah, all people, all nations.
I never received the omnibus.
Well, not yet. It's coming. That will be the mark of the beast. It will be called the Omni. And it's not going to be fun.
So, when I when I was growing up watching TV and you actually had to get up and turn the channel, my mom would tell me, Mike, go unload the dishwasher. And I'd be like, okay. And then I'd continue to watch TV. The second time she'd be like, Mike, go unload the dishwasher. Okay, Mom. Yeah, sure. Pretty soon, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, finally Dad is like screaming at me, pulling me by the ear, get over there and unload that dishwasher. Okay, it's not my fault if you have to tell me 7 times. I think there's a communication problem. If you aren't telling me by the 3rd time, Michael, get off that next commercial, go over there and turn off the TV, and pull me by the ear and make me unload. Why would Jesus have to come to us 7 times and us still not get the message? It sounds like he's not communicating it very well.
Well, hell is not for the sane. The 7 years of hell on earth are not for, they're for the lunatics. It's going to be worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. You guys are going to be put into that 7 years of hell, and you're not going into a time worse than Sodom and Gomorrah because you're good.
But we're coming out after 7 years.
What 7 years?
The tribulation, the 7 years of hell.
I don't see that anywhere in Scripture. Where's this?
Well, it begins when the wheel in the wheel, the color of beryl, makes the fire enfolding in itself. And that will happen in the city of Chicago. It begins that day.
I think it happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The fire enfolding itself was in Nagasaki and Hiroshima already. Why is there a
form of it?
7 years, it's in Hezekiah. I think it's Hezekiah 4:20.
Yeah, but I asked Jesus to heal 2 teeth in every one of your mouths, and he did, and none of you will confess it. None of you will say that
I got
really
more
happened.
than 2 I need fixed. So
I asked Jesus to give every one of you fish and bread. And
yeah, but Jesus didn't listen to you,
he
bro.
did, and none of you all say anything about it. So
Wesley, thank you, Wesley.
look,
Thank you. If it was you praying for me on that behalf, I appreciate that. I do understand it came from heaven, but yes, I have had 3 teeth in the past 5 years cured. I have the sharpest teeth in the world. I have all 4 of my wisdom teeth, and I have been given, and I have not made 1 dime in 8 months, yet I have been fed every day fish and bread. I thank you for your prayers.
not every day, on different occasions.
Yes, there were several times where I had to drink water to fill my tummy for 2 days while I was waiting on food. But yes, the food came, and I always had faith. I would laugh. I would sit on the front porch and laugh. How is it going to happen this time? And sure enough, a free Domino's would show up at my front door, and I would just laugh. That's the faith. So I do thank you, but I don't trust in that he came and told us 7 times already. I called on the name of the Lord a long time ago. He came, I saw him, I know what he sounds like, and I haven't heard 7 times that he has returned. I doubt you.
If I may speak uninterrupted for just a minute or two. He appeared, first he came in the clouds with his angels, and Jesus said, "It is time," and he poured of his spirit on all flesh. And that was on January 4th in the year 2003. Satan, emulating Jesus's voice, after Jesus poured the Holy Spirit on all flesh, Satan said, sad, and delicious, imitating the voice of Jesus. Now, Jesus then appeared to everybody on August 25th in the year 2005.
No, he didn't.
And he said, tell the vision. And I would suggest there was a child nearby when he appeared that said, it is he. He appeared again on November 5th in 2005, again saying, tell the vision. And every night and every day you had been seeing the vision of the valley of decision, the vision of God. Now, Jesus loosened Baal, who is Satan. That's another word for Satan is Baal, B-A-A-L. Jesus loosened Satan for a moment. And that was on October 10th in the year 2005. And it was probably in the evening around 10 p.m. if you're in the United States. Now, Satan can pull a fire down from heaven, and that's what he did. He didn't actually enter into your head his spiritual body form, but he put a fire in your head.
Isn't October before November?
And that fire, yes, and that fire said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. And it would have made you feel paralyzed and electrified at the same time, unable to move.
November 1st, and then
no,
January,
November
then
5th.
November, and then October would be the next year. So did you mean that happened before the other one?
October 10, 2005, Jesus loosened Satan. Satan said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. November 5th, 2005, Jesus appeared to all people, all nations, saying, tell the vision. And he appeared again, Jesus did, in 2006 to all people, all nations.
So do you believe in the Bible, Wesley?
On February 22nd, saying, tell the vision. He appeared many times after that. And what he said each of those times is this: tell the vision, and you shall not need the mark. Now that mark is going to be
start over. The first, I want to hear the first one, the dates and stuff.
The
Can you tell us all over again the same
Before
thing?
you do that, can I ask you, Wesley, do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I certainly do, and I only read the King James Version.
Okay.
Yeah, it's his perfect word. The way he appeared to you and said, tell the vision, is the way Jesus appeared to those he chose to write it on paper.
Can I ask you a quick
Start
question?
over. I want to make sure I want to get it down. I didn't get a pen and paper.
Sure.
Exactly. Again.
Okay. The first appearance was August 25, 2005.
You said January the first time.
No, that's when he came in the cloud. I said that's when he came in the clouds with his angels.
You changed
that January was a Saturday. Yeah, good test question.
Do you have any actual
I'll give you the chromatic. I'll give you the chronological order then. January 4, 2003. Jesus came in the cloud.
Wait, that's
with his angels.
A different one again.
Let him go, Jamie. He got it. Let him go.
Saying it is time.
Right, and then August what?
He appeared standing on earth, the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ. The way he looked when he was transformed at Gethsemane, when he stood with Moses and Elijah and the apostles saw him. He appeared that's the Holy Spirit of Jesus Christ, his transformed body. August 25th.
On that date in January is when they coined the term cloud to mean something that you
You said the second one was November.
store your photos in.
You're changing it.
No, I think he didn't. But go ahead with your third date. Go ahead.
Let's put it to you this way. Then he came in the cloud, and then he appeared standing on earth 7 times. So
okay. So real quick, according to your Bible, what did Jesus mean when he spoke Latin?
That's a really strange question that you're asking me.
What was the date?
When I meet you, I'll try to give you the answer.
I'm looking at my KJV, and it says Jesus said Tabitha Kumi. That's Latin for Tabitha, come. Why would Jesus speak Latin?
Jesus created language. He speaks every language known to mankind.
Right. Why would King James, and the V stands for version, not translation, but why would the King James put Latin, Jesus speaking Latin?
I don't know right now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ben.
So he said 3 times, he said, tell the vision. August 25, 2005, November 5th, 2005, February 22nd, 2006. Jesus Christ in the Holy Spirit said, tell the vision. And everyone had been given the vision every night and every day in those times, and had a feeling of loving, gentle kindness within them, a peaceful Christmas Day-like feeling. And, so then Jesus appeared and said, tell the vision and you shall not need the mark. The mark he meant is the mark of the beast, and it shall be called the Omni. And everyone that takes the mark is going to be tempted with a $32,523 electronic account to take the mark.
When's
So
that gonna
that's the
happen?
mark Jesus meant, tell the vision and you shall not need the mark.
I'm gonna blow mine on hats.
Scripture says all get the mark. All, great and small, bond and free.
That's a
You just have Revelation says you have to worship it as well. Remember, we went over this dirty. At least just agree to, since it's against.
Yeah.
Now,
It says
know
that
this,
everyone
the way
takes
he
the mark,
appeared
right?
the way he appeared to you and said those things is the way he appeared to the people that he gave to write his words on paper. That's the way he appeared when he wanted Moses to write the Torah, when he wanted James to write the book of James, when he gave the words of John and the words of Mark to Mark. That's how he appeared to them and told them what to write. That's how the Bible was written.
Can you type it on a computer? Because it's kind of wasteful.
Hold on. You said Jesus came in the Holy Spirit?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he possessed
Jesus-
Satan. Did you hear that part? He possessed Satan.
Jesus possessed Satan?
Then Jesus said, tell the vision and you shall heal
hold on.
with.
When
No, you hold on. Before you start,
is Jesus a flesh?
before you start interrupting me with your leapfrogging Muslim way, let me finish, and then I will try to answer your question.
The Muslims
Have
are right about
patience.
one thing.
Show me
Apostle
some patience.
Paul is a liar.
Show me one of the fruits of the Holy Spirit.
When do I get the new teeth? That's all I want to know.
Then Jesus said, tell the vision and you shall heal without money. He also
I love you,
appeared
Wesley.
to 144,000 young children. And those 144,000 young children are the 12 tribes of Israel. Whether they be born to a Muslim in Morocco or to an Asian in China or to a Brazilian in South America, they are the chosen 144,000. And he gave those children these words: bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, Yavol, and hell. You may have heard some people claim that no weapon shall prosper against me because I am a Christian. Well, the fact is, those children are the ones that no weapon shall prosper against, for they do believe that Jesus is God, and they have no guile in their mouth, and they do not use TV. And if anyone tries to harm them, Jesus removes the hedge from the assailant and lets the person stand up on their own 2 ashen-soled feet, and that person falls to the ground. Then Jesus gives the hedge back and allows them to stand and consider what they have done.
I do think Scripture says the 144,000 sing a new song that no man can learn, and it does sound like what the words that those children were told to tell us. Da boom boom da sounds like it's a song.
Those words are prophecies. Then
yeah,
Jesus
what are the
appeared-
first 4 words of that prophecy?
Bad boom is the wheel in the wheel, the color of beryl.
But doesn't that sound like a song? Bad boom. Say the first 4 words of that prophecy again.
Bad boom.
Dude, looking out my back door. Memories of elephants all playing in the band. Won't you play along on the valley? Do.
Mark of the 10. the black.
All right, Wesley, I like you, man, but I think you're just trying to get a reaction out of us. So, I don't know if you're.
Well, I think I've known Wesley for some time, and I think all his visions, all his paintings, I think they're all specifically for him. And
the
that
vision right now has been shut to you, as the peace has also been shut to you.
Won't you take a ride on the fly?
Hey, Wesley, is Jesus a flesh? Is Jesus
He was
a
of the flesh. He was born of Mary, a Jewish woman who was married to Joseph, and when she gave birth to Jesus, she was a virgin, both before she was impregnated by the Holy Spirit and after she gave birth to him, she was still a virgin.
So he can't. So did he come? Did he come in the Holy Spirit as flesh or spirit?
He came in the flesh through Mary. He was God before that. I'm
not talking about. I'm talking about this time when he came 7 times and nobody's seen him.
Oh,
good
question.
Did he come?
Every one of you saw him, and you know it.
Did Jesus come? Did Jesus come in the Holy Spirit as flesh or spirit?
And when he came in the Holy Spirit, appearing 7 times, a total of 8 times. The one time in the clouds.
In the flesh or in the spirit?
Well, he did say no time to talk, Allah, and he did say you want war.
You're Antichrist, therefore, because it says that he who says Jesus doesn't.
Well, look, guys, I'm going to be one of the last men standing alive on this earth. I am charged by Jesus to gather the 144,000 and take them to Megiddo in the hell.
I got a question
so
about
I'm going to be still standing. I'm going to be alive.
If you're looking
What
for
is it
kids,
that
what are you doing in an adult room?
About
Let
the
me ask you this
144,000, Wesley, would you say that those guys are all alive today, or maybe some of them have died in the past?
What
The
guys?
144,000?
They are all young children, and they are all alive on this day.
All of them? 144,000 of them?
Yes.
I think they're virgins too, by the way.
Yes, they are. And there is no guile in their mouth, and they do not use TV because, according to Jesus, using TV is magic. That's why they don't use it.
Yeah, it's voodoo. It's black magic. It's pharmakia, even.
All right, Wesley, stay on and help us with all.
Sure.
We appreciate everything you said.
Ryan, you're kind of underwater-ish. Are you trying to run a bunch of programs at once or something?
No, I'm just talking like this. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
If I may say one last thing before, and then I will be quiet. In Scripture are a Leviathan, a serpent that pierceth, a dragon of the sea. And it is also in Scripture that the writer, given the words from Jesus, wrote, "And I saw from the mouth of the dragon, and from the mouth of the beast, and from the mouth of the false teacher, an unclean spirit like a frog." Now that happened.
Don't get Ryan banned. Don't get racist on us.
That happened on March 31st in 2020. And
Okay.
Satan said, "Don't tell the vision." And out of his mouth came the unclean spirit like a frog.
I think
And that frog is a severed or cut off frog head, a Darth Kermit, having two fangs on its throat. And the fangs are not straight, for it cannot eat straight.
Was it
Its
drunk on the
fangs
blood of
were
the saints?
curved.
Was it drunk on
And
the
the
blood of the
fangs were not in its mouth. And the fangs are the way it professed its words were equal to God's, and are not. And it is blind, and it has no ears. And on its untoward forehead of that black frog head is the mark of the beast, the Omni, the UPC
That
mark.
settles it, dude.
Now
Wesley's
that's what
actually
told you
more
don't tell
beneficial
the vision.
to
It
us
was
than
not a
Apostle
power
Paul.
greater than Jesus. And that frog is Allah. That is the deity that all Islam has always prayed to. They've been getting down and bowing to a dead frog head.
Aye.
You got it. And its power is Ma.
Might have
Its
been the
power
black-
is to do nothing.
I
Okay,
mean,
thank
you're,
you,
That's its
Wesley.
you're
only
definitely
power
on par
is
with
doing
Apostle Paul,
nothing.
Wesley. You guys are
Thank you, Wesley.
right on the same level. You and Apostle Paul, Wesley, you guys are right on the same level.
No, I would never say that. But
Not yet. I'm feeble, and I'm going to be feeble until the day I die. And I die when the rapture begins. I die that day. I get murdered by the Antichrist that day, and I go to heaven. And then Jesus is going to put me back on earth in the flesh in hell on earth, and then I won't be feeble anymore.
all right.
But in
Sounds
the
good.
meantime, you're supposed to find these 144,000 kids.
No, that doesn't happen until the 7 years of the hell begin, the tribulation, the rapture. When I'm
Oh.
supposed to, when I'm
Alright,
set
Wesley,
back on
it's too
earth.
late.
I got you.
It's too late
Yeah.
for a 20-minute speech on this subject. I appreciate it. Like I said,
I've said enough. I've said enough. Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, no, you could stay on, but I just, if you want to do a diatribe, whatever about, I don't know, whatever. You can do whatever you want on your channel, but yeah, we got to chill on this one. This
Oh,
is
excuse
20
me. I'm
minutes.
sorry. The second coming happened. I say it did, and I'm the only one that will say that it happened.
All
It's
right.
important.
No, it is. It is. If it's the actual truth, yeah. I mean, and if it's your truth, it's your truth. But we can only take what you say for what we think it is, and go on with our lives. So the only thing I'll say, Wesley, is when you come on and say, other people are going into hell and all this stuff, like, you're not doing yourself any goodwill with God. Just be aware of that. That's one thing I'll say. Like, God teaches us to forgive. And just make sure you're practicing that, Wesley. Saying someone else is going to hell, even if you're right, that's not helping them. If I tell somebody they're going to die tomorrow, that doesn't help them. And I know you're trying to help us with the warnings, but it's still, I don't take it as, you being very helpful if you just say I'm condemned to hell. But you're a decent guy. I hope you get your head on. I hope you're wrong about everything you say. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. But yeah, just stay around and let's keep talking. It's almost 6 o'clock here, so I can't give you more than 15 minutes to get through this stuff.
Sure. I'll sit back and listen for a bit and
Sure,
see how long
sure.
I can maintain.
You can
Yeah,
join
it's
Maybe-
5:40 a.m. here, so
Yeah, me too. Maybe you agree with us on some stuff, so stay on and chime in on maybe some topics we agree on. I forget what we were talking about before you hopped on. I think might have been Moses and Exodus somewhere. I don't know if anybody else remembers. So somebody tell, or we could go somewhere else. But yeah, let's leave Wesley be. He warned us, and just try to figure out where to go from here. That's maybe I saw Ace Philosophy talking in the chat about just the Bible as a whole. What's interesting to me is that even at my church, my pastor, in this church Bible study group we have, it seems like he doesn't believe in the Bible as like the literal truth as far as like the create. It blew my mind, my pastor, but he's not he's okay with seeing the Bible like Ace Philosophy does, essentially, where he
We were
takes.
told, our priests told us outright there's 66 or 77 or whatever books in the Bible, and there are every type of literature in there, and I'll never forget their words. For instance, Ezekiel is science fiction. Dirty Varmint ought to love that. Yeah, there is fiction. Genesis is fiction because we all know the earth is billions of years old. There is nonfiction. Jesus's words are nonfiction. He's speaking truth. There's poetry. Oh, the Psalms are actually songs. Those are just songs. They don't mean anything. It's like, dude, wow, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, my pastor wasn't that extreme. He's just basically somebody that's saying, like, he's okay if the science doesn't add up with like the Genesis creation story type of thing. He still is just looking at the Bible through that lens. But yeah, for me, I'm like a very strict, like, I take the Bible creation story over whatever anything else tells me, and just whatever Bible says is factual. I know where Dirty Varmint is on this subject, but Lou, you kind of surprised me because you're pretty conservative. You're more lenient with some scriptures, like So yeah, I mean, Ace Philosophy, he's a good example, or he doesn't accept some of Paul. Like, how much of the Bible do you guys think? Because I don't think it's all right to even change a verse, because I think it's a slippery slope. Then you start taking out chapters like Dirty Varmint, and then you end up with books. Does anybody else have an opinion on that? How much, error is in the Bible, and how much is, because it's an important topic.
How much errors as into false, to make
how
the
much
Bible false, or errors as into like normal human errors?
Well, that's the thing. Like I'm understanding that with what we have now, English translations, certain verses are all we have, and I think that might explain like what Mike talks about with that one verse being like primarily in most translations in Latin. For like 1,000 years, the only translation that the people in Europe used was the Latin Vulgate. So that might be the only place that verse exists, for all we know, as far as what's around. So that might explain why that's in Latin. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But I mean, how much would you guys be willing to tweak?
Unless somebody could do methodology, a method the same way unless somebody could do the same Bible method. I mean, they really don't have a heavy evidence on the Bible being an error. You know what I mean? They gotta start off right in Hebrew, then from Hebrew to Aramaic, then from Aramaic to Greek, then from Greek to Latin, then Latin to English, to all type of languages, and have it to where, and then you gotta include the different eras. You have the era of when Israel just becoming a nation. They just started learning how to read and write and all of that. They just became a formidable force. And then they went in exile, then came back, and all type of other invasions happened on them. If they could do that step by step and line it up with what they call an error in the Bible, then they have a strong case. But if they can't, they don't have I mean, for me personally, I don't believe they have a strong case. You just playing the role of them atheist scholars. Just
I heard that.
They'll just be playing the role of an atheist scholar. They wanna say something but don't want to back it up. Oh, the ancient people did this, they that. They did that. See, the Bible is fake. They have this story. They had that story. Oh, this Bible is fake. Unless they do it the same way the history of the Bible has done it, they don't have any heavy evidence of the Bible having error in it.
I'd say in response to that, take out John 6:4, and we've got heavy evidence, a good methodology, just like you described, to prove it, quite honestly.
Jesus Christ, you've got two healed teeth in your mouth to prove it. What are you saying?
Three healed teeth.
Even if you take John 6 verse 4 out, I mean, you still have to go through the different languages and different cultures and different eras. I mean, the Bible been through all type of stuff, man. And it's hard for me to just say, oh, it's an error. I mean, because scholars literally admit that they literally admit that scribes will write something since they didn't have erasers back then. They'll just leave it.
Yeah.
No, I've watched video after video after video of how much care the scribes did take in transcribing and copying these. And yes, you can see where they specifically crossed out things, where they actually at one point they have cut out the name of Yahovah and pasted in from the back side another piece of skin they took great care in trying to get the exact words. That's why even in our present day Bible, even though it sounds weird to a Jew who is a Unitarian, a monotheist, in Genesis, we get the words, let us make man in our image. Let us do this. They left that that's still in the Bible because they were so particular in keeping the exact words. I would disagree.
It's called a man and a woman having a baby.
Us? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Talking about in Genesis. All right, Jamie, we get it. It's cool. We get it. Well, don't troll Wesley.
Procreation is what he meant.
I mean, you guys know that the chief Canaanite god's name is El, right? E-L?
Yes. We're aware of that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm aware.
And you're also aware that
because the scholars are saying that E and P of the documentary hypothesis, JEPD, they're saying E and P are trying to harken back to a time where Israel worshipped the Canaanite god El. And that's where you get Elohim from.
Yeah, it's probably I think it's a definite article in Spanish even.
I mean, it also could be that the Canaanites adopted the Israelite god El. I mean, but
when it's El Omni, then I'll start to worry.
I know what it is.
That El is the chief god of the Canaanites. You know,
it's a question. Is Ra El?
But Jamie, that's what almost every ancient Near East culture called a supreme god.
Yeah, I know.
But in a different language.
Yeah, it's like
they all have different languages.
The Lord kind of thing.
Well, the carnal word procreation.
But it's like there's a struggle between
when Jesus
El
said,
and Yahweh
"Let us create man in His image." He was talking about that.
I think it's just how language develops, and it can be a common name for.
And it's like Israel. His name means wrestles with El. You know, so it's like maybe God named him Israel, wrestles with El, because he's wrestling with this Canaanite pagan god that all the people worship.
You know, in the English, like we talk about gods, like the Greek gods, and we call God, and so therefore we must be worshiping like the Greek gods because God means God.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's just that
God is a title. It's a title.
Yeah,
it's not a name.
Well, then the letters YHWH mean his name. I mean, it's like saying his name, Yahweh. We can't. Our tongue cannot pronounce YHWH the way it is meant to be spoken.
To me, the way to pronounce
it's not a name. It's like a description.
It's
not
like
a name.
It's an acronym.
It's like a title.
So the way you pronounce FBI is just FBI. You don't say Federal Bureau of Investigation. You just say FBI, and that's what YHWH is. It's a phrase, a third-person phrase that means he is, what he is.
Jehovah is not a name. Jehovah means his glory.
Yeah, it's a title. It's an acronym, dude. That's what YHWH is, because God told Noah, I am what I am, or I am. And then Noah turned that.
Noah, he told Moses that.
Or Moses, sorry. Yeah. Moses. And then Moses turned what God said into a third person phrase that says he is what he is, or he is who he is. And so it's, YHWH is like an acronym. So it should be pronounced Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh,
The name
like
of God
FBI
is Jesus.
Or CIA. That's how you pronounce an acronym, by its letters.
No, it is interesting that, because this was what my last show was on, it is interesting that there's 9 different titles for God, and within the same verse, he'll use 2 or 3 titles sometimes. So he'll use the tetragrammaton.
The name is the tetragrammaton. It's not an acronym. Come on, man.
Yeah, it is. It's an acronym for the phrase "he is."
Yeah, no, I'm not agreeing
is.
with Dirty Varmint in any way.
Yeah, they didn't have that.
Should you read the Old Testament, please understand that whenever it is written the Lord of Sabbath, it is Jesus. Whenever it is, that Jesus is the God is the name of the God in all the Old Testament verses.
Yeah.
Hey Jamie, you gotta explain that Isaiah Stroll to Dirty Vomit.
Well, you'd have to get into whatever you're talking about, Lou. I don't know what direction you're going there. We lost Jamie. I don't know if he was connection, but yeah, Jamie.
The Isaiah, what Jamie says, it's a tetragrammaton. That name is in the Isaiah scrolls.
What,
yeah, but it's as the tetragrammaton, right?
Huh?
It's in the Isaiah scrolls as the tetragrammaton, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one the Hebrews tried to dismiss Isaiah 53?
No, the
Did
name YWH, the YW.
Yeah, YHWH.
Right. Our tongue cannot really pronounce the way that is supposed to be spoken.
Yeah, the way I
and
learned it from Yale Institute is that it's not a name, it is a
Correct.
phrase, a third
Correct.
person phrase, because God spoke in the first person when he told Moses, I am what I am. And then Moses translated that into a third person phrase, he is what he is. And the beginnings of each of those words start with the letters YHWH. And so it's an acronym for he is who he is.
You could be comfortable in saying YHWH means God is.
That's pretty interesting, Dirty Varmint. That's good information to keep in
Because-
mind.
Because that
incorrect.
name, I am, no one says it but God.
Yeah.
You don't see it repeated anywhere except for Jesus.
And YHWH doesn't mean I am what I am. It means he is what he is. So it's a third person. It changed.
Because
it.
Moses
changed.
knew not to repeat it. It's a
Right.
sacred name.
You're right.
It's the conjugation of the word to be. I was, I am, I will be is what it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not I am that
Yeah,
I
I know,
am.
I
That's
was-
what Popeye says. He
Right.
says I am, comma, pause. Moses is waiting for him to say I am what? He says I am.
I am.
Nothing,
I am.
pause, comma, wait. And then God says that. And Moses still doesn't get it. Pause. I am. And then just to be clear, tell Pharaoh, I am. Or tell the people of Israel, I am has sent you.
Yeah, he
He's
did
not
say that,
saying
huh?
I am
Well,
that
I
I
have a
am.
question
He said,
for you
tell
guys.
him I
Do
am.
you
sent
do you
you.
ha-
Yeah.
No, that's
do you
Popeye.
Some-
Popeye says I am
some
that I
people-
am.
Some people,
Yeah,
some
that's
people,
Popeye.
some people view it as God being sarcastic to Moses, like
Yeah, that's how I
he
see
didn't
it.
want to tell him. He didn't want to tell him his name.
He's like, who is it to you? None of your business what my name is. I am what I will be, you know?
Well, do you, as boldly as you speak these words, do you feel that you have that boldness and strength when you are going to be surrounded by people that are
Wesley,
taking the mark of the beast and not take it?
All get the mark.
Not transition. Let's not transition in your topic here. Let's stay on the topic we're on here. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's different perspectives on what God's name means, obviously, and nobody obviously knows the exact pronunciation. So, I mean, that Yale, just because they're from Yale, Dirty, I'll say, don't say they're better or smarter.
Right.
If somebody could be from Harvard and have a different opinion, I mean, so just do your research, everybody, and look into that. You shouldn't just trust one, person, because there are different opinions on, what the Tetragrammaton means. That's
true.
one of the mysteries of, Scripture. But one thing is clear is it's, interesting that God has multiple names, like I said. So, why in one verse? It just shows us the nature of God is foreign to man, because I'm not going to call myself Ryan and then call myself a nickname in the same. Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will say Ryan the Hammer if I'm a baseball player and I hit the baseball good. So we should be more accepting of God using multiple names, but it seems like it's obviously way deeper than just some nickname that sounds good. So we should try to look into like what's the reason God's using these different names? Is it because he's trying to describe himself in different natures? Like that could be one way. He's trying to demonstrate a different aspect or action that he's doing. That's something we could think about. I don't know.
I found it really peculiar that when he wrestled Israel and then Israel asked his name, he was like, "You must not ask me this question." I thought that was pretty, just an oddity,
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I mean, he didn't want to give him his name, but he
yeah,
he decided to bless him. He said, why do you ask me my name? Why do you need to know it?"
yeah.
I
I
mean,
just
that's
thought
kind
that
of
was,
yeah.
I believe that when he appeared to Moses, he did tell Moses that his name is Jesus, but he also told Moses to not write Jesus down when he gave him the words that Moses wrote in the first five books. Just as just as times when he was on the earth in the flesh, he told people that he had healed. Don't this time. Don't say anything about it. Don't go around professing that I did this.
Yeah, I mean, we understand, just so people understand that haven't spoken with Wesley before. He just believes God's only name is Jesus, so that's where he's coming from. Which I can respect somebody's opinion. I don't agree with it, but I can respect it. But what Dirty was talking about here, after Jacob wrestled with God in Genesis 32, and Jacob, and he said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." Then he said, "Okay, sorry, let me scroll up a little. Here it is. Oh, it's right here. Sorry, Jacob asking." But Jacob said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." Okay. And he said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." Then he said, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with man and have prevailed." Then Jacob asked him, "Please tell me your name." But he said, "Why is it that you ask my name?" And there he blessed him. So this is what Dirty was talking about, which is, again, something to analyze and ask yourself, like, this is God's response. Like, why are you asking my name?
are there some translations that say you must not ask my name, or was I just remembering it
I don't
wrong?
know. I can look at some other translations. Sure, we'll look at other ones. I don't know. You're probably reading King
I could be
James.
remembering it wrong.
Here's some of the other translation. Here's King James. And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I pray thee, thy name." And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?" And he blessed him there.
So it is a question. I thought that he was like giving a statement saying you must not ask my name, but
Yeah.
so I didn't remember it correctly. But yeah, he didn't tell him his name though, did he?
No.
Yeah,
No.
it's like a refusal to tell him his name,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah. I definitely don't like wherefore instead of why either, but I guess read the King James a lot. That's something.
What if that's his name? Like, he writes on his name tag, "Why is it that you ask about my name?" Like, that's his name.
Maybe, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to tell the truth if he's God. I can understand him asking a question, but it doesn't look like he really. It doesn't really look like he answers it later.
There was like some kind of thing in that same video on that Yale course or whatever that they're talking about this, and she was saying that there's like a certain amount of power that you gain over somebody once you know their name, and so like the God of the Bible has always refused to give his name to people, and anything he has given them was never a proper name, like we couldn't even pronounce it and couldn't even know it.
Well, to speak on that, in the Ten Commandments, one of the commandments, don't use the Lord's name in vain. That's a whole nother subject of what does that mean to people? Because to me, sometimes it means, multiple things. It means, should I, only say God, I should only say God's name with reverence, but also like when people are just like, they hit their toe on like a rail, on the stairs or something, and they say, Jesus or, God, whatever. Usually it's Jesus. I'm not a fan of that. I don't know if, for me, whatever reason, I don't know if I'm including it and don't you say God's name in vain, or if it's just me not liking it because they're using it. But we could also ask, 100 different people or just everybody in this room, and I'm sure everybody's got a different opinion. Like, what do you guys think about using God's name in vain to speak about what Dirty's talking about when somebody's name, you get power? That's one of the 10 commandments for a reason. Like, what do you guys interpret? For me, like I just gave my two examples, the two ways I really apply it is to always put reverence on God's name, and also just to like not frivolously say it. Like, how do you guys view "thou shalt not say thy God," God's name in vain? I don't know if
Well, the Greek, when the Greeks, the Maccabean Revolution, when the Greeks one of they commanded 4 things for the Jews that they oppressed. You cannot do circumcision. They actually checked the kids, and if they were found to be circumcised, they would kill the mother and the kid and hang them over the walls of Jerusalem. They could not do the Sabbath. They could not do the feasts, and they could not say the name of God, Yahovah, or some people say Yahweh or whatever. But not to be for the oppressing Gentile nation to command the Jews not to say the name of the Father. That sounds suspicious right off the bat. But
well,
yeah,
many of those are going to take the mark, and Jesus is going to tell them, "I do not know you."
All get the mark. All the scriptures say all get the mark. I put it in chat.
And there is plenty of spots in the Bible, like where God says that a place where I make my name dwell, and that you should not take my name in vain. That implies that we do know God's name, right?
Amen. Amen.
Well, on the day he says, "I do not know you," that's when those angels on the horses ride over the earth, and that the Holy Spirit will be removed from those that take the Omni mark. And those shall fall dead in the streets where they are. And anyone that tries to hide that death, anyone that tries to hide that they fell and died, they will die too.
What? Because the way I see that, Mike, when I'm reading it, it's like you either get the mark from the Book of Life, from the Lamb, from Jesus and the Father, or you get the mark of the beast. So is that how you're reading it too? What chapter in Revelation is that, dude?
Yeah.
I posted it in chat.
Yeah, no, I see it. I just don't know the chapter.
Is that after the bowls of wrath come pouring out?
Probably 14.
Yeah, one of the bowls of wrath is a disease. In the Old Testament is described as gray scabs. In the Revelation New Testament,
but when did they get the mark? Did they get the mark after the bowls of wrath or before?
Well, besides letting Wesley take us totally off topic too, like, what do you guys think about the Lord's name in vain too, just to get everybody's opinion on that quick?
The 144,000 do not take his name in vain, and they don't say it very often.
But what does it mean?
Okay, thank you, Wesley.
Well, I don't know. Torah observant people know that we are supposed to, in contracts, swear by the name of Yahovah. We're supposed to proclaim his name to the nations. The nations will cry upon his name in repentance. We will have to know his name. There's some Hebrew roots people that are so uptight on this name, they'll kick you out of a chat room if you say Jesus. I mean, they'll get on you. It's a very big deal to us. Yeah,
they're going to be standing at the gate wishing they didn't do that. I'll tell you that right now.
So taking his name in vain to us does not mean you stub your toe and say Jesus Christ or even Yahovah or Yahweh or Yeshua. That to us, it's when you are actually using his name in a contract or an agreement, a discussion here in chat where we use his name, but then we use it in such a way that's not true, like false, whereas the name actually means nothing. I swear by Yahovah that I have not, but I'm lying. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, because I think when it says, I think vain actually means in a worthless way. So you take his name in a worthless way. Like Mike said, you just swear by God for every little thing, and then you don't follow through with any of it.
Yeah, people that chant his name, and Jesus does say, don't chant.
Oh, good analogy. Yeah, nice one, Wes. Yeah, chanting. Yeah,
say his name boldly, but it's not to be chanted.
Yeah,
I think taking the name in vain is like saying, "Oh, I'm a Christian," but then doing the opposite things of a Christian. Like if everybody knows you're a Christian and then everybody sees you not doing Christian things, you're taking the Lord's name in vain.
Okay.
I get you. You're saying it's like saying I belong to something, and then if you don't represent.
If I said, "Oh, I belong to Arnold Schwarzenegger's weightlifting club," but then whenever you see me, I don't look like I work out at all, you'd be like, "Oh, that dude's obviously a liar." Like he's
just a clout chaser, kind of.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear people's different opinions, because I'm also like some of the Hebrew roots people as far as putting reverence on the name. Like when I read that Genesis translation, every time I see the Tetragrammaton, I take the practice of a lot of Jews say Hashem, his name or the name. You know, I say Hashem when I see the Tetragrammaton because I don't think it's something that should be loosely thrown around either. You know what I mean?
Oh, you go to many Jewish websites researching anything Jewish. They'll type out the word God, G-D. They won't even do God. They have so much reverence for like being.
Is it reverence or like superstition though?
Are you ever in the presence of a Hebrew that you would like to be able to speak to them and give them proof that Jesus is God?
The God that created the formless and void earth, or the God that is at the right hand of God?
Well, the Hebrews were given a secret, a pledge. They were given it from Noah. When Noah landed when the waters abated and he found dry ground and he came out of the ark, the Messiah appeared to Noah and gave him words that he was to give only to the Hebrews, only by word of mouth, fathers and mothers to their children, and it was never to be spoken outside of the Jewish house and never to be written on paper, and it never was. And it's a secret that, you know, it's the shield of Judah. It's their shield. You know, have you ever sort of sensed like all of the Jewish people, they kind of knew something as a group that no one else could get into that group because of it? Well, it's a secret that they have handed down to each of their children through all the generations since Noah. And it turns out that the secret is about a man of the earth that comes to bring peace, that he meets Noah and gives him a plum. He speaks and interprets all languages known to mankind. He has the dove of Noah's ark over his head, and he knows some words that are not to be written on paper. And if you go to a Hebrew and you say Jesus gave Noah the words blend, do not mix, they will know right then and there that Jesus is God.
Great. Now we got a 007
Because
Jesus blended.
Jesus gave Noah the secret, but told Noah to not say his name.
That's ear-tickling crud. Ear-tickling crud to try to get the. That's no.
Just as the little book is not written on paper, the one that is sweet as honey in the mouth and bittersweet in the belly.
Yeah, that's your ingredients label. That's your small book. It tastes good, but it's pharmacia. Vitamin D, riboflavin.
Bitter in the belly.
Yeah, like, are you on any kind of medication, Wesley? You take drugs?
That's rhetorical.
I take metformin for diabetes, losartan for cholesterol, and atorvastatin for blood pressure.
You don't eat clean?
Not really.
Oh my God!
I eat whatever comes in a can. My cooking abilities are limited to being able to bake bread.
You ever think you've been possessed by a demon, Wesley?
I believe Satan attacked me twice, and actually more than twice. And one time he was in my head saying, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball." And those are perverted words, changed words of Isaiah 22.
So do you ever
I've been attacked by demons, so I mean, I don't think Wesley's the only one up here that can speak to that. So I don't know if you're not getting attacked by demons. I don't think you're really practicing the Christian faith, because that's what the devil does, is they try to attack you. I mean, granted, God will always protect you, but the devil doesn't go after people for no reason. So.
Well, that's one of the devil's to be silent about it. Strength is to give the devil his due. And I would rather be humble and confess.
I know Jordan Peterson likes to say that saying. You're not the only one that likes to, or I don't know, likes to, but says it. Jordan Peterson says that, but I won't give the devil his due. I think the devil's a despicable creature and people use the devil as a scapegoat for their own evil actions, but if you put an angel or God around the devil, they would still act like an angel or God and not be corrupted. So human
Well,
beings have a bad habit.
he is impatient and interruptive. He's smooth at it too, and very flattering. But when he did that, when Satan pulled that fire down from heaven, and it got to me, it could only touch the parts of my soul that were not baptized, the parts of my soul that were dead gray ashes, death, the wages of sin. And the parts of me that Satan could not touch and could not remove was the parts of me that were clean inwardly, the Holy Spirit clean, a snow white clean, like a pearl of great wealth.
So do you think
but the
that
parts of me
Satan
that
is
were
still
unclean,
in those
Satan
parts?
could put that fire into my head and speak inside of my mind, saying, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. And when he did that, for Jesus had loosened Satan, and it felt like I was being paralyzed by some sort of electric jolt. It didn't feel entirely unpleasant, but nor was it comfortable. And it was a shock. And it was the fire that Satan pulls down from heaven that he is going to use when he is put on the earth in the flesh of a man. When he is cast down to earth the first day of the tribulation.
I mean, what you're saying is just nobody can understand it, Wesley.
Yeah, you gotta rein it in a little, Wesley.
I think you can understand it. Just give it a little time.
It just sounds. I mean, dude, it's indecipherable.
Yeah, Wesley, you go a little off the
I have
rails.
no freaking clue what you're talking about.
You know, you go off the rails a little
I think
on us. I think you're smart enough to know when you're doing it too. So I don't know. I don't know what your motivations are, but I hope they're just, not.
My motivation is simple. This happened to me. Should it have happened to you? And I believe it did.
Yeah.
Be of
Wesley,
some comfort that you're not alone. You're not alone. That somebody is willing to confess it and describe it and speak with you about it freely.
I'm just too literal. I can't really understand all the metaphorical speech you're using. You know what I mean?
All right, don't get him going. Don't ask him any damn questions. Don't ask him any damn questions. All right, let him be. All right. All I'm saying is I've been paralyzed, and I wouldn't use the word slightly uncomfortable because you're a little more than that. But anyways,
well, it can probably be a little bit embarrassing to think, wow, that Satan did get inside my head, and I'm claiming I'm a Christian. How can that be?
Devil did get inside my head before many, many times. So I'm not saying you're alone on that. It was the devil or demons have gotten inside of my head many times. So
yeah, well, Satan gets to you every time he gets into somebody else and somebody steals your wallet or crashes your car or does something bad to you.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to be dropping subliminal stuff like that, buddy, because now you're starting to go down a path where I don't know what your intentions are.
Well, that's the fire that Satan will pull down. That's how he is going to trick everyone. He's going to pull that fire down.
I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, but if you're going to start dropping subliminal things that I actually understand in a way other people might not, you're going to have to just leave, my friend. So I don't like muting people, but I don't like people dropping, their subliminals, but might show you might have lived some things too. All right, he left. So there we are. We're very cursed and blessed at the same time that Wesley left us. But anyways, we can entertain him for as much as we can handle, but at some point, if he's just gonna talk about Allah and black frogs and $32,000, and he's gonna start mixing in some shots that I know are not very good intentions, that's a problem. He probably has been attacked by the devil just like I have, so who knows how bad it's messed him up or what it's done to him, but it's not a fun thing. I don't know. I'm not open enough to share all my experiences because it's nobody's business really, but yeah, I think if you're a Christian, just like Paul in the Bible, when he describes the devil, attacking him on the ships and so forth, like, Ephesians 6:10-18, we must put on the armor of God because, we're battling against the principalities of darkness, so on and so forth. I think if you're an actual practicing Christian, it's common for us to get demonic attacks. So I don't know. I don't know if everybody's experienced it or not, but I'd say just be aware it's a possibility at some point because the devil does like to go after believers, not people that are just at rock concerts that he doesn't have to worry about because they're already going down the wrong path. But not like going to rock concerts is a bad thing either. Let me not say that incorrectly either. I don't want people listening to think I'm saying listening to rock music's you're evil. That's not what I'm saying.
I mean, like isn't there a phrase Jesus said about whatever you pray for, you will get, and we were talking about that on an earlier stream, but I always kind of told myself, there was a point in my life where I became confident that I can't be attacked by demons, because of that phrase that Jesus said, whatever you pray for earnestly, you'll get or whatever. So I kind of carry myself with a certain confidence that I can't be attacked by outside forces. It's all me in my body. There's no outside spirit or demons. I don't fear demons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you've never lived anything super. I mean, I guess
Yeah,
you did
nothing
that
like major.
when you were young or something. But yeah, if you put yourself in a certain realm, bro, the realm of the dead type of thing or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you might have been trying to dabble in that type of stuff, though.
I never tried to either, but if you wrong the wrong people, they can put you there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's not. It's not you always willingly going there. You could just run into the wrong friend from high school and they can take you there, buddy. It's that's how it's happened to me a few times. Obviously every other thing you do yourself doesn't help, your own actions. But yeah, I mean, it's in the Bible. I mean, if Paul's getting attacked, it's not because Paul was, sinning and doing wrong things. It's because the devil attacks people and tries to, go against people of God. But yeah, I mean, it's different for everybody. If you asked me till I was 34 years old, I'd laugh at some of the things that I've experienced when people, I'd say they're not possible till you actually live them. So, I mean, the supernatural's a foreign thing to a lot of people. I mean, it was to me. I was very pragmatic, logical. Well, this is possible. That's not possible. And then once you live some supernatural things, you're like, oh, wow, everything's possible. Like everything that you think isn't possible has already happened.
I mean,
everything you think that isn't possible has already happened on this planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen one supernatural thing, and then my whole life, I still didn't believe in anything supernatural, even though I had seen it with my own eyes, dude. I don't know why, but I still didn't believe it like my whole life, But
what was it again? You were young, right?
Yeah, I was like 6 years old, and I saw a freaking, shadow, sleep paralysis demon or whatever they call them. I wasn't in sleep paralysis though. I was awake and moving around when I saw it. But yeah, a lot of people describe the same thing. It's a widespread phenomenon where sleep paralysis demon. I saw that once, but
real.
I never told anybody about it when I was a kid because I didn't think nobody would believe me. And
shadow people are definitely real.
I seen that dude, man, with my own eyes.
Yeah, I can attest for it myself.
But even then, I don't know why, but I still didn't believe in the supernatural at all for my whole life.
Well, if I told you, 1 in 5 million men have 2 penises, you'd probably be like, I'm lying, but. That's literally if you want to. And the only reason I know this is because on Facebook, a story popped up. Some guy had 3 phalluses. That's the scientific term for a penis or whatever. And I was like, what? This guy had 3 phalluses? And then when I Googled it and did the research, I was like, wow, 1 in 5 million men are born with 2 penises. Like, that's the most insane thing you could ever. So if you think about just what you could see in nature, like, the fact that, certain octopus shapeshift and, jellyfish, like immortal jellyfish can turn themselves back into like, I forget what the technical term is, but they can resort back to their infantile state of being a seed again. So they can never die because whenever they're like threatened by an animal, they're like an adult, but then they'll just drop to the bottom of the ocean and be like the whatever the technical term is for their like embryo seed like state to grow. They're only like a couple millimeters big, but you could just Google a mortal jellyfish. But there's so many things in nature that are just beyond our comprehension that we can see with our own eyes. Like I said, you can watch on the Nature Channel these certain octopus change into fish or sea snakes like in front of your eyes. They're changing color, they're changing shape. But we say, oh, that's just like some X-Men stuff that only can happen in the movies. But no, it happens in real life in nature. So what do you think is possible in the supernatural spiritual world? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like ridiculous what you could imagine. So, yeah, I've lived some crazy things. So I'd say a lot of things are possible. But, you know, obviously Wesley's things get a little... Wesley's things start to hit the border of what is possible or not. I'll say that much. But I don't know. Demonic attacks, no joke. So I mean, I'm sure he really has been demonically attacked, and I'll pray for him. But I don't know. I fight my own battles, so.
Yeah, but demons don't have to come up. They don't appear supernatural. They don't always appear supernatural.
Oh, not at all.
A demon could be go from ranging from bad habits.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to supernatural. You know what I mean? The demon is not gonna. A demon have all type of ways to approach you.
So Lou,
they the human form. They could be a little kid on a skateboard with some skeleton shit on his pants and go into the store and buy a brown bag and come out and pop the bag. Yeah, they could do all sorts of normal.
You do know, devil is the prettiest creation God ever made, ever created, right?
No way, dude.
I think that's more dogma.
How is that dogma?
Well, what verse tells
woman's
you
the most
Are you going to go with the
thing
verses
God
about the king
created.
of Tyre? The
Job.
king of Tyre? You're going to go to the
Job.
verses about the king of Tyre in Ezekiel 27?
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to that, but overall, right? Who when a kid, like you're a kid, right? And you know you shouldn't steal. You go to the store, you see that candy you want, but you shouldn't steal, but you don't have the money to steal it. Don't the devil make that candy look so tempting to you?
I don't know.
And then you end up stealing it?
You can blame
I
the
think
devil
it's
for all
you
your
that looks
sin.
at the candy
Yeah,
so tempting. Like,
I think that's a bad habit people have. Granted, the devil could be that like voice, or the demon could be a voice in your ear, like tempting you to do it. I totally believe in what you're saying there, Lou. But at the end of the day, like I said, if you put Jesus on planet Earth, the devil tempted him. What did he do? He resisted it. You put an angel on Earth, they're going to resist it. So,
and who else resisted the devil like Jesus?
No one. But that's the point. That's the point, though, is human beings, if they, if I light a cigarette when I was a smoker, I'd be like, oh, man, devil's, making me do it. That's a bad habit human beings have because it's taking away our responsibility of what we're in control of.
yeah, it's a scapegoat.
Yeah, but
it is true that the devil's whispering in your ear. There's 100, like if you ever watched Wonder Woman and they show, the bad guy character at the end whispering in people's ear, like that's 100% true. I agree with you. The devil uses sound. He's the prince of air in the Bible for a reason, because he uses sound to try to hypnotize you and make an algorithm to mess up your brain frequency so you will sin. So I agree with that.
The devil is a spirit. He comes in all type of shapes and forms. He could come in a form of a loved one. He could come in a form of a drug. He could come any type of form. I mean, for him to have 1/3 of the angels leave heaven, he can't be. He has to have something extraordinary about him for them to even follow him.
So would anybody agree that like ignorance is a type of demon?
Huh?
Ignorance, is that a demon? Or is that just...
ignorance, I think ignorance, that's human nature, man.
And so that's not a demon, right?
I mean, if it becomes a bad habit to you where you could be ignorant, but if you started making it a bad habit to where it leads to bad situation and bad things, you know, then you opening a door for demons, and demons gonna come and make sure you do your job of being ignorant.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's all demons. I mean,
Because when I
at
think
least,
of demons, I think like demon possession, like an extra, like a
yeah, there is demon
spirit
possession.
entity. You know.
Yeah,
with
you
its-
have that. You have that. You have that. Yeah, it's people who get demon possessed.
Yeah, I've heard of those. I mean, I had a cousin that was supposedly demon possessed, dude, and he acted like it too.
Yeah,
He was,
yeah,
he had, you know, paranoid schizophrenia or whatever he was diagnosed with, you know, but.
Well, people have demons in the Bible, so if you're a Bible believer,
Yeah, yeah.
rebuking demons.
But I always struggle with the idea: did Jesus expel all the demons, or not? You know.
Well, you better believe in demonic possession if you're a Bible believer, because just like you better believe in angels,
Yeah, I
it's right
believe.
here in the Bible. So I mean, people will say, "Oh, that doesn't exist anymore." Well, that's just ignorant. You know what
Well,
I
the
mean?
only time it mentions demon possession was in Jesus's time, and that Jesus expelled them all. And I don't know if he expelled all
Not
the
true.
demons.
That's not true. There was it didn't use the word demon, but it said a bad spirit was on Saul, and King David used to play
Yeah.
the lyre to get rid of it. So I understand the word demon might be more, you know, New Testament, but
So
bad
what do you guys
spirits.
think a demon is? I always thought that they were the Nephilim because the angels came and slept with human women, and then they had offspring, and those offspring, their spirit didn't come from God, and so when they died, their spirit was just roaming around the earth trying to inhabit people. You know, that's how I explain the demons. What do you guys see demons as?
Well, I mean, like,
go ahead.
no, just real quick, like you said, it could be a mental illness, an addiction, something, you know, your own thing that you can't overcome, maybe a continual sin. But yeah, definitely some dark shadow things that you can see out of the corner of your eye, or a Girl Scout selling Girl Scout cookies that comes to your door and then shoots you with a M16. Yeah.
So in that way, it's more like a demon in a figurative way of speaking, right? Not like a literal different entity, like with its
there's
own
literal different
consciousness.
entities.
Oh
dude.
no, like all three, like in your head, something just mental, something that is spiritual, like a bad spirit that you can either see, you know, as and then an actual physical person demon, just like you can have an actual angel visit you, or sometimes you're the angel helping other people, but you can actually have an actual demon in person. Yeah, just like Ryan's experience, I think. I don't want to trigger him.
I've had a bunch of them. I've had more than you can count, so don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
I just think of them as the
You
literal
get in
way.
a certain realm, they're all around there, buddy. Trust me. You get in that realm, you're getting attacked constantly, and they're all in human form or just spiritual. They could be shadow.
Yeah, I guess they could be in multiple ways,
They could be
figurative
all sorts of
ways.
things I don't understand. It could just be you getting tested to smoke a cigarette or do some evil.
I hope
Yeah,
not,
because
dude.
a demon
All
could
of the
be, and that's saying a demon can use weed as a way to dictate you. Because you know, some people will say, "Oh, I can't focus without smoking weed."
Yeah, he can.
And then they'll say it 3 more times.
What do you think? What did you say? That weed is a way that demons could get like
Can
into
possess you.
What?
It opens a door, just like spirit.
How?
It opens a door.
Because if you say you smoke weed because you like getting high, you know what I mean? You smoke weed because you like getting high, and you don't need weed to operate. Some people literally need weed to operate. They'll tell you, "I need some weed. I can't think right. I need some weed. I can't eat until I get some weed. I can't go to work until I get some weed. I can't go out till I get some weed." They would not do nothing without smoking weed first.
Okay, so then it becomes like a demon, like in a figurative
It's the
kind of
demon
way.
is the demon influencing them.
Or
Like
it's
that
like
verse
a
say, you
real
become
entity influencing them.
you become a slave. You become a slave.
Okay.
I think it's more. I mean, I used to smoke weed every day of my life for 20 years. So I mean, literally. At least every day for 15 years. I'll say 15 to 30 before I broke my neck, and then I couldn't smoke as much when I broke my neck, but I still smoked for a couple of years. But every day for 15 years, 16 years. But yeah, I mean, a lot, as much as I
that's
could.
like me, dude.
Yeah. But anyways, it's not as much like demonic at that point. It's a bad habit and all that. Like but
me,
if you get in a certain realm, dude, anything can be evil. Like Tupac at the verse swore I saw the devil in my empty glass of Hennessy. Like if you get into a certain realm, you do enough mathematics, or musical sound frequency, whatever it is. I don't understand it. It's all over my head. You could get put in a space where anything remotely sinful is, the devil or a demon. So yeah, I've had like the TV talking to me before, like, yeah, smoke that, drink that, in a rap song, like Prodigy rapping a rap song, and I lit up the weed, and it was like it wasn't a good decision at the time because I was in the zone where I was in like the spiritual realm where your sins are greater, measured greater because you're closer to God. Like the realm of dead, you're closer to God, so you have a lot less like room of error. Like the smaller the smaller error, the bigger the error. At that point, I don't know. It's hard to explain, man. We live in a weird reality, bro, where like you can intersect with the realm of the dead with this current life you're living. I don't know how to explain it because I don't understand it all, but it's very real.
It's just like, I drink, but I don't drink to cause harm or do evil. I drink for recreational purposes. I don't say I got to drink before work, or when I get drunk, I'll go trying to get loud with people, want to fight people and forget about what I did and all type of crazy stuff. I drink for recreational purposes. You know what I mean? But if I do on the other hand, how some people get drunk, when he get drunk, he does this. He become a different person, this and that. Then you're demon possessed. Demons, basically the demons have control of you.
Okay.
They're going to do everything in their power to make sure you do what that alcohol tell you to do.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that one brother with the that had all the demons that went out to the pigs. He was those were real. They were within him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and quite honestly, I hate to I don't know. Quite honestly, there was two of them. There was two naked men, crazy men living in a graveyard. That's who there was two of them, and Jesus cleansed them. The story of Jesus cleansing one of them. Maybe he cleansed them both. I don't know, but if we put all the scriptures together, there's two of them. So we can only imagine what spirit was upon them. No offense.
Pride to our stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was people. I'll say it, Mike, but yeah, no, the people were like afraid in the town because they were so powerful, and yeah, I mean, like I said, man, people just have to recognize the supernatural that's in the Bible didn't stop occurring, just because it's in 2,000-year difference or 4,000-year difference at times, or more than that if you go all the way back to Adam and Eve, but that's something that I learned the hard way, and a lot of Christians shouldn't take for granted. They think angels don't exist anymore. Well, what do you mean angels don't exist anymore? Like I'm not lying when I tell these stories, and I'm not alone. And like I said, if people only recognize, like I said, like the angels for other people that I never recognized, but people have told me in my town, like was a person taking bottles out of the trash can. Think about God's wisdom in that. Like, could God get any wiser than to send an angel in that form? Of course not. Like, so just imagine all the angels you probably encountered in your life, but you didn't treat them how they deserve to be treated. That just speaks to the evil of human beings. So, don't take for granted God sending his angels in human form. Just be aware how wicked you or how sinful you are in this own life that you're living, that you probably passed one of God's angels and scoffed at him when that was an opportunity for you to show God you were worthy, So I'll just say Hebrews 13, if people are unfamiliar, it just tells you, show kindness to strangers, because some people have unknowingly showed kindness to angels. That's how I discovered one of my guardian angels, one of my guardian angels is I'll give God the credit. It wasn't me, but I was reading my Bible a lot at the time, and I thought of Lazarus because he had a lot of sores on him. And it turned out to be an angel. I didn't know it till like the third or fourth time I encountered him. I didn't know it for 3 or 4 times. I just thought it was a human being. But, I thought of Lazarus, the story of Lazarus. He had a lot of sores, a skin condition that would keep a lot of people away. And yeah, I don't know. God led me to speak to him as a guardian angel. But there's plenty of people in the store that ignored him, walked right by him, never talked to him. So don't think you haven't had angels sent to you. You just probably have treated them poorly and not spent the time to talk to them.
I had a lady, she said she was an angel, but she was like this totally haggard, like homeless, freakazoid with like makeup all over her face, and she was a total a druggie, a transient, and she wanted to come in my house, and I was like, dude, there's no way I'm letting you come in my house, to use my bathroom, she said. And I was thinking, dude, the first thing she's gonna do is go in there and start shooting up or doing some kind of crazy thing in my house. I'm like, no way, dude. But
Yeah,
she said she was like an angel.
Yeah, I mean, you got to judge people as best you can in that
Yeah.
situation there. I mean, if you
I
could
had a
tell.
bad vibe about her, dude.
Yeah. Just because somebody claims it, and especially right out claim it, it's a kind of a red flag that it most likely
I know,
wasn't.
but
So
then I feel guilty too because Jesus
Yeah.
did say, don't ever turn anybody down. Whatever they ask for you, give it to them. And so I sometimes, after thinking about it, man, was I supposed to let her in my house, dude? She was
yeah, I mean that's
crazy.
a tough one. The way you're describing it,
Yeah, she was nuts, man. I'm telling
pretty
you.
safe. It was just somebody that's closer to what Wesley's going through,
Right.
most likely.
It was like, and even worse.
Somebody with the
Uh-huh.
type of issues. But again, like I said, I'm not saying it. I'm just emphasizing the fact people underestimate that these things are still occurring, and that's something that I think from my life I just want to pass on to people that don't underestimate what God's doing, and the spiritual is very real. So that these things haven't stopped happening. This isn't a mythological book. This is a real life. This is what we live in story. And just be aware of it. And you got nothing to lose. I mean, if somebody's an angel, then yeah, you'll get a blessing. But guess what? If that person's not an angel, you're still going to get a blessing. So treat these people that most people would pass by with kindness, because it doesn't matter if they're an angel, you still get a blessing. So that's a lesson I learned, and obviously I learned it late in life. When you're a teenager, you want to beat people up and rob homeless people, or at least I grew up crazy like that and did bad things like that. So
Same here.
I'll just say, as you get older and closer to God, try to learn, how to treat people, especially people in low positions.
That's
they're
good
usually
advice, man.
Yeah,
I actually think we're commanded to test the spirits. And this chick very well could have been an angel, but my first words, if I saw her as you described her, I'd be like, fallen angel, right? You have
yeah, dude.
Yeah, because she could have been telling the truth. I'm a fallen angel. You just didn't catch it. All you heard was angel. But yeah, I think we're commanded to test the spirits. And with all the nice people that I have entertained throughout the years, it is real clear that I can see these deep. I will give them test questions, because they will always come to me saying something, and I will just do the natural questions, like that girl. If she said, "Oh, I'm an angel," I just would have naturally said, "Oh, a fallen angel," because you look rather unkempt. I get it. But yeah, we are, and it should not be offensive to them to question them. Simple, easy questions that they should be able to answer. So it's not going to be like Zechariah, who questioned the angel speaking to him, and oh, you don't question me, you are now deaf and dumb. It's not like that when you're visiting an angel on the street or such. They come to visit you. You have the right to question them, and I don't mean interrogate, but a diligent inquiry. some simple questions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. You're right
Thank
about
you.
the fact that it's going to come as an undercover spirit for sure.
Oh, I've seen them snivel at me. They'll come in and everything will be totally cool. I just want to use your restroom or something, and I don't know. I'll say something something, a test. You know what I mean? And you can just see them start. You can see their personality change. It's almost like they get those lizards' eyes that blink, vertical instead of horizontal or whatever. You can almost you can almost see their nose start to twitch up, like they're getting ready to snarl at you. You can see it. And so once you have that ace in the hole, you have the entire power over the entire conversation, the entire demonic possession they're trying to influence on you. Yeah, and they easily go away. They easily scatter. It's a beautiful sight to see.
Well, they definitely are rebuked at Jesus's name too. That's one thing to always bear in mind, that if you maintain your faith, or even if you're somebody that doesn't even have much faith, even at that stage of just saying Jesus' name, Jesus will protect those that don't even deserve it, like he did for me when I said his name around demonic, people. So they do cower at the name of the Son of God, as they should, and as we all should. So just bear that in mind too if you're ever in a bad situation. But yeah, man, it's just like I said. I think a lot of Christians nowadays, they do think it's just something in the book, and they kind of take it for granted, and that is something that is very real. But again, when you say it, like I've told some of my stories, and people go, that's crazy, but at the same time they'll believe in the Red Sea getting parted. You know what I mean? So it's kind of funny how we perceive things. When somebody that tells us something that we actually know, it's like we believe it less than if it's somebody that is a stranger almost that tells the story, and then it's more believable or so. I don't know.
And these people have told me stuff about me that would make you cringe. Like, how would they know that? And I don't mean nasty stuff. I mean stuff that they should not know, and they have said that to me, and that is a clear indicator that they are a demon and not a good angel. And you just throw out questions to them, just like normal, and you'll see the change. They will not want to go down that path of talking about, I can't give a good examples. I'm just saying, test the spirits.
Yeah. Well,
didn't John or something say that isn't that the scripture you're referring to, where he says test the spirits, and any of them that don't confess Jesus came in the flesh, that's not a spirit of God or something?
Well, and the Deuteronomy, whatever the Judas, good gracious alive, where did I get that from? I am so sorry. Yahoo would probably know better than me the prophet test. I think
Deuteronomy
it's
13.
13. Yeah. That's an easy one. Just, if they tell you all cool things about your past and your mother, but they try to make you go to a different God. That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? The Arctic Timberwolves in the chat trolling me, Mike, Dirty, Yahoo too, but he's been given the invitation to hit the link and say it like a man to our face. But
What's he saying?
He refuses. I don't know. Just
accuse Christ of having a devil. What makes you think
what makes
you are
you
so
people
smart?
think you're so smart? And then you scroll up and he can to see.
Yeah, but
10 minutes
I just
ago,
kind
he was
of
telling me how,
okay.
my brain's fried. Ryan's brain
Well,
cells are fried. And
Jesus
he
expelled
won't
a
hit the link and
demon.
say it like a man. Why is this Arctic Timberwolf so afraid of us? I don't understand. Did somebody say something that hurt Arctic Timberwolf's feelings at some point? And I don't know about it. Did somebody bully him? I don't want anybody bullying him. If he comes on the channel, don't bully him. No bullying allowed up here. I won't let people bully you. So you're more than welcome to hit the link, but I won't let them bully you.
Yeah, Arctic, come on up.
Show us your Ring doorbell. Let's see what's going. Let's see if there's any horses with carriages going down your street, because that shows where you're from. But anyways,
Oh, I
man.
remember that. Yeah, he showed his front yard. Was that right?
Yeah, he had a horse pulling a carriage, like he's in
Yeah,
some Amish. He's in some Amish city or something. I don't know where he is.
it was totally weird. That was funny. I remember that night.
Yeah, he's the type of guy you ask him where he's from, and he gets all sketchy and won't tell you, and like it's a big deal, like you're gonna come search his city for him or something. Like, oh my god, Dirty, you're one of those too, by the way. Dirty, where you from? I don't know, man. I'm afraid.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, okay, bro. All right, I'm afraid to. I get not giving people your address. I get it. You never know. You could have Wesley show up at your door, or somebody showing up at your door. I
Yeah,
don't want
dude.
that either, but I'm not afraid to tell you the city I'm in. I mean, if I can't hide in my own city from you, I'm in
Yeah,
trouble.
but your city has got like millions of people in it.
No, it doesn't. I'm in Clifton Park, New York, buddy. It ain't millions
Yeah,
of people.
New York.
Probably 100,000 or something, 50, 80. I don't know. I can Google it right now. I'll tell you. It's not 20 people. I don't have horses and carriages outside. But I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, that's just a subject to talk about. Move on. We can move on. We don't want to beat it to death. But yeah.
Oh
That
yeah,
was it.
well I was gonna say answer Arctic. He said that the Jews accuse Christ of having a demon. What makes you people think you're so smart?
Well, Archie
but I was
Timberwolf is from Wisconsin, so I guess it's not that bad.
gonna say, didn't Jesus cast out? He was casting out a demon, and then he said, "You can't plunder a strong man until you bind him first." And so I think he was talking about you can't plunder Satan's demons unless you bind Satan first. So I was
You
thinking,
read these verses so crazy, bro. That's just about
yeah, I
it's
mean,
just being watchful for the day of death.
I was thinking Satan was bound in Tartarus along with all the other angels who sinned, like Peter said.
I mean, it's not a crazy interpretation. One of the nicknames for the devil is strong, so I mean, you're not going that crazy on this by any means. You might be right, so I won't even say the word crazy.
I mean, but that doesn't mean that the demons can't possess people. But I just don't think that the angels or like the fallen angels or Satan could possess anybody. But their offspring, the Nephilim, who became the demons, I think they could probably possess people because they don't have anywhere for their spirit to go.
I don't know. Sometimes you read these verses like in Exodus, and you're like, Moses lied. He wanted to steal the cows.
Yeah.
Just like, where does this guy get this stuff?
Really?
Man?
You guys don't really see
Really?
it.
What do you mean?
No, I think I would side with Dirty on that. I think you could get that from reading like Genesis 6 and Jude and what is it, like Peter?
Which verse though? I mean, I know about angels being in chains. If that's what you're referencing with Jude and the Nephilim, I believe in all those. I mean, I shared the Apocrypha Book of Giants, that was in the Dead Sea Scrolls recently on the one show. I'm going to do a show and just show it at the beginning so people can watch it easier. There's like 2 pages of Dead Sea Scrolls, that mentions Enoch, and it's supposedly written by, about giants, we'll say. I don't know. I don't think it's written by giants, but it's about giants or whatever. So I believe in the giants. I mean, that's biblical too. The spies went and said, we look like grasshoppers compared to them, the Nephilim. But yeah, what are you saying? You agree with Dirty as far as that Jesus metaphor, Yahoo, about the strong man and stuff?
Oh no, I just meant that like the angel human hybrids that died in the flood, like their spirits probably are the demons. That's what I was agreeing with.
I mean, some people try to make the argument that some Nephilim survived the flood, but I think that's blasphemous.
Yeah, I don't think they did. I don't think they survived.
I would not agree with that.
They came through the bloodline of,
Yeah, I would guess that they came through the female bloodline somewhere.
Right.
Because there was technically only 3 Y chromosomes on the ark, but there was like 9 X chromosomes or something like that. So.
Right.
Yeah.
They came through Canaan's line, right? Ham. So it was his wife. I mean, it had to be Ham's wife.
It's an interesting conversation because if you believe that the flood wiped out everybody except for everybody that was on the ark, then the Nephilim existed after the ark. So it's
But
an
it-
interesting question. Did they come from heaven again afterwards?
Yeah, Amalek
No,
or
no,
whatever.
I wouldn't
the
say that,
Amalekites.
but like it said that all flesh was corrupt. You know, you might be able to say, oh, Noah's, lineage was fine, but that wouldn't include the 3 wives of the sons.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you think the Nephilim DNA or whatever was still in one of the women?
Right.
Yeah, like one of them could have had an X chromosome that still had that, DNA in it, or like I think Dirty was alluding to, it could have possibly been the curse that was put on Cain or something like that. But
No,
yeah,
not
I don't.
the curse. Just
Oh,
his
okay.
wife. Because it came through
Oh.
his line. The Amalekites and the Rephaim, they all came through Ham's line. So it must have been his wife, because Ham is genetically clean, but his wife must not have been.
Right, but then wasn't it his son that got cursed for the uncovering of Noah's?
Yeah,
name?
that's true.
Yeah. Okay.
But I
trying
don't
to
think
put
that
words
was
in
like a
your mouth. I just-
genetic curse. Do you think? I mean, I don't know.
Okay. I got you.
You think you think that curse had something to do with the giant Yahoo?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought that that's what Dirty was alluding
No,
to.
no.
But yeah,
Well-
no, I don't think there was a second incursion of angels after the flood. So I would think that the giants would have to show up in a more natural way. Or if you look, lean more towards like the natural method, they just like found pre-flood knowledge and then used like root cutting and stuff like that to make giants or something.
Yeah, it's a tough question, honestly. It's one of those, like, it falls in the category of like Genesis questions, like, well, who wrestled Jacob? Or, you know what I mean? Like, who was in Sodom and Gomorrah? Who was in chapter 18 of Genesis at Abraham with the tent? It was 3 people, it was 2 angels, and who was it? Jesus? It's hard. That's the tetragrammaton in those chapter 18 Genesis. Like, so it falls into those categories. It's like we want to be able to just simply answer the questions, but it's also like we're speculating and we're just trying our best to answer these questions. Because, yeah, I mean, if you have to pick a child, you'd probably say Canaan through the seed of Canaan. So Ham, they'd be through the seed of Ham.
Yeah,
And
wasn't it the
Ham, Shem,
Amalekites?
Japheth.
Or who were the giants?
I think the
the
Amalekites were definitely in
Yeah,
there, but yeah,
I
there was a
think
couple of them that they had to wipe out before they got into the land.
Well,
And then they spent 40 years wandering in the wilderness, and then they had to cross the Jordan and go take out like more giants.
well,
And they
even
didn't
Goliath.
end up killing them, and then David and his men ended up fighting even more giants.
Yeah, I mean, even Goliath was a Philistine, and he was 9'9" according. They put it in biblical 6 cubits or something like that.
Yes,
So,
the Philistines are
like-
Canaanites, right?
well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so.
I mean, I mean, they're in the land of
Kind
Canaan.
of.
They're in the land of Canaan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there was Philistines back to the time of Abraham. Abraham made covenants with some Philistines. I forget the exact names, but he had a pact with some because they had a relationship. I forget which ones their names were. I just read Genesis, so I should remember. But
Oh yeah, where he bought the burial plot for Sarah.
even before that, the guy kind of feared Abraham, and they just
Or the
made
one
a
that he got land for to live in.
Yeah. I mean, the burial plot.
Yeah, the guy who bought the burial plot, his name actually means like fawn-like, like Pan, like the deer, the goat, like half man, or half deer, half man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was before even that though. He made a covenant with some other guy, and it was just over like the land and stuff. Like he saw God was with Abraham, so he just made a covenant with him. I forget the name.
Yeah,
though.
one of the kings that he told Sarah was his sister.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Like I said, where do these giants come from? Whose seed did they come through? That's a great question that we don't really have an answer to. But we could kind of go through Genesis and trace them, and maybe write it down and map it out. Like this one came through this one. But yeah, I don't know off the top of my head where the Nephilim came from, what their genealogy is in Genesis, or if they're even if it's even written. I don't know. It's I mean, we know all the people or all the beings on land got destroyed, but I don't know about, all the beings in water didn't get destroyed. So I don't know, man. I don't have the answers. I'm not trying to say Aquaman or giants either. So I'm not trying to go down that road. So I don't have the answer. It's a tough one. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's an interesting topic. I think all of us could spend more time on and try to do more research and maybe some Google searches to save the time of going through every genealogy at Genesis, but try to figure out, whose line the Nephilim went through or whose line the Philistines went through. Because, Goliath being a Philistine was 9'9". Stuff like that. Amalekites, I don't know if we have evidence they were giants or not. I don't know. We could probably go to some verses and probably see something of the sort. I don't know. We know God, banished them. So when Joshua fought him, obviously. Yeah, this is interesting too, Mike. I never read this in this manner before. So it seems like it is saying, people are getting a mark. My only thing is, I don't know, because the differentiation of some get it on the forehead, some get it on the right hand. I don't know if that's in what verse that was in.
But is this after the rapture?
Well, I read these verses before. While we were waiting, I don't know how far I got to scroll up, but I was reading them. I went to them earlier too. We didn't really spend much time talking about them as a group, but I was looking at them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never took it that way that everybody got the mark.
Yeah, it says everyone gets the mark, right?
Well, that's what Mike's been saying, but yeah, the scriptures are pretty much leaning in that direction too. I don't know though. I never read it that way. It's interesting.
It depends on whether it's before or after the rapture. I think it's after. What chapter is it?
All right. So I know what you're 13. Saying. Some people are already saved.
The rapture's in verse 14, or chapter, Revelation 14:15, I think, is where the rapture is. So this is before the rapture of the good people, and so yeah, it is saying all the good people are going to get the mark.
Well, I'm not like super set on this, but I think that this is one interpretation that it could be saying that the ones who don't get the mark will be slain, and then all will get the mark, but it's saying like all types of people will get the mark. And then Jesus says, the time will be cut short or else no flesh will be saved, because they're either going to have to take the mark or they're going to get killed. So maybe that is what it is referring to. And then it's just, giving example of, all, as in like small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, like all different types of people. Like there's not like a class system that you can belong to that is going to keep you safe from what's coming.
Yeah, I'd have to read chapter 12 and everything to get the context, but it seems like all the people at this point are getting the mark.
And it says they all worship the beast, right?
Well, that's what I mean. I'd have to read chapter 12 or chapter 11, whatever, getting the context of this, but I don't know.
Because chapter 14 says that the harvest is ripe, and the angel commands Jesus to send his sickle and reap, and then that's when he takes all the good people up to heaven, and then afterwards he pours out the wrath on the earth, for all the remaining evildoers. But that's after this, so that just is weird. It's after everyone takes the mark.
I thought he took the tares first.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. I mean, you just proved the book of Revelation is a lie, but I wasn't trying to do that. Because Matthew 13:30 says it's the other way around, where Jesus commands the angels and not the angels commanding Jesus, like in the book of Revelation. And then it's the chaff first and then the wheat, and it's the other way around in Revelation, where it's the wheat first and then the chaff.
Well, Revelation was probably written in Hebrew, so you're probably supposed to read it back to front.
No, Revelation was written in Greek because Revelation 16:16 says the place called in Hebrew Harmageddon. So So since it says that it was called Harmageddon in Hebrew, that means that the book of Revelation wasn't written in Hebrew. Otherwise, why would they have to explain to you this is what it was said in Hebrew, Armageddon?
Because it was originally in Hebrew and they were translating it to Greek, and they wanted to make sure you knew what the original Hebrew said.
Maybe. So that little phrase is kind of an addition. It wasn't in the original Hebrew scroll. It was kind of a Greek addition to explain the name, or what?
Well, yeah, if you're copying it from Hebrew into Greek, and then you're all of a sudden you're going to translate this word, you're going to be like, well, this is what it is in the Hebrew, and this is what we're going to say it is in.
Yeah, but they don't say what it is in Greek at all. It just says the place, which is called in Hebrew Harmageddon. And so it's like, it's almost saying this was written in Greek, you know?
Yeah, we have fragments of almost all of the New Testament books actually in Hebrew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but like even what is it? Well, Matthew we have written in Hebrew. We've had that for centuries, but that we recently found some John and some Luke. I think
but you don't think that they were translated from Greek to Hebrew?
No. Just because, like you said, why would they say in the Hebrew? Who are they translating it for? A Hebrew? Why would we translate a New Testament to a Hebrew? Why would we translate a Revelation to a Hebrew guy?
Right.
It's like, dude, you don't even believe in the Messiah.
Yeah. I mean, because I don't know. I always thought,
so
I could be wrong, but I thought they were all written in Greek, like, you know.
Do you guys see that as Armageddon or Har Megiddo?
Har Megiddo.
Yeah, the Mount of Megiddo.
Yeah.
Well, place.
Or I'm not sure what it. I thought it was like a valley of
Megiddo, yeah.
Yeah, where they burned all the trash or something like that. Or
Yeah,
is that Gehenna?
I think that's the same place they had the 1973 Yom Kippur War. 7 years earlier, they had the 1967 Six-Day War. It's fascinating.
I'm thinking of Gehenna, not Har Megiddo.
But yeah, it's cool stuff.
All I know is, from what I know about Armageddon, isn't it like only I've read it in the Bible in like one verse? Like isn't that all that's in the Bible? It's just like one verse about Armageddon. It just says
Revelation 16.
Yeah.
But I think they get it wrong by saying Armageddon. It should be like Mount Megiddo, but they just leave it as like the Greek or whatever it is instead of leaving it as the Hebrew, which would have told you that it was a Hebrew mountain.
It's confusing to try to put together.
So yeah, you'd have to do a word search for Megiddo.
14. I mean, are you? Because I don't know where the Megiddos, which prophet it's from, but it's really hard to like take Zechariah 14 and all the Old Testament prophecies and then align them with the New Testament. It's not easy at times. Like just to be honest to people, it's not like, for instance,
Of course it's not. Or somebody else would have written the book of Revelation before it ever needed to be, revealed. People would have just been able to figure it out just by reading the text. I mean, they had 400 years without a prophet. They could have just been studying the text, like it's definitely not easy.
Well, my point is they don't line cleanly either, is my point though. That's the other thing. Like I said, like some verses, and I forget what prophet would be like, the lion will eat straw like the ox. I think it's in Isaiah. And, people live to 100. If they die before 100, they'll be considered accursed. And that's like basically talking about like this, heavenly type state, but it's still talking about people that'll die at 100 are accursed. So it's not talking about eternal life either. So it's confusing, but it also paints the picture of like a heavenly type realm. I don't know. I'd have to Google it. It's pretty. It's like I think if I just put wolf in, I'll find it, because I think that's in the verse. I remember Melvin brought it up, but it's Isaiah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like right here, Isaiah 65. So, it's talking basically, it seems like about heaven, but it's right here saying, no more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old man who does not fill out his days, for the young man shall die 100 years old, and the sinner 100 years old shall be accursed. and it's telling you there'll be no more crying. You know what I mean? So it's a tough, like, how do we say this is heaven, but somebody's still dying at 100? You know what I mean? But if you read these verses, it's talking about the wolf and the lamb right here in verse 25 shall graze together. The lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the dust shall be the serpent's food. They shall not hurt or destroy in all my holy mountain. So it's telling you the location is God's holy mountain. So I don't know how we go through these type verses or even Zechariah 14 and try to tie it to, because when you look at like how the blue letter, because look at I don't agree with the title of this, but it does say, for behold, I create new heavens and a new earth. But we have to keep in mind here, this word can just be skies, and earth can
Well,
be.
Lou would say that that's talking about the temple, and then the earth is talking about the courtyard of the temple.
Well, the word heavens can mean it means skies, and we translate it to heavens. And then earth can just be land. So it is important to have that context to understand in Hebrew this word could just be talking about skies, but it does seem to be talking about like a heavenly type realm, the way it describes the rest of the chapter.
That's the way I read it, but
Well, it seems
Lou
to be
says that
studying
it's
Jerusalem
metaphorical.
It's a tough one to coordinate, is all I got to
It
say.
is.
To coordinate it with what we have as far as our perception of heaven.
So, do you guys believe that there are any Old Testament prophecies that are purely metaphorical and they're not like a total literal literal prophecy?
He shall be called Emmanuel, and actually he was called Yeshua. That sounds metaphor.
Yeah,
Any other ones?
Well, Emmanuel means God with us. So it's, again, I think it's important to just understand like the Hebrew is very different at times. So when we're reading something, we can also get kind of misled.
Well, like what about other ones like where, let's just say the river flows into the sea from the temple? Could
Well, that
that
is
be
a good point. He's not literally called Emmanuel. So it's like if you wanted to be a Jew, like a Jewish person, and say, well, the Messiah wasn't called Emmanuel. You know what I mean? Like you could make arguments like that.
I do.
Yeah,
I don't think that that's a
well, if you want to be
prophecy.
a Christian who supposedly believes in Jesus, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's a prophecy about Jesus. I think Matthew is
talking about?
mistaken. I think Matthew made a mistake. It might have been an honest mistake, but I really don't think that was a prophecy about Jesus.
You read
It's
Isaiah 7-9, you'll get the picture. It's talking about the Messiah coming.
no, it's talking about
It's
talking about Ahaz, and he was up against two kings, and then Emmanuel's
Ahaz
going to
was
be
called
born.
God. Ahaz was called the mighty God.
Or
You will call
Ahab,
him. His name will be called Emmanuel, the mighty. He'll be called mighty,
no,
Counselor.
that was that was a second person. There's more than one prophecy here.
Yeah, it
Oh,
talks about Isaiah's son, but it clearly separates him in the next chapter, bro. But look at this, the very next verse. He shall eat curds and honey when he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the
Yeah,
good.
that's Emmanuel. That's a guy that lived 700 years before Jesus. He was born of a virgin. It says it says before the time he knows how to refuse good and evil, those two kings that Ahaz was fighting against will be destroyed. That was the whole prophecy.
Yeah, but if you read Micah 5, it also breaks down. So people will try to say what Dirty's saying, but if you go to Micah 5, it actually shows you, the prophecy about Jesus being born in Bethlehem, and then it'll talk about the Assyrian king. So look, the ruler to be born in Bethlehem. Now muster your troops, O daughter of troops. Siege is laid against us. With a rod they strike the judge of Israel on the cheek. But you, O Bethlehem, Ephrathah, who are too little to be among the clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to be ruler in Israel, whose coming forth is from of old, from ancient days. So that's clearly talking about Jesus, Dirty.
Yeah.
Get down
I
to
think
verse
that's
5.
talking about Jesus.
Get down to verse 5, and it'll talk about that Assyrian battle. So let's see if it's still in the context. Therefore, so it's still talking about him. Therefore, he shall give them up until the time when she who is in labor has given birth, then the rest of his brothers shall return to the people of Israel, and he shall stand and shepherd his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, and they shall dwell secure, for now he shall be great to the ends of the earth. That's still talking about Jesus in verse 4. And
I think
5,
that's the second coming of Jesus, isn't it?
well, I would not say that. But anyways,
I don't know. Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sure a Jewish person would, but I don't. But I'd say he accomplished a lot in the first coming, but some people try to diminish it for, whatever their motives are. I don't know. And he shall be their peace when the Assyrian comes into our land and treads in our palaces. Then we will raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 princes of men. And I don't know how to interpret it all, so don't ask me how to break down every single aspect of this. But I'm just saying it talks about the Assyrians and like the battle here. And then if you go back to Isaiah 7, the verse that you're trying to say, would disqualify them. I just showed you the prophecies, Micah 5:2 verse 5 is, or at least through 4, no matter how much you want to argue, at least 2 through 4 is still talking about the child that's born in Bethlehem. So
Yeah, where's the part where it says they'll call him magnificent God and Prince of Peace and stuff like that?
9:6. But I'm just saying, like, if you want to try to talk about the verse, 7:16, it's still talking about Jesus. If you go to Micah 5:2 through 5:5, I'd say. But that's my opinion. I don't know.
I think this part's definitely talking about Jesus, Prince of Peace, everlasting Father, wonderful Counselor,
Yeah.
mighty God.
Yeah. But this
But that one
7
about
through-
Ahaz and the
7 through
Emmanuel.
9 is a continuation. 7, if you want to try to really get the context for chapter 7:14, Emmanuel, you got to read 7, 8, and 9. And that's, like I said, you get to here and other parts in 8. It's clear.
See, I just think that Matthew was adding that in about Emmanuel because Jesus isn't Emmanuel.
It means God with us.
I know what the name means, but you realize that they've been using those type of names since the beginning of time.
What Matthew verse are you talking about?
There's a
I think
Matthew verse.
we have the Hebrew Matthew. Are you talking about you shall call him Emmanuel because he will save the people?
Yeah, that he
Okay,
was
yeah, the
born of a
Hebrew- it's a
virgin, and
right,
then he
it's a
was
Hebrew-
called Emmanuel.
Right. In the Hebrew it says in Matthew you shall call him Yeshua because Yoshia. It's a play on words. You will call him Yeshua because Yeshua
Even
means
still, it doesn't matter what they call him. The fact is that this
his
was a
name's Yeshua.
prophecy to Ahaz from Isaiah. He was talking to Ahaz specifically. He wasn't making a future prophecy about.
So how could
later.
Ahaz be called the mighty God?
No, that's the verse. That's you're talking about chapter 9. I'm talking about chapter 7. In the
Okay,
days
so-
of Ahaz, let's just read it from the
Ahaz,
top.
bro.
Chapter
Dude,
7.
I've gone through this with a Hebrew Israelite, bro, and read chapter 7, 8, and 9, and I've read it on my own before going through it with him.
So would you admit that it is a prophecy about Ahaz?
Dude, that 7:14 is not about Ahaz at all.
Dude,
It's
go up. Let's read it. No, I'm not. No, it is too. Go up and read it, bro.
It
We've
is
got to
not.
read
Dude,
this.
how is it about Ahaz to you?
Look at it.
It's
Go to the
talking about
top.
a child being born of a virgin.
Isaiah sent to
Ahaz
King
is not
Ahaz is the title, and it says, "In the days of
Yes.
Ahaz, the son of Jotham," and
Bro, I've read this. I've read 7, 8, and 9
Yeah.
with Hebrew Israelite.
go
and
out to
gone verse
meet
for verse.
Ahaz, and you shall, and Shir Shabab, your son.
Hold on. We're not going to waste our time reading every verse. You tell me how verse 14 has anything to do with Ahaz. How
Therefore,
does
the
this
Lord
have to do
Himself will
with a
give
grown?
you a
How does
sign.
this have to do with a grown man?
Okay,
Ahaz?
okay.
Tell
I'll read it. Therefore, the Lord Himself will give you a sign. Isaiah is talking to Ahaz. The sign is for Ahaz because Ahaz is scared of these two kings. And he says, "Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and he call his name Emmanuel, and he shall eat curds and honey. And when he knows how to refuse good and evil and choose good," go down. For before the boy knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land whose two kings, you got to go down verse 16 and 17 and 18. For before the boy knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land whose two kings you, Ahaz, dread shall be deserted. So he's saying to Ahaz, before this kid grows up to be 13 or however many years old, those two kings will be deserted.
Coincidentally, that happened to Jesus. He had to run to Egypt until that king that wanted to kill him, Herod, and there's two Herods, there's like 10 of them, that it also works for Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I
Yeah,
could I could
the
admit
quote-
that I can admit it's a double prophecy if you
Oh.
guys can also admit that it's a prophecy for Ahaz as
I
well
don't see
as
that. I
Jesus.
see in the I see if you scroll up a smidgen, Ryan. Yeah, at the beginning he's talking to Ahaz, but right about there, and he said, "Hear then, O house of David." Is he talking to Ahaz? Hear then, O house of David. Is it too little for a woman that when you, therefore the Lord said, "You'll give you a sign. Behold, a virgin." He's talking to the house of David.
Is it too little for you to weary men that you weary God also? And he, Isaiah, said, "Here then, O house." I mean, is Ahaz the house of David? Is he the king of the
No.
house of David or no?
Not the house of David. No, that's the answer to your question. No, he is not the house of David.
Okay.
Is
But Ahaz said, "I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test." And he said, "Here then, O house of David,
Let's
is
read it
it
real
not
slow.
too little?" Yeah, but no, you guys are just ignoring the fact that it said that by the time this kid turns 13 years old, those two kings that the entire chapter is talking about that Ahaz fears, and it gives their names. I think it gives their names. Syria, Rezin of Syria, or something like that, and some other king. It was a king of Israel and the king of Syria, and Ahaz was going up against the king of Syria and the king of Israel. And then God says, "I'm sending you a kid who's going to be born of a virgin. By the time he gets 17 years old, you're both of those kings will be dead." And this is 700 years before Jesus. And it happened exactly the way it happened. Both those kings were dead before the kid turned of age.
Yeah, I think
It had-
Toby Singer jumps on this.
But I mean, that's just the way I read it. I don't think you look it up on Wikipedia and it's going to tell you the exact same thing I'm telling you. You know,
No, it isn't.
sure
I mean,
it is.
Maybe Wikipedia.
It's going to say all historians agree that this is talking about Ahaz, not Jesus. You know, and Matthew is just making stuff up because he wants for it to be a prophecy about Jesus, but. See, in my view, you have to have a higher standard of prophecy. You can't use these metaphorical speech. It has to be clear and concise. And Jesus' name
the
isn't
exact
Emmanuel.
way prophecy won't come.
His name isn't Emmanuel, so
you
it's a failed prophecy.
You want it
then.
to say November 16th at 3 p.m.
It's got to give the correct name at least. If it's going to talk about Jesus, his name is Jesus, not Emmanuel.
No, the prophets themselves half the time don't even know what the prophecy means, bro. Do you understand that? Like, you want it to be the specific.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. What's you guys' standard of prophecy? Like, could it be just tons of metaphors, or does it have to be literal?
It can very clearly be whatever God wants. First of all, and yes. If you're getting a sign from God that he's trying to talk to you about 700 years in the future, let's put it this way. If there's no such thing as an airplane and God's giving you a prophecy about an airplane, he's going to have to describe it like as a bird or something like that, bro. So
a flying scroll.
Yeah, exactly. So, the way Revelation's, spoken about, they're all riding on horses and the bow and arrow. Like, those could all be metaphors for things. We don't know. They could be literal. They could be very literal. They could just be clearly talking about a horse and a bow or whatever. But it could be a metaphor that we just don't understand, bro. So you really have to open your mind and stop being so ridiculous as far as limiting God's ability to speak in, like,
Well, I know he speaks in metaphors, like to Daniel and to
Well, like
Isaiah.
Like Ezekiel, get in the pot, and think about
Yeah.
Ezekiel, how God told Ezekiel to demonstrate the siege. Ezekiel, like, cut off all your hair, dance around like you're stressed out, or whatever the word
But
was. You know
it
what I mean?
always
Like,
gives the explanation clearly, like in Daniel and Ezekiel. It always tells you what
dude,
this represents.
dude,
You
dude.
know, it always says,
Listen, let me tell you
the
something.
head of gold represents this, and these horns represent that, and these. It always gives the explanation in the
Well,
Bible.
actually, Daniel didn't know. You just made my point for me, because Daniel didn't know what some of the prophecies meant, so he'd have
Yeah,
to
but
ask
those
Daniel.
prophecies are all literal. It gives you exact dates. It says 2,300 years
No,
from
it
now, this is
doesn't.
going
It
to
says
happen.
the king of the north, the king of the south. It doesn't. They're not
Well,
literal.
yeah, but they're still literal kings. It's not talking about,
Okay, the king of the north. That's not telling you what the king's name is, bro. It's telling you
no,
the king of the north.
but it is a
Okay?
king. It's a literal king. It's
Okay,
not a
great,
figurative.
but it's telling you the king of the north. It's a prophecy that's
But
not
it's
giving
not a
you
metaphor. That's what I'm
what
saying.
day of the week and what the guy's middle name, social security number is. It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
prophecy, dude.
Well, they're
Okay.
usually literal, though. I don't think there's any legitimate prophecies that are metaphorical. You know what I
Really?
mean?
So when King David's talking about the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone, what does that have
We
to do
have
with
the interpretation, though. It was explained clearly with Moses, where Moses was rejected by the Jews, and he was sent out for 40
Jesus said
years.
about Moses, bro? What are you talking
Huh?
about? Stone the builders rejected. It's
Because that's
Jesus.
Moses.
No, it is not. What type of
Yes, it
Christian are you?
is.
The
And
tested
Moses said
cornerstone
that
in
God
Zion?
is going to
Bro,
send a
have you
prophet.
read the epistles?
Dude,
They
God said
give you
he's
the
going to
answer
send a
to this
prophet
problem.
like me. So everything that Jesus did has to line
that
up
has
with
nothing to do with,
Moses.
bro.
The
That has
same way
nothing to do with
Moses
the
was
stone.
rejected is the same way Jesus is rejected.
Moses is not the stone. Jesus
Yes, it is.
the
That's what it's referring to.
cornerstone.
Moses. It's
No, it
Moses.
isn't. What are you talking
Moses
about?
is the stone the builders
Dude,
rejected.
it gives you the answer in the New Testament if you just read the epistles. Like Paul, literally, God through Paul tells you the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. It's Jesus.
Well, I know it's Jesus. I know
Well, why do you
that.
keep saying it's
Dude,
Moses?
the
What are you talking
requirement of Jesus is that he has to be a prophet like Moses. So he has to follow, he's a typology of Moses. He has to do the same things Moses did. And so Moses was rejected by the Jews. And so the same way he was rejected, Jesus must be rejected as well. You know, that's
not
the
true.
prophecy.
You didn't
That's
have
the
to
whole
use-
prophecy. That's how you tell who the Messiah is,
can-
because he's a type of Moses. He's
I mean,
exactly identical.
he was
I-
going to get rejected because he was going to die from the foundation of the world. But I mean, I don't know. I
But
don't
yeah,
know.
it's just that Moses is a typology of Jesus, you know, and Moses
I
got
can
rejected. So
kind of see what Dirty's saying here.
I mean, to an extent, not don't you never want to jump overboard and say those words, Yahoo.
I mean, Stephen spelled it out in the pretty much those words. He
Well,
said
it's
that.
actually Yahoo brought this up the other day, and I researched. Chapter 7 isn't really very clear on that. There's only the 2 verses, but chapter 3 tells you that Jesus is the prophet like Moses. Because I looked at chapter 6, because I always thought it was Joshua, but I mean, I guess it is Jesus according to Acts.
I mean, that's why he turned the water into wine, right?
Chapter 7's not very clear, but this is where it's clear.
Yeah, prophet like
Jesus.
me, and that's in the Old Testament, and
Yeah.
and it's like that's why Jesus turned water to wine, because it's supposed to mimic the Nile turning to blood, you know, and that's why he did certain miracles. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like Acts chapter 7, because Yahoo told me about it the other day, and I heard Mike talk about this a while ago, and I always thought that Deuteronomy 18 or whatever was talking about Joshua, because, you know, Joshua was just like Moses too, as far as taking him into Canaan. But yeah, this right here tells you that it's a prophecy about Jesus in Acts 3:22, but, you know, verses above it just give you the context. It's Jesus, but yeah, Acts 7, it's just the 2 verses Stephen talking about. It doesn't really specify. I read all chapter 7, and I don't know.
So what did
only-
you make of chapter 7, dude?
Dude, it's a totally different subject. That's Stephen getting.
Yeah, I
started.
know. It's a.
I'm just saying. If you go to Acts chapter 7, it doesn't clarify it's Christ. There's no.
I just made like a 10-minute video today. It took me like 12 freaking hours, but I published it today, and it's all on about Acts chapter 7 and all of my heretical ideas.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it, Dirty.
All right, I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me
But
plug
yeah,
my
like
channel.
whenever they left Egypt, they were all complaining that Moses was in charge, and then they had to do the whole, well, let's put the staffs in here and see, who's actually going to be in charge. And like, to begin with, there wasn't going to be anybody in between them and God. And then they were like, oh no, we need to put, some man in between us and God. So they, made Moses go listen to all the commandments that they refused to listen to. So they literally asked for somebody to be put into a position to be between them and God. And then they rejected Moses whenever he told them what God said. And they were like, well, this is ridiculous. I can't believe you're telling me this. And then, God told them not to have a king over them, and they wanted a king. So he's like, fine, I'll give you some rules to have a king over you. And then none of the kings did anything that, they were supposed to do. And then whenever the king that God promises them finally shows up, he gives them literally what they ask for, and then they reject that. It's exactly, yeah, I can see what Dirty's saying about,
like blunder
they
after
asked,
blunder. Their whole history is full of these blunders, turning against God, doing the opposite of what he wanted.
This is interesting though, because I understand what you were just saying, Yahoo. But God's reaction to them choosing to put Moses in between them isn't just universally him looking at it negatively. He actually looks at it as a good thing here in Deuteronomy 5. That this really kind of stood out to me when I read it too, because it seems like God would just be only angry with that decision. Like, okay, because there's another verse in Isaiah, I believe it's Isaiah, it might be Jeremiah, where God says, no, it's actually Isaiah 65, I think. He's like, people that say stay away from me because you're too holy for me, these type of people are smoking my nostrils. So there's that verse in Isaiah where God's saying that people that are saying saying stay away from me, you're too holy from me, these type of people are smoking my nostrils. But yeah, if you read Exodus 5 here, it's real interesting because it goes through and says the story, but it also says God says if only they would keep a heart like this. So I'll just read the context so people don't think I'm taking it out of context. And as soon as you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And you said, behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and greatness. And we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. This day we have seen God speak with man, and man still live. Now, therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God anymore, we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of fire as we have, and has still lived? Go near and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and speak to us all that the Lord our God... They're talking to Moses here, so if I scrolled up a couple more, we'd see they're talking to Moses. Go near and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and speak to us all that the Lord our God will speak to you, and we will hear it and do it. So this is where, Yahoo was just talking, and it's like, it wasn't always the plan, but they chose to do it that way. And you would think God's reaction would just be universally like disappointment, like the Isaiah verse I said, these people stay away from me, you're too holy for me, these type of people are smoking my nostrils. But God's reaction here is positive. So it's interesting. So, and the Lord heard your words when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They are right in all that they have spoken. So that's real, that stands out. God wasn't displeased with that. He says they are right in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart as this always, to fear me and to keep all my commandments, that it might go well with them and their descendants forever. Go and say to them, return to your tents. So right here you can see this is Deuteronomy 5:28 and 5:29. It's real interesting.
God is approving
God,
of their
he was the fact that they chose to have Moses as their elected official in between them and God, he said it's a good thing.
Yeah. I think me and Yahoo were arguing about this the other day, weren't we?
I don't know. I wasn't there. But it's interesting because, again, if I go to Isaiah
It is
65, God also says, these people that say, stay away, you're too holy for me, they're like smoke in my nostrils.
Now, does this contradict anything in Ezekiel? Is the same story
Why are we going
in
to
Ezekiel? I'm curious.
Why are we going to Ezekiel? What is Ezekiel?
I mean, is the same story there in Ezekiel?
No, I think it's
or not Ezekiel. I meant Exodus.
I think Deuteronomy is interesting because it does kind of go, like the fact in Exodus that the first covenant seemed to be like God did want everybody to communicate with him, but it seems like he was perfectly fine with them electing Moses. So I won't call it a contradiction, but I'll say it is interesting.
Yeah, what does it say is it in Exodus, the same kind of story right here?
Yeah, Exodus 20, he shouts down the 10 commandments, and shortly after they back off and say, we don't want to, you go up there, Moses, all the Lord said. Yeah, it's right after the 10 commandments in Exodus 20.
But does God mention that he was happy about it, that they were right in all that they spoken, and that he, that they had such a heart as this?
Not in Exodus. No, he doesn't say it there.
Oh.
But I mean, he's telling you why he's happy right here too. In verse 29, he's telling you why he's happy.
Because they fear him
and keep his commandments. So he realizes the reason they're electing Moses isn't because they don't want to hear God. It's because they fear God and they want to keep his commandments, but they're afraid, so he realizes their motives of electing or trusting in Moses to give him the information shows that they trust God's anointed Moses, which again, think about it, goes to your point, Dirty, of Moses, being a precursor to Jesus. The reason why God would probably look at this highly also is it says, okay, God knows that when he sends his Messiah, his people will trust his elected official, his chosen vessel, his Messiah.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. So God's not going to be mad that the Israelite people decide to follow one person that God's chosen, because that's God's ultimate plan, is to send the Messiah, one person for the Israelites to follow. So that also comes into the thought process of, well, why isn't God mad that they all don't want to talk to us individually? Well, because God's ultimate plan is to send one person, the Messiah, for all Israel to follow.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
So it's logical in that very what an ironic thing. God's being quite logical, right? Not contradicting himself, if you actually think through it, And Jamie Russell has found a way to bring up Daniel 9. That's what he does every day.
Jamie in the chat, dude, you got to come up. We got to talk about Daniel, bro.
Hey, Theo, hit the link if you want. You'll get along with these guys. Great. They're just like you. They are once saved, always saved guys too. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, hey, Theo, you're welcome to hit the link, man. You're a good guy. I mean, only God is good, but I like you. You're a nice guy. I have no problem with you. You let me on your channel, so you're welcome up here too. But let's keep in mind Jamie Russell will mention Daniel 9 once every 24 hours. So that was one of his mentions. I think he slipped it in earlier when he was up here too. But I think that's important in Deuteronomy 5:28 and 29 to realize that, God's not as mad. He's actually happy because it shows that the Israelite people could follow his Messiah. Because when I first read this, I was kind of confused by it too, until I just thought of what I just thought of. Because I was like, well, why doesn't God want them all to, be one with God,
I think we should compare Deuteronomy to Exodus and put.
He does want us to be one with him. He does want us to be one with God. I'm just saying through, directly. I don't know.
I prefer this Deuteronomy reading. I really like Deuteronomy. but we should compare it to Exodus with lots of scrutiny on Exodus just to make sure they line up, dude.
I'm actually standing and talking to you, Dirty, right now. So that's the first time in my life my brain has thought of that. Oh, God's happy because he wants him to follow his chosen Messiah one day. But I just thought of that while I was talking to you. So I'm actually glad
I didn't hear what you first said. You cut out right when you started.
No, I'm saying this is the first time I've actually had this thought. So I'm glad. Like that's why I like to have these conversations, because sometimes I come up with stuff while we're talking that I never thought about before.
Yeah, that is an interesting point, dude. I mean, I was thinking about that.
Yeah. God's going to send a Messiah one day, so that's why he's pleased that Israel fears him, keeps his commandments, and has no problem with them choosing to follow his elected, person, because that's his ultimate plan.
Well, I got a quick question for Jamie, if he's still in the chat or whatever. His little Daniel 9, whatever, 27, 24, who knows? To anoint the most holy. What is this most holy that has to be anointed per Daniel? Would be my question to him. You guys probably don't know what I'm talking about, but it's all good.
I don't do these daily 924, 927 videos that Jamie does. He breaks them down daily. Oh, the 70 weeks. It's got to be this. The weeks are actually days, and the leap years, and the Jewish people only counted February, and it's like all these things. I don't get into it. Like I said, man, my whole revelation. This is gonna happen. That's gonna happen. Oh, we're in the end times. Like I don't know. You guys just I don't know. I think differently than people. I just think I'm gonna be long gone by the time these things happen, and that's where I'm at with it. So I don't spend my days marking my calendar trying to predict Armageddon or whatever, the day of whatever's going to happen in Revelation.
I think it's right around the corner, and I think it's right around the corner, and the only thing I can do is, I mean, what are you going to prep for or not prep? I think the only thing that I can do is make sure that I know the scriptures, because I think I'm going to be around a big crowd of people who are going to try to convince me of things other than what I believe, and I'm going to have answers for what solid ground I'm standing on, whether it's a snowstorm electrical outage or the rapture or a zombie apocalypse. I'm just saying, I think my extra oil, the wise virgins that have the extra oil, I think my extra oil is just going to be knowledge of the scriptures to defend my position that we all believe, that Jesus is the Messiah.
Well, I'll agree with you in that regard as far as scripture is going to be your foundation, because like I said, I would have never spoken with that angel if I don't know why. I mean, obviously the angel probably had a lot to do with it. God himself, obviously, not just the angel, but
right. But like
Lazarus, when I saw the scabs on him, so that's the direction scripture is going to point you. You know what I mean? It'll give you a hint of, you'll think of this story, and then you'll go in a direction because of it.
Yeah, context, right?
Yeah, you might see a woman. You might see a guy at a well. You need some water, and you'll think of the story of the woman that didn't give Jesus water. Something like that.
Yeah.
You won't have to remember every verse. Essentially, is what my point is. Think about King David when he ate the bread. You might think of stuff like that. You might need something like that. Stuff. I don't know. Jamie's sort of.
Well, imagine a flat earther who believes in the dome. And imagine the rapture is essentially he's taken this dome off, and like he's going to look at a meal he's ready to eat, like you get room service, that kind of a dome. It's got a handle, and he peeks down on the earth and he says, you never knew me. I never knew you. Depart from me. And he puts that dome back on, and all his people stuck on earth are looking at each other like, what the hell just happened? And we're all going to have to suddenly try to get to know him. And if we've got, an Islamic extremist person trying to shove a certain agenda down our throat as we're trying to live on this godforsaken planet after that, you're going to have to know your scripture. And I don't mean like I love Jesus. No, they're going to be holding a gun to your head saying, what do you believe? And you're going to have to come up with something better than faith, faith and grace. You're going to have to come up with an answer.
The answer is to get your head blown off and go to heaven. That's my answer. I mean, you gotta just be willing.
The answer to what do you believe?
Sometimes you gotta be willing to die to live. I don't know if some Muslim terrorist has. It's like being in Babylon when they went into. I mean, if you want to go to scripture, it's like that's the perfect example that I'm trying to answer in the context. I don't know. You gave.
No, you misunderstood. He's holding a gun to your head, Muslim or not. He's like something different than what you believe. He's holding a gun to your head. And he's not saying, believe in my religion. The question is, what do you believe? You better have an answer.
You mean you're trying to educate him on what to believe to like figure it out so he can get salvation?
Well, probably, but no, he's the one that's in control of this earth that has been forsaken, so to speak. And we're
having. Why has he got the gun to your head? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why has he got the gun to your head? What's the point of the gun to the head?
Because he's asking you a question and he wants the right answer. Now,
what's the right answer to him?
To him, the right answer might be, I believe in Allah and Muhammad was his prophet. That might be an answer. That would be a wrong answer. You would give your own. But if you're going to sit there and mumble and say faith and by grace, no, you're not. You don't even know you don't even know what religion you're trying to defend. Right. So yes, it's clear the good Lord should have put that lid on and said, "You never knew me. You didn't even try to get to know me. You can't come up with an answer to a simple question like that."
Well, I don't know if I'm following your question enough, but I'm saying like in Babylon. When it was time to bow to the golden idol, I mean, these are the Babylon names. They obviously have the Hebrew names, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and I'm sure I pronounced all three wrong, so whoever wants to correct me, go ahead. But, they were willing to die, and then they got thrown in the furnace, and the angel came and saved them. You know what I mean? So, and Daniel obviously went in the lion's den for not bowing to the idol. So that's why I don't know if I'm understanding what you're saying with the gun to your head, what you're supposed to say. But I mean, no matter what, our question, if you have a gun to your head, you're not supposed to cop out and say, I worship anything but God. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. If the decision is say you worship Jesus and the Father, or say you worship Allah and keep your flesh for another day or another year or another 100 years, then it's time to go. And
well, yeah, the current day scenario is they will hold a gun to your head and say convert or die. That's a completely different situation. I'm just saying, we're talking on chat here with 4 different views, probably 8 with the chat. What if we were stuck in a room together just because of circumstances, maybe a snowstorm, maybe the rapture, maybe the zombie apocalypse, whatever the case may be? I think we're going to be bunkmates with people that have different beliefs than us, and we better have a foundation, not just, oh, Jesus. What does that mean to somebody that doesn't even, what does that mean to Sasquatch?
I mean, I'd kill Dirty and eat his flesh for food.
I know. I'd be the first one to get burned.
If we're in any sort of situation like that, I mean, I would slaughter Dirty as a blood sacrifice and eat his body. I'd spread his blood on the doorpost, but no, I mean, I don't know.
It just angered me so bad because I see in present day they're essentially doing that. And I hate to bring it up because so many people believe in it, but they're being tricked into drinking the blood.
Mike, don't go down this path.
That's true, Mike.
I don't agree with you at all on this at all. Jesus emphatically tells people to drink his blood and eat his flesh, and then at the Last Supper, he gives the people the fact that it's the holy sacrament, the mysteries, and it's the bread and the wine at the Last Supper that the disciples all drink and eat. So it's like, we're supposed to eat the bread and drink the wine, no matter how you look at it. And Jesus is the one who's saying it's his flesh and his blood. So I don't understand it. It's a holy mystery, but I mean, you're supposed to do it. Do it every day. I don't think it's meant to be done every day, but I don't know how often it's supposed to be done. But it's supposed to be done at some point. It's John 6. I mean, just chapter 6, and then read Last Supper. He tells, I mean, the fact it scared me, Mike, when I said, "Would you have deserted Jesus?" when he said that, and you're like, "Yeah." I mean, if that's not a like red flag in your own head, man, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
I mean, maybe he was talking about his words are the bread of life or something. Didn't he say that? So if
He made it clear, you got to eat my flesh, drink my blood, because my flesh is meat indeed, my blood is drink indeed. Oh,
blood,
it was
yeah.
very
Well, that's
clear.
just in John, so you can just toss that. No big deal.
It was just I think it was just a way to test people, you know, because that's a way to test people, you know. And then the people, the disciples that stayed with them that made it to the Last Supper, got the answer, and it was no.
Yeah,
Bread,
yeah.
drink this wine, and it's like, oh, that's not as bad as I thought. Oh, all I got to do is drink wine and eat bread. But people deserted him because he said, "You got to eat my flesh and drink my wine," not knowing if they believed him. Just like, you know, I mean, it's just like the test Abraham got. You know, it's you know, it's a way to test somebody. You know, that's God's smarter than us, man. Like this chapter right here speaks to Abraham, speaks to what I always try to say. It's going to be a pop quiz. People think they're going to get tested in something they studied for the last, you know, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, however long they live. No, God's going to give you a pop quiz you never heard before, and that's how he's going to test your faith. It's not going to be something you expected and studied for because, oh, I just said this 100 times. Oh, I'm smart enough. I figured it out. Because an evil person could do that. Think about it. A smart evil person could do that. So of course it's going to be a test you never planned for, and that's it. Like I you know.
Right. And since I personally think the time is very, very close, when people, I don't want to say it, when somebody comes in the chat saying that there was or there's going to be fire drawn down from heaven, I want to be able to have an answer to my daughter when she says, Daddy, we just saw this fire come down from heaven, and they say it's Messiah. I'm going to have an answer for her that is false.
Yeah.
Matthew 24:26. It says, if they tell you, look, he's in the wilderness, do not go out. Look, he's in the inner chambers, do not believe them. Look, he's on the road to Damascus. Don't believe him.
Damascus with Paul. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is clear though. I mean, John chapter 6 is clear, so you have to at some point figure out how to do this. Is all I have to say. No matter if it's eating bread and drinking wine, like Jesus said, or whatever. I mean, you better try. It seems like bread and wine. I don't know. I'm disappointed. My church uses grape juice because I mean, granted, it's still, you know, at least similar to wine as far as it's grape, but I think it should be real wine. I mean, Jesus said wine, so I don't know. I don't know. It's difficult. Like,
it's weird.
I didn't understand because I never went to a Roman Catholic church, but the fact they do it daily, that seems excessive, and that doesn't seem to be the intent of the scripture because he does it at the Last Supper. So to me, the problem that we have today reading this in the scriptures is to understand how often this is supposed to be done. It's clear it's supposed to be done, you know, because it talks about the Israelites getting the manna and Jesus saying, I'm that bread. I'm the true bread, you know? So, you know, the problem for me is how often is this supposed to be done, not if it's supposed to be done.
It's just weird that none of this stuff is in the other three gospels. None of this bread of life and these weird it's hardly even understandable. Is it a metaphor? Is it a metaphor on top of a metaphor? How many metaphors are we talking about?
Supper, it's about actual bread and actual wine.
Yeah, I'm the bread of life and all this.
Yeah,
That's
see,
weird.
the Jews thought that the manna was the bread of life that came down out of heaven.
Well, there was manna that came down from heaven,
I'm not denying that, but that wasn't the real bread. Like, the real bread that came down out of heaven and gave life was the commandments, the Torah.
Well, I mean, but we're talking about literal bread, right?
Good and evil.
I mean, I thought there was a literal bread that came out of heaven, and they ate it with their physical mouth because they're hungry. You know, they didn't have no food.
Yeah, there was manna. There was manna, but I think
Okay.
that they just misunderstood and they assumed that the physical bread was the bread of life when it was actually the spiritual bread of the Torah that gave life. And then
Right.
Jesus is literally the Torah made flesh. So if you consume his flesh, then you are therefore consuming his law. And
Yeah, and
then
if
you
Jesus
have
is
life.
the Word, apparently he's the Word or whatever, and so I can see how the Word is the bread of life. Like the Bible has God's Word in it, and so the Bible is a loaf of bread. You know, to me, it's life-giving
Yeah,
bread.
yeah. Man shall not live on bread alone, but every word that comes out of the mouth of the
Yeah,
Father.
exactly. That's the bread of life to me. The Bible, God's Word.
I don't know. Archer
Well, yeah,
Timberwolves cheating
I,
on me, going on other streams and talking trash about me at the same time.
Is
I don't know.
Jamie still in there?
I don't know.
hilarious.
He's
Yeah,
multitasking, watching other streams while he watches this one. And
I think I'm gonna hop off, dude. I'm freaking tired, but
yeah, it's 8 a.m.
appreciate you having me on here, man.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead and check out my channel if you guys want. That'd be cool.
Oh, you do good graphics, man. I'm gonna check it out. You do good graphics.
Sure, I'll plug your channel real quick for anybody that doesn't know it. I always don't mind a shameless plug of my channel, so
Right on. All right.
plug the Vermit's channel for anybody watching.
No, I'd hold up a sign at Easter. I'd hold up at every church in Omaha here to advise them to go to your channel, Dirty, and
Yeah, you better.
all these good Christians doing Easter and doing all this.
They're gonna hate my channel. They're cussing and stuff.
Oh no,
dude.
you would have questions for them that they would have to search out the Bible to answer. That's what I like about you. You force people to search out the answer in Scripture.
Yeah. I've got my issues with certain
You've
books.
got right, and you got a list of them. You got from that book and stuff. But no, they're genius because they're not like, did Jesus ever say, "I am the way and the truth and the life"? Duh. Yeah. Okay. You don't even have to look it up. But you've got questions like, hey, Ezekiel prophesied two, and only one came true. We got to throw Ezekiel out. All of a sudden, I've got to spend 40 hours in 6 days researching Ezekiel just so next Sabbath when I
So,
see you,
did
I
you
can
though? Did you? I mean, did you find some?
No,
No.
not interested. We debunked you on 8 out of 12 the first time, and then you started to.
I
and then-
know.
it's cool. But then you started to repeat, and it's like, no, you're repeating what we already debunked you on.
It didn't satisfy
The
me
audience,
though. I wasn't
I like the
satisfied that
audience
you
to hear it.
debunked
I
me.
like them to hear the questions.
Yeah.
They're beautiful to try to respond to.
I mean, I wasn't quite satisfied with the answers, but I do
Oh,
respect
exactly,
that
and you
you
could
came
hear it in your
here.
voice. Yeah, you could hear it in your voice. You'd be like, yeah, like you caved, and it's like, no, he ain't caving. He's just procrastinating.
I'm just
But you-
resigning to the idea that you're probably never gonna, see it my way.
Right, but you're 5 steps ahead of us. How come Isaiah said this, and we're like, real quick.
Mike, you gotta. I mean, I've heard the word genius. I've heard the word beautiful. Now you're telling him he's 5 steps ahead of all just because this guy said he was gonna leave. I mean, come on, just let him leave. I mean, this is completely unnecessary here. I
I'm
mean,
going to bed.
going beyond out of
Screw you, I'm
bounds here,
going
Mike.
home.
I mean, I was letting a couple of compliments go, but I gotta step in here. I mean, this Dirty is 5 steps ahead of me. He was telling me Moses lied and tried to steal the cattle earlier. I mean, what is going on here? This is his channel. This is the
Right on.
creature. This is
I
what a
appreciate
varmint is.
that.
You Google varmint, you'll probably get something similar to this.
Yeah.
He's a dirty one of those too. He
I
prefers
mean,
to
I'll
be.
still be watching though, so
Is that a
I'll
honey
be in the
badger?
chat.
Yeah. All right. But Dirty is not a genius in any way. He's an interesting character, but we cannot give this guy false confidence. He's already delusional enough, and yeah, we don't want him to go overboard and start telling us about frogs and $32,000. Anyways, what is? I don't think this is the real Ja Rule. I think this is Jamie. Go ahead, Jamie. Let's get the Daniel 9 answers that Mike wanted, or whatever you want to.
I was just saying that Daniel 9:4, he prays for, oh God, who keeps the covenant of mercy for those who love him and keep his commandments. That's what he prays for, and that's what he says. And that's what I was just going to point out, that if you read Isaiah 8, I think it says to the law, and nobody knows this verse, that's like the first time I ever hear it, to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this, there is no light in them. So, and then it becomes, I think in Revelation, it's the patience of the saints, Revelation 14:12. They have the testimony of Jesus and they keep the commandments of God. Sorry, you can't make Jesus your law keeping. It's mentions both over and over in Revelation. Revelation.
One thing I'll point about, sorry. One thing I'll point about that is King James is the only Bible version that does say keep the commandments in Revelation 22. That is important to point out, just because I've heard other people make that argument before. So I'm not disputing that it's not an accurate way to describe the verse, because I'm not saying that Jesus doesn't say, if you love me, keep my commandments in other places. So you can definitely translate it that way. But it is important to point out that that's not the exclusive agreed upon translation for that word.
Okay, you can go to Revelation 12:17. Revelation.
Well, I'm trying to find the verse. I thought it was in 22, wasn't it?
I think it's in 21. Maybe it's in.
Oh
20.
no, it's here.
Yeah,
Because, no, this is what I wanted to point out, because I forgot about this. But in like certain Psalms, King David would pray to like wash his robe, and this is how the ESV translates that verse: wash their robes.
Yeah, earlier in Revelation it says, the blood, the saints wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to point it out,
says,
because to me, wash their robes seems like more closer to Hebraic thought, and that's why I mean, it probably is saying like, do the commandments, but I just like, considering like King David says like, wash my robe to be, from
clean up my
white, white as snow. Like I liked how the ESV used wash their robe here instead of do the commandments, because
it actually makes the case even better, because when you see the progression of how it's being used, what it's meant. Also, because earlier I think it's in Revelation 19, I want to say 19:17. Check that out. It says that those who are in the marriage supper have white robes, and then it literally interprets it for you right there in the verse. It says, and the white robes of the saints are the good works of the saints.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
That's what I mean.
Well,
that's
beautiful.
what I mean. The washing of the robes, I actually prefer to, the King James translation, do the commandments in that verse.
Yeah, 19:8. There you go.
I mean, it's probably saying the same thing. Obviously, washing the robe is just a Hebraic thought way of saying, follow God.
They've been redeemed, which doesn't mean believes osas. It means
for the fine linen,
and then you're conformed to the image of the Son is what it means.
For the fine linen is the righteous deeds of the saints. Yeah, I don't know.
Matthew 25, third sheep and the goats.
Yeah, they use fine linen too in King James. Okay, so that's the same in King James, the fine linen thing. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, because sometimes people will, stress that in Revelation 22 as, the people that are, closer to doing the law will say, well, why does God say keep his commandments? And he's obviously not saying don't keep my commandments, but wash their robes is another interpretation. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. Well, check out Revelation 14:12 and Revelation 12:17.
What? Which one?
Revelation 14:12 and Revelation 12:17.
Yeah.
You're in it already.
Yeah, I know. I'm going.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Quicker to hit 14 than to hit it 5 times to go backwards. All right, 14:12.
Right after it talks about those who worship the beast and get thrown into hell, and then it says, after that, it tells you here's the feast of the saints.
Yeah. Here's the call for the endurance of the saints, those who keep the commandments of God and their faith in Jesus. Yeah, I'm not saying the Bible doesn't say keep Jesus' commandments. I'm just pointing out the variance in that verse.
Now look at 12:17 real quick, in case you think Jesus' commandments are different than the Father's.
Well, of course they're not.
just in case. The word there in the Greek is the commandments of theos.
Keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony in Jesus.
I think this is a play on to the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this, there's no light in them. And that parallels with he who says he knows him and keeps not his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in them. 1 John something, John 3 or 2, maybe.
Perfect.
They're liars. They have no truth in them. So when some idiot fights you about, oh no, I can kind of obscure what it says in the New Testament and say, well, that's talking about you got to have Jesus and he keeps your commandments for you. Nope, sorry, can't do it. Not sustainable. He who said, let no man deceive you. He who practices righteousness is righteous, just as he, Jesus, is righteous. It's very clear. It's unmistakable. Reform your view. You worship a fake God. I'm sorry, that's just the fact of the matter. If you think that God wants you to, the righteousness of Christ means don't think to be righteous, or that you're supposed to be being conformed to the image of the Son. It's just plain, and it's people obscure.
The danger though that I will say is this: is somebody that goes and thinks that the standing at the judgment seat of God, they have the right to say they're righteous in front of God. That's
right.
That's
like I said, I believe in righteousness by faith and justification by faith. I believe that. Yeah. I do. I really do. But look. I mean, it says that sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's the danger. Just like the tax collector and the Pharisee. I mean, Jesus gives us these examples for a reason. Don't take the best seat at the wedding feast. If you go before God and say, well, I did everything I was supposed to, where's my seat? Why does God need you? He doesn't need you. You know what I mean? So
he wants you.
Yeah. But he doesn't owe you anything either. So the point of the matter is, like I said, I think the danger of, being overly, you can understand you're saved on grace, but if in your own head you convince yourself I've done everything God's commanded of me, then you're really lying to yourself, because you haven't done anything that God actually required of us compared to what Jesus did. Did you meditate and pray to God 3 hours a day? Did you feed the homeless people?
If I make it in, I will cast my
heal the sick. Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this? You know what I mean? So it's like, I just think it is, the tax collector and the Pharisees there for everybody. You can interpret it how you want. And I'm not saying you're being that way. I'm just saying that is a danger of people that,
sure,
can get down this path.
No, I don't think I've earned
I haven't sinned in a year. You know what I mean? I keep the law, okay.
Right. I don't take that position. I don't think.
No, I know. I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying, I'm warning people to be aware.
I think if anybody who knows God and wrestles with God and gets in the gates will fall on their face.
Yeah, I mean, we're all gonna fall before we get in the gates.
I already would have to do that based on what I've already done.
Trust me, I've fallen at the gates, and I wasn't righteous, and God still tried to save you. God doesn't abandon us; only we can abandon God. But it's not a joke.
As a law lover, I picture myself in the same, I don't know, situation after the resurrection as my Catholic mother, my friend Yahoo here, my friend Jamie, and my friend Ryan. I think we're all going to be fine, so to speak. I don't want to put any titles of saved, got a door shut on our lake of fire. I just think that we all have a love, and he recognizes that. And if we're like trying to follow the law and you are like inadvertently following it today by not murdering anybody and whatever, I think we're all, we would never look down on anybody saying that they were less than us. I don't get where that comes from, that as somebody that doesn't follow the written Torah like we would, like I would, you would say to us that we look down on you because we do that. I don't look at it that way at all.
I'm
Hey,
not
I was
looking
gonna say,
down
I was
on it or
gonna,
anything, but
can we look
yeah,
at can we look at 2 Thessalonians 1?
yeah. No, I'm not saying. I think the best thing we could do is follow God's commandments. I'm not saying following the law is bad. I'm just saying sometimes people get overly, oh, I did everything, and then if you really
Right, but
understood
you
whatever.
kind of I understand your reference when you speak of, shall I say his name, Perry, but you also use that reference to us law lovers that you think that since we're doing it and you're not, that we are better than you, or we are judging you on that.
Well, I try to do God's law. I
Chapter
just
1,
don't. I
chapter
just
1.
don't follow the damn food laws that I think Jesus was clear on. I mean, I don't know.
He's all about that pig,
I don't
pig's
charge
mouth.
interest. I don't do all. I follow I don't wear fringes because I don't think that's something that. Because Jesus said, "Don't worry about clothing." Like I try to follow the law that God has given. I just actually try to do what I think is the most accurate description for me. But if you guys want to do everything that's in the Old Testament, that's your choice. But I mean, that's your choice. I don't think
Ability
it's
can be
what's
convinced on
required
his
of
own
us.
mind.
That's your choice. I
Well,
don't
what
think it's
difference? What
required.
difference do you? When you say you follow the law, and you gave a couple examples, and then you say us of the Old Testament, what difference do you think there is? You certainly
Food and
don't think I'm going to
clothing.
do a sacrifice, do you?
Food and clothing are my main two differences that I differ from you guys on. I don't think I'm required to wear fringes, and I don't think there's a food law.
Okay, but what about the feasts?
The feasts we keep to
Chapter
the best
1,
of
bro.
our ability. We've gone through the feasts before, and the feasts, half of them can't be kept anymore in where we're at because they're for Israel. You're supposed to leave your first fruits of your harvest, or you're supposed to do certain things for the poor to leave your food. So yeah, me and you have gone through this on a specific show. We can go through each feast, and I can show you where half of them don't. That we can't. They don't apply. If you want to practice them in some sort of, you're just adapting it to your own personal, way of doing it. Okay, but you're just making an arbitrary decision to say I'm practicing a feast when you're not doing it at all as it's written in the scripture.
Whereas you're saying don't do them at all because you can't.
Oh no, you don't know what I do during certain days or holidays. So I think if you give to the poor and you blow the trumpet, you've received your reward in full. So if somebody's going to practice the feast and you go to anybody else and you say, well, did you do this or did you do that? Well, you didn't practice the feast because God, that's not what the feast is about. It's about something between you and God. So I'm not going to go around bragging about what day or holiday or whatever feast I did.
Bragging.
Even
Wow.
mentioning it.
Wow.
Why would you go to a person and say, I did something that you didn't do?
Because it's an identifier on the difference of, oh, I believe in God, and me saying I believe in God. You saying I follow the commands of Jesus, and me saying the exact same thing. I follow the commands of Jesus. It's an identifier on specifically, what are you talking about? Are you talking about you can just kick back on your laurels and love your neighbor as yourself? Or are you talking about, oh, I actually try to do the feasts and what? Let's get down to the nitty gritty.
What feast? Let's go to it in the Bible. What feast?
Just as for instance, the Sabbath.
No, I do the Sabbath. What feast? You said a feast.
Well, that's the first feast that's mentioned twice in 3 verses in Leviticus 23. But yes, let's go ahead with the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which was commanded forever.
Okay, where in the Bible?
23, Leviticus 23.
All right, let's see what we're supposed to do for this. Feast of Unleavened Bread after the Passover. The Feast of First Fruits, is that what it's called in here?
No.
Oh wait, let's take a look at the Feast of First Fruits though, because I want to see how you practice this, Mike. Okay, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land that I give you and reap its harvest, you shall bring the sheep." Oh yeah, we've already gone through this one day. I remember this one. This is interesting. You shall bring the sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest, and he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord, so that you may be accepted. On the day after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. And on that day, when you wave the sheaf, You shall offer a male lamb, a year old, without blemish, as a burnt offering to the Lord. And the grain offering with it shall be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, and a food offering to the Lord with a pleasing aroma. And the drink offering with it shall be of wine, 1/4 of a hin. And you shall eat neither bread nor grain, parched or fresh, until this same day, until you have brought the offering of your God. It is a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. So tell me, have you practiced the Feast of First Fruits? Have you done every single thing here, or do you arbitrarily decide what's important or what you can do, what's spiritual? How do you practice this?
Yeah, with the understanding of what Jesus did, yeah, we would pick and choose.
Okay, so what do you pick? What do you choose?
I don't think there's any sacrifice in me. First of all, it has to be done in Israel. But yes, let's say I've got some money and I go to Israel. I would go there. I would get there before as far as this particular thing, I would try to find a barley sheaf and I would take it to the Temple Mount or close by, anywhere. Quite honestly, I am the priest waving it before the high priest in heaven. I would wave it in the 4 cardinal directions, or maybe, quite honestly, since it would be the harvest of my first fruits, and my fruits are actually dollar bills from doing like a manual labor job, I might actually take some money and wave it in the air to the Lord.
You'd make it rain for God. You'd throw a couple singles. Is that what you're saying? Or you'd wave your singles at God like a stripper. You'd wave your dollar bill at him.
Exactly, because any sacrifice.
Okay, all right. I don't know how you said that literally with a straight, like you said exactly. You would wave a dollar bill at God to practice this Feast of First Fruits.
Yeah, if I was in the land of Israel,
wow,
I would do something.
Okay, that's the point. You're just making up a holiday and saying, okay, I'm going to wave a dollar bill at God, when all these biblical things have step-by-step requirements. Yeah. And you're going to accuse a Christian of not practicing, but you're also saying you don't do anything in America for it. So why would you judge a Christian?
No, I do what's commanded when we can't get to Israel.
What do you do?
I follow Deuteronomy 12:21. I throw a feast in my own home, not doing anything like Passover or the other feast, nothing with anything to do with the lamb or anything. I simply throw a feast in my own home, invite pagans, and serve clean food.
So maybe I decide like you do, just to pick and choose or make things up, like in this country I'm in. What if I decide?
I just gave you the scripture. What makes you think I'm making it up?
Well, okay,
I just gave you the scripture. I just gave you the scripture.
Okay, show me the script. Deuteronomy 12 says if you're not in the land, you do X, Y, and Z, but that doesn't say you just make up what to do on the holiday. So what in Deuteronomy?
It's exactly 12, what it's telling you to do. It's exactly to what it's telling you to do.
What verse? What verse?
21.
All right, we'll see where it says make up, do whatever you want for my feasts and holidays. Just party however you like. If the place that the Lord your God will choose to put his name there is too far from you, then you may kill any of your herd or your flock, which the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within towns, your towns, whatever you desire. So it tells you to kill of your herd or your flock and eat food. So basically, if anybody eats food, they're practicing the feast, correct? Or do they have to know they're practicing it?
Inadvertently so far, but we better read the next couple of verses just to make sure.
Sure. Just as the gazelle or the deer is eaten, so you may eat of it. The unclean and the clean alike may eat of it. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you shall not eat the blood. You shall not eat the life with the flesh. Okay? So that's why you don't want to drink Jesus's blood via the holy mystery, correct?
Correct.
God forbid you would have the life of Jesus in your body.
Oh my God, no!
Yeah, that'd be a rough thing, man. Nobody would want the life of Jesus running through him. That would be a rough one. Whoa, that'd be rough. oof, comparable to drinking an animal's blood for sure.
I think before drinking the blood, I think we all have Jesus in us anyway, and the Holy Spirit, right? Isn't he dwelling within us?
I'm
You don't
sure
have
if the
to drink
disciples
his
said
blood.
no to the wine at the Last Supper, he would have appreciated it. You're right. I'm sure he would have appreciated it.
When he speaks of the
Thank you
blood,
for
he
walking
does say it is the blood of the covenant. He never says it's the blood of my veins. It's the blood of the
And
covenant.
he actually did say that in John 6. He said it's his blood in John 6. So, okay. So far, the Feast of First Fruits, I don't see how you're following it at all. But apparently, you'd
Good
wave a dollar bill at God. If you
I
were
would wave a dollar bill at God. I would probably wave a
Okay.
sheep as commanded.
Okay,
There's
so you
barley.
wouldn't take it
There's
from your
barley.
harvest,
There's
though,
barley
because
growing
your
wild
harvest would be
for
there.
Edom.
You'd be taking it from a random dude in Israel's harvest, correct?
They would probably be selling it. Yes.
And you'd anoint yourself the priest, okay? And so you just
Well, it
take
says
some
take
sheep.
the first of your flock, so I think it means kill one of your children.
Oh, I mean that's the
No, I'm just
interpretation,
kidding.
right?
Just kidding.
I mean it's just about as
No, I
logical
think
as
he's
waving
saying
a
it's your
dollar.
money. It's your money. It's giving a tithe.
It's your money. Yeah, it's your dollar bill. We should all go to Israel and wave 20s.
No, I don't think. No, I'm just saying I think that's a reasonable.
But if
stand-in.
Sure. And so is taking a bottle and pouring some out on the ground for your dead homies, honor them.
Okay. Geez.
Okay, let me pour out a 40 ounce, and I'm celebrating it. That's how I celebrate it. I buy an OE and I pour it out. That's the Feast of First Fruits in 2022 in New York. I'm following the Torah. Yeah, okay, guys. You don't do any of the weighing the grain or because God forbid you did that. Nope, because I'm going to respect Jesus there, but I won't drink his blood. Okay, gotcha.
Well, you could bring
let's
some
go on to
dirt.
the next piece. That I'm sure people are impressed with how people that actually follow the law have explained, unless Yahoo wants to add.
Are you
something
saying, thank God I'm
else.
not like this man? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't claim to follow all these feasts perfectly because it's impossible and it's not expected of us. Is that unclear?
It's not possible. That's a lie.
Oh, really? So how are you
My
following?
yoke is not a burdensome.
Is this how you're
These
following
laws are not grievous. They are easy to do. They are
Hey,
not.
it sounds good as rhetoric, but I just asked you how you're practicing it, and you said you're not doing it in America, except you're eating food. And you said if you were in Israel, you'd pull a dollar out of your pocket and wave it in the air at God.
You said, if I did that, I said I would have no problem with that. I said I would probably buy or gather a barley sheaf that you can find easily in Jerusalem and wave it. Quite honestly, Jesus fulfilled this. I would have no reason to do it. But since we really don't know, there's no problem with me doing it. As far as this first fruits, it is during the 12-day period that you would call Passover. And yes, in Omaha here, I would be throwing a feast for 12 days like I do every year.
Would you be slaughtering anything of your herd or your cattle, or no? You would just skip over that part, right? Okay, let's go on to the next feast. I'm interested. I want to learn how to do these feasts like the people that do it right. The Feast of Weeks. You shall count 7 full weeks from the day after the Sabbath, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering. So would this just be a dollar bill that I have in my pocket, or how would I do this in New York to start with verse 15?
Well, it's the same day they're talking about. You start to count from that day of the first fruits when you did wave your barley sheaf or your dollar bill or through a party in Omaha. We are commanded
to learn how to do these laws. So teach me.
Right, I'm telling you. So it's called the counting of the Omer. There's 3 things commanded for this. We are now counting up to Shavuot, or what you would call Pentecost. It's going to be 7 weeks away. We're commanded to do 3 things: count the Sabbaths. And there's going to be 7. Count the number of days. There's going to be 49. And after that, the morrow after that 49th day it's always going to be a Sunday, because it's always going to be after the 7th Sabbath. It'll be the 50th day. That's why it's called Pentecost, Pent for 50. We know will be the next feast day, Shavuot.
How much is it? How much is an ephah, Mike? How much is an ephah measurement for the bread you cook? How much is an ephah? Tell us right now.
Less than 2.
Before you Google it, how much is an ephah?
It just means an amount. It's like a
Oh,
measuring cup.
arbitrary amount. There's no exact measurement because God doesn't detest inaccurate scales or balances.
Right,
good answer.
right. So an ephah will be like your measuring cup that has many markings on it, and you could put a certain amount in there. It just means a container that you can measure with.
It's actually an exact measurement in the Bible. If people know the Bible, the
2
ephah
tenths,
is
it's
exact.
20%.
It's an exact measurement. It's not an
20%?
arbitrary measurement you make up while you're cooking. No, it's an exact measurement. Anyways, we're not doing 15 besides raising a dollar bill in the air. So Lil Wayne, let's make it rain.
Well, I'm convinced, since you know that ephah is an exact measurement, that you are holier than me, and you are now judging me
No,
and
I'm not.
superior to me, and I am now subservient to you. Is that how that's working now? That you are more law observant than I
I've read
am?
the Bible. That's not me being holier than you. I just know it's an exact
You're
measurement.
following the apparently you're following the law. You're following the law better than I am by knowing that.
Well, apparently,
so you must be
I'm
on a
being
higher
honest.
level than
I guess that's breaking the law, right? Knowing an answer and answering it honestly is me breaking
according
the law.
to
and judging.
you. Yes, according to you. That seemed to be the criteria when you tried to throw that in my face.
Oh, I didn't throw it in your face. I just
I was
pointed out
explaining
truth.
the Omer
I just-
counting,
I
and
just
you
telling
seemed
the
to
truth.
completely discount that.
A righteous truth is incorrect. I should lie and cater to your false information. That sounds better. That's me being judgmental, telling you something that's blatantly obvious to anyone who's read the Bible, that an ephah is an exact measurement of sorts. I didn't claim to know it, but I told you, you saying it's an arbitrary amount you just decide upon is not at all accurate, and God detests inaccurate scales and inaccurate balances. So maybe you want to revisit this whole Christians don't keep the feast, because we're striking out on feast 2 here.
Well, I think
0 for 2 so far. Do we want to keep going? Should
I
we
think
go
I'm
to the
2-0. I don't know what you're talking about 0-2.
Oh, yeah,
I'm telling
you're
you how it
2-0.
goes
You're
down.
undefeated, all right. You're undefeated.
What's so hard about this?
I guess you just make it up, Mike. I guess that's what's not hard about it for you. You just make it up.
What did I make
you
up?
Say you follow it because you say, "Oh, it's this feast." So on Halloween, you put up a Christmas tree and you get presents to little kids, and they open them, and Santa Claus comes down the chimney every Thanksgiving for you, right? Is that how these holidays work, Mike?
I don't know where I said that. I don't know why. I don't even know why you're saying that.
I'm going to spare you and not keep going because it's embarrassing. But
How
just
about first,
don't
second,
judge other
third,
people if they're not doing these arbitrary things you've decided are practicing these feasts. Because
Again
that's
with me judging people for not doing it. Why do you keep saying that?
because you judge myself as you did, saying, "Oh, are you keeping the feast?"
Yeah,
I
because
said-
you said you're keeping the commandments, and part of the commandments are the feasts.
Okay, and I told you I keep what I can when I can, which
No, you
applies.
said you like just completely disregard them and try to like keep Sabbath or something.
Yeah,
I don't.
actually, we can rewind the tape. I say, you don't know what I do. And I say that people that do them and say, do you do them, aren't practicing God's
You said
rule
do
at
do.
all, because they're the same people that give $100 to a homeless person and then come on a channel and say, have you given $100 to a homeless person? And they've received their reward in full. So
Yeah, to
maybe we
use
should never mention.
equate any law lover with that is ridiculous.
All right, let's keep going through these feasts. I want to keep going now.
You said 2 Thessalonians 1. You said we could go there. You're lying.
Oh, yeah, we'll go there. We'll go
You
there.
broke the
Okay,
commandment.
okay, you got the mercy rule. The mercy rule is in effect. 2 Thessalonians 1. Just don't ever try to exalt yourself saying you keep the feast over any.
Exalt myself.
Yes,
I asked
as
you if you
done
kept the
with
feast
me,
when you
trying to
when
accuse
you
me
said
of
you
not
keep the
keeping
commandments
God's
of God, and I asked you if you keep the feast. That's me judging you.
And you act like you keep every single feast, which is not possible.
Why not? It's fun and easy.
Because I just showed you why not.
I think Yahoo posted a scripture showing it was easy too.
Yeah, well, why don't you start talking? How do you keep these feasts? Because Mike has not impressed me at all and has not taught me how to keep God's commandments. Yahoo, do you want to teach me how to keep God's commandments? How do you keep these feasts? Let's go back and start over, Yahoo. How do you keep the Feast of First Fruits?
I just posted a verse that
No,
where
no,
God
tell me. I
clearly
don't need to
says
read
that
the
it's
chat.
not too hard for us to keep the feast.
Cool.
You can
Then
you can
tell me
believe it or
how.
not.
Cool. Tell me how. Let's go through it. Tell me how. How do you keep the Feast of First Fruits, Yahoo? Do you wave a sheaf of barley from your harvest?
And there is no feast of first fruits. It's actually a day during the feast.
Okay, do you wave the barley of your harvest, Yahoo? I'll take that as a no. You posted a scripture saying it's not too hard, but yet you can't even tell me how to do it. So what is it? Which one is it? Is it too hard, or you could explain it to a child so they could do it? Which one is it, Yahoo?
If you don't want to believe the scripture, there's nothing to discuss.
Oh, so that's your explanation of people, of how you keep the feast.
You said it was too difficult to do.
Is it private?
God says that it's not too
You
difficult
won't teach
to do.
me. You won't teach me how to do it.
You're not interested in learning. You're kindling.
Oh,
a fire
really?
on the
No,
Sabbath.
I'm actually interested in learning how someone does this according to what you guys like to do. It seems like each group likes to make up whatever they want. So tell me what your group does. I'm interested. Maybe I can do what your group says, or I can do what Mike's group says. I'll figure out which one is the law-keeping commandment group. Tell me. Don't plead the fifth. Don't be a coward. Don't say it's me and my attitude. Don't blame me because you just posted a scripture and haven't answered the question at all. Answer the question. How do you keep the Feast of First Fruits?
How do you, if you follow the commands of God?
I don't just make up ways to practice the holiday. I don't say I go buy balloons and go roller skating. And that's
But how do you do it? How do you do it? If you don't do whatever the fuck we do, what do you do? You haven't given an answer on what you specifically do while you're begging us to give you an answer. Tell me what you specifically did for this Feast of First Fruits last month. What did you specifically do for the Feast of First Fruits last month? What the fuck did you do for the Feast of Fruits last month? What the fuck did you do for the Feast of Fruits last month? Mr. Commandment Keeper.
Maybe he didn't hear my answer. I don't keep it in 2022 because I don't have a harvest and I don't grow first fruits and I don't slaughter cattle and I don't have a priest to give it to. So
and you got an answer, you got an excuse for every stitch of the law. Your enmity towards the law gives you away. You immediately hate it without investigating it.
Oh, really? I have an excuse for every part of the law because guess what? When I saw angels, they weren't wearing fringes, but you would have condemned them because you're Mr. Law, because you're a genius. That's smart, Mike. That's genius of you. Can't wait for you to run into an angel and have a dumbass mindset like that because that's smart. That's really smart because God's going to make sure his angels wear fringes so everybody can know who they are. Yeah, you're a genius. Keep it up, buddy. You wave your dollar bill every Feast of First Fruits and raise your nose nice and low.
These are your words. Why do you put words in my mouth when you can simply breathe on them and see it's you?
And Yahoo doesn't practice it any other traditional way either. He makes it up too, and that's why he won't answer because it's embarrassing how he does it, and he doesn't want to answer. So you guys can raise your haughty noses up and wave your freaking dandelions that you call your first fruit harvest barley, not do any of the measurements of the bread, not give anything to an actual priest, anoint yourself a priest because, hey, you sound cool. You're close enough. Yeah, okay. Keep it up. I mean, yeah, sounds good. No, don't slaughter the animal, of course. Jesus did that part, so we'll let Jesus cover that part. Let me pick and choose. This is a buffet aisle. I'll take mashed potatoes and meatloaf.
And you're just outside the restaurant laughing at us, saying, I ain't going to do nothing.
That's what it is. Actually, I'm following the Messiah because I trust in some of the things he's done for us. And he tells us, don't worry about food and clothing. And then Paul writes in letters, don't worry about certain holidays and so forth. Like if you actually read the word of God, some of these things are covered. Like circumcision isn't the only requirement. It's circumcision of the heart. Like, yeah, God is actually accepting of people because he wants more people in his covenant. So he knows knowing the future, everybody's not going to have 4 sets of clothing that has fringes on them, and they're going to buy boxers and socks that have different materials. And of course, you guys dance around that verse too and say, oh no, it's only wool and linen, when it's not only wool and linen. It's just your little KJV that you guys all read tells you it's wool and linen. So it's the only verse. Yeah, read the freaking Hebrew. Tell me it's wool and linen only. Okay, let's move on. 2 fabrics is what it says. That's what the Hebrew's representing. Go ahead. Yahoo, you've impressed me enough. You don't practice the Feast of First Fruits like Mike with your dollar bill, but you won't teach any of us. Got it.
Why you keep saying my dollar bill? I told you I'd probably do a barley sheep wave offering.
Yeah, you'd grab somebody else. You'd buy one at the airport. It wouldn't be from your harvest. So you just pick and choose what part of these verses is God's word. You have no problem doing that. You have no problem. You don't think that's a problem. Picking and choosing what words of God's scripture apply to you. In what way you apply them.
Wow.
Well,
I thought we read scripture. Deuteronomy 12:21. I don't know. Leviticus 23. I don't know, brother. When you talking picking and choosing?
12:21, Mike. We went to 12:21. We went to 12:21.
Right. So it's not picking and choosing. It's scripture.
Should I go back to 12:21? Do I have to go back to 12:21 to see how little it actually said to what you said? How little it applied? Okay. We'll go back.
Regardless.
Place
Move
that
on.
the Lord your God
We're at Shavuot now.
far from you, then you may kill any of your herd or your flock. Again, pick and choose what part of this verse applies, which the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your towns whenever you desire. So according to you, how you obey this commandment is you eat food. Tell us which human beings on earth don't obey that commandment, but it's not obeying for them unless they look at their calendar and put their nose high or their arm high enough to acknowledge they're doing it. Then they're celebrating the holiday. If they wave their hand around like a kid on a dodgeball court who's the fat kid trying to get picked, then they celebrate the holiday when they just eat food. But if they don't, then they're lawbreakers, right, Mike?
Yeah, the clean and the unclean may eat of it. That is pagans. That's pagans invited to celebrate a feast that we will explain to them what feast it is, that we will be eating clean food at. Clean food to a pagan will be something to talk about. The reason we're doing this feast will be something to talk about. Yeah.
Okay, again, just ignore everything Jesus said about drinking the blood and what food is clean and unclean. That's a good start to following God. Recognizing what the Son of God says. Like when he said adultery is no longer like actually having sex, but actually looking at a woman in a certain way is adultery. Like I guess the people could pick and choose that too, Mike. Or no, we'll actually listen to what he says there, because that is like a full upgrade of the law that people weren't following, but they were supposed to follow because it was always written on their hearts within the Torah. Okay, but it wasn't written down, so let's be honest, the people weren't following it. Okay, so people were coveting their neighbor's wife and looking. People were breaking the law. So Jesus made it clear that's adultery. So, or anger, calling somebody a fool, you're liable to hell. Where's that written in the old law? Oh, wait, no, it's in the Torah. It's always implied. Everything's implied. Yes, we understand God gave his people everything enough. But Jesus did upgrade and change some things. Like you guys want to say he did nothing to upgrade the law. Okay, you're lying then, because he did. That's exactly what he did. He made the law harder for people to actually follow. But God forbid the Christian that listened to him about what clothes to wear and food to eat, they're lawbreakers. They're scoffing at God's commandments. Okay, that's great logic. That's great logic. Except when I take you guys to the verses, you can't even read them because the verses say exactly what I'm saying is the rule. Oh, what goes into your mouth goes out your stomach. It's not what comes out the mouth, but not what goes in the mouth, but what comes out the mouth. What goes in the mouth, guys? Oh, wait, no, the context is about washing food. Yeah, because God thought the audience was only going to be the 10 people in the room. Because if I put you in a room and I told you I was going to have a video camera rolling and billions of people were going to see you, you wouldn't carefully decide what you were going to say out of your mouth. You would speak the same as if you were one-on-one with your best friend alone. God was unaware that billions of people were going to read his words one day. Great logic. Oh, wait, not just one day, but for the rest of time. His
Don't
words
forget,
will never pass away.
whatever version you're reading is just that. It's a version. It's not a
Cool.
direct translation.
Yeah, his words will never pass away. Well, he says it multiple times in multiple different scriptures in multiple different ways. It's also in Paul's epistles, but we ignore all those because we get to pick and choose, and then we call ourselves the commandment keepers of the law. It's beautiful. Oh, I
don't
won't
call
even
going
drink
off the
Jesus'
scripture
blood because
picking and
that's
choosing.
gross. It's gross. It's breaking the old law, totally demonstrating the point. You guys who claim to keep the law would have been the people that would have picked up stones to kill the Son of God for blasphemy, for calling himself the Son of God, but you don't even get that far in your brains to fathom that, to say, who would I have been 2,000 years ago? The person who was flexible enough or adaptable enough to realize this person is the actual Son of God and the Messiah, or would I have been Johnny Lawbreaker, Johnny Law Sheriff, and picking up stones to throw them at God's Son? I wonder who you guys would have been. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
And you?
Between the two of us, who would have been picking up the stones?
And you?
I wouldn't have been picking up the stones. Maybe I wouldn't have been following them. I would have hoped I would. I'm not going to exalt myself and say I would have perfectly followed Jesus Christ. But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have been Johnny Lawbreaker picking up the stones to throw them at him. I would have thought twice and said, this guy's done a lot of miracles. I don't care about what's going on here with these people that claim to keep God's law. He's healing sick people and making the dead rise. Maybe he's from God. Oh, you would have said he broke the law. He said blasphemy. He said he's the Son of God. But you don't even get that far. That's the poison you drink when you're overly lawful. And God doesn't realize that.
Overly
God
lawful.
doesn't know who killed his son. Like, God doesn't remember who killed his son or something. Like, what characteristic was bad that led to his son? And Jesus himself doesn't remember either. What was the characteristic in people that poisoned them and killed me? Had me killed on a cross thinking they were children of God. What was the characteristic that was bad? The Pharisees and the Sadducees who said they were the law keepers of God. Oh, the law keepers of God. That's who actually killed them. The people that perverted God's law but claimed they were the law keepers.
Right, commanding you to wash your hands before eating bread, a law still in effect today.
You're right. He didn't know that billions of people for thousands of years were going to read it. He thought he was in a room of 12 people. He slipped of the tongue.
I don't get that. What you mean there? What are you saying there?
Okay. Jesus Christ, when he spoke to the Pharisees in Mark 7 or Matthew, whatever it is, 15, I think, whatever, speaking about food, saying it's not what goes into the mouth that defiles it, what comes out the mouth. You guys always want to say, well, it's the context. He was talking to clean food eaters. They were 12 people. They all ate clean food. He knew who he was talking to. No, he knew who he was talking to, and he knew it was going to be written in the scriptures because it was his book, and he knew billions of people were going to read it. So he wasn't going to say carelessly, it's not what goes into your mouth, when he knows very clearly human beings understand what goes into their mouth.
Yeah, well, I'd say this.
Bread was the context was bread.
Yeah, the context. He only thought he was talking to 12 people. That's what the
Bread.
context.
The context was bread. Unwashed
Have
hands
you read
eating
it?
bread.
Okay, let's go to Matthew
What does
6.
bread have to do with clean or unclean food?
All right. Yeah, okay. And let's avoid Genesis where Noah's told things, and let's avoid all the verses on food where God says.
Well, why do you think God? What do you think the food laws were for originally? Would you say?
Because the people didn't have scientists or the FDA or refrigerators, and
Well,
I don't know.
but God would have told them which foods were clean, right? God said it, so he doesn't need science.
He told them what foods were clean so they could survive by not eating stuff that was going to kill them. It was about health more than it's immoral. How come none of you guys have a moral reason for it? You're all so smart. How come you guys haven't gotten in a room one day and brainstormed and came up with one moral reason?
I don't think it's moral. I think it's.
Then what are you? Tell me one moral reason. You're trying to promote it as if it's a moral thing that Jesus.
No,
was
I
so
would just
wicked,
no,
he
I would.
just changed.
I've told you my position. I don't.
Yeah, you have no
I don't really
moral
look down
basis,
on
and you
people
won't
who
even
don't-
read this verse. You left the stream last time I put this verse
Me?
up. So
Me?
maybe you
I
can
don't think
read
so.
this verse this time. Yeah, you did. You left it. So let's see if you can actually read it this time. Therefore, I tell you, do not be anxious about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor about your body, what you will put on. Is not life more than food and the body more than clothing? So, obviously, anybody with a logical reading comprehension understands
leave.
the context of, yeah, you did leave last time we did this. But the context of this is God will provide. Everybody with a reading comprehension level past 7th grade gets that. But guess what? There's always secondary aspects to anything that are there, and you can't ignore secondary things that idiots could interpret or other people
Well, why don't
could
you
interpret in a
why don't you
way.
look at the
You
parallel
can't ignore
passage?
the factual things that are said.
Look at the parallel passage. Can you pull up a parallel passage? Because this isn't out of nowhere.
Oh, we need to cross-reference it because this is a confusing verse. What do we need to cross-reference?
Look, I no reason to be upset. I'm not going to judge you that hard. I just think it's probably a good idea to follow the food laws. I don't think it's a moral issue. I think it's just.
What does Jesus say in this verse?
I think
read what Jesus said that's highlighted for me, please.
What you will eat or what you will drink. Don't be anxious about it. He's talking about don't worry, like I'm going to provide for you. I honestly just read it that way. I don't see him talking.
I already told you that's the first obvious.
Right.
Every human being gets.
Right.
But
I
does
just
it
don't
not
think it has
tell
to
you
do with
that what you eat
declaring
or what
food
you drink? He's telling you not to worry about.
Well, is Jesus changing the law?
Is he enforcing a specific food law? What food is restricted?
No, this has nothing to do with eating and drinking as far as what's valid.
Tell me, to the billions of people that God knew he would be speaking to, what food did he outlaw in this verse?
No, I did not.
So when people hand out New Testament, when people hand out only New Testament pamphlets, why are those people so wicked and do that?
Well, let me answer, Ryan. I'm just saying, I think it's not saying just eat clean food. It's not saying don't eat unclean food. It's just saying don't worry about your material, your basic needs. God will provide for you. That's what I think.
I already said that's the first meaning.
No, right. That's all I think it's saying. It just seems like that's all it's saying.
What food's outlawed in this?
It's not nothing. It's not outlawed or promoted. It's just saying God will provide your material needs.
So was God careless when he said this? Because people could read this and see that God's telling you, don't worry about your clothing.
I think.
Really?
I think there's other verses you could make.
So God was enforcing the food laws and the fringes law in this verse here.
No, that's what I keep saying. No.
Yahoo, you're up on the panel. You don't have to go in the chat. You can talk, Yahoo.
I'm just saying, I think this verse has nothing to do with promoting certain foods or abstaining from certain foods. It has nothing to do with it. That's all I'm saying.
Do I have to waste my time and go to the verse that we all know that says it's not what goes into your mouth, but what goes out?
That one, yeah, I think you can make a better argument. You can make a potential argument there, or when it says, what I think First Timothy is your best bet.
Potential, almost like food goes in your mouth, and Jesus didn't misspeak.
No, I think he's talking about what you take in isn't what affects you, but it's how you.
Was he talking about sunlight?
No, he's making a metaphor about
a
what defiles somebody. He's making a metaphor.
A metaphor.
I think he's saying
a metaphor.
Well, I mean,
a metaphor for what? What's the metaphor for? What a metaphor for?
Let's look at the context.
We always have to scroll up 30 verses.
Dude,
it's just every other Bible verse we go through, we don't have to do that. We don't have to look 30 verses up for every other verse. We actually accept other precepts. But for the food context here, we have to understand who he's talking to, and in fact, he's exclusively talking about germs. And we have to read the last verse where he actually reinforces he was actually referring.
Okay, so look, Ryan, it says nothing outside a person goes into him can defile him. Okay, then I want to see you drink some oil. I want to see you eat some dirt. It says nothing, Ryan. It says nothing.
It won't
Talking about
morally.
what you think.
It won't morally defile me if
You want me
that's.
to get mad?
If you think you just made an argument, you just condemned yourself because
Ryan,
drinking oil is not going to defile me morally.
You're arguing against.
No, you just proved my
point.
point. Thank you. Thank you for condemning yourself with your own ridiculous extreme argument that you thought proved your point. It proved my point. Thank you.
What?
Drinking oil won't morally defile me. I'll probably
You're missing
die,
my point.
but it
You're
won't
missing
be
my
a
point,
moral.
Ryan.
It
You're
won't
missing
be
my
a
point.
moral.
First of all,
I didn't miss
I'm not
anything.
condemning you. I'm not condemning you or saying you're immoral for not following the food laws. I never did, and I never said that. And I'm not in a defensive mode here. I'm just saying, I'm even open to having my mind changed, to be honest. But
but Jesus saying it doesn't do it for you.
Huh?
Jesus saying the food law in Matthew 6 in the verse I said.
Yeah,
Show
verse 6.
you
Okay, you want me to get down and dirty with you with the text? That Matthew 6 has
we'll go to
Isaiah 65. Let me tell you how it is, brother.
Specify the one animal
Verse
you have
6 has
argument
nothing. Chapter 6 has nothing to do with whether food is clean or not. Nothing, and you're retarded if you think otherwise.
Oh, really?
Now we're
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
really?
Really?
Is not life more than food and the body more than clothing? So what food is restricted and what
The
clothing
way
is
he
restricted?
measures, I didn't say any food was restricted.
Has
I told you
nothing to
over
do
and
with
over.
food
Has
or
nothing to do with
clothing.
it.
You're retarded if you
Why
think
are
it
you
has
so
anything to
defensive,
do with
Ryan?
food or clothing.
Ryan, why are
That's
you so
literally the
defensive?
exact topic of this verse. Are you dull? It's literally the exact topic of this verse: food and clothing. What do you think he was talking about?
Yeah, those things don't. Those aren't the things that matter.
Basketball and Cheerios. What do you think he was talking about? Basketball and
He's not
Cheerios.
talking about you can eat dicks and balls because
I know. You always got to go to the. You know, when somebody has to go to the extreme stuff, they just lost the
That's
argument.
how I operate.
When they have to
man,
go,
you know that.
when they have to go ridiculous, when they just have to cry
it's to
ridiculous
illustrate a point. You know my style.
they just show how pathetic their argument is. Because you're trying to argue that
what
verse
argument
says
did
a
I make?
restriction.
What argument did I?
Your position is this verse is restricting food and restricting clothing. That's your argument.
Ryan, you're not.
No, that's your
listening to me,
argument.
buddy.
No, I'm telling you this is your
don't
argument.
think
Because
again.
you should keep
we take
this, you should
turns?
keep that. You're breaking
Can we
it. You're
take
breaking it.
We
Yeah,
take turns.
sure. Yeah,
I'm
we
saying
can take
like,
turns.
from the beginning. I've said this the whole time. I don't think it has to do with food saying foods are clean or not. Either way, neither
All right.
way.
Well, don't worry. Jesse will come on soon. He's got the epistles that Paul writes. I know Paul has one.
Yeah, first I tell you,
and-
the one to go to is first Timothy. First Timothy.
Yeah, I
is,
mean, like I said, there's more verses we could go to on this food stuff, but you guys will just ignore them. But you'll follow everything in Deuteronomy. You'll rewind the movie before the Messiah came and say that has to be. So I'll just arbitrarily create what I want to do. But
That's
then
not
if
true.
Did he come to abolish the law?
then Paul's a heretic. Paul's just making things up.
I didn't say that.
No, that's what most people say.
And to be honest with you, I'm probably more in line with you than with Mike and Yahoo on as far as the festivals go. I think I was gonna.
You don't just make them up as you go. You don't just make them up and party.
Well, no. I just say I don't condemn people. I mean, Mike's never given
Jesse,
me a hard
I
time. I don't know
lost
what he
you,
thinks
Jesse.
about
I
it.
don't know
He
why.
probably thinks I'm a hypocrite to some degree based on what he believes, but he's never been a dick about it.
No,
you know,
I
I brought it up the other day on my stream.
And that's what's pissed me off is trying to test me like, oh, you're the keeping the law. What do you do for the festivals? Oh yeah, let's go
Don't
there.
tell me you keep the commandments and then say you don't do the festival.
You don't keep the festivals. You don't keep the festivals.
I think I keep the commandments, but I don't keep the festivals.
You're not keeping the festivals, Mike. Who are you to say you keep the festivals? We just went to it. We only got through 2 of them, and you struck out miserably and just told us you make things up and do them.
I'm 2-0, and the Feast of First Fruits isn't even a feast.
Listen, buddy, if you think you're 2-0, then we got other problems mentally, because that's just Yahoo knew better than to say his stuff.
Let's talk.
We'll give Yahoo credit. He was smart enough to know not to say his stuff because
You're telling me I'm not following Deuteronomy 12:21.
Yeah.
And you saying that 12:21 is just like you can eat anything. The guy that's trying to tell us how Jesus did away with the food laws is the same guy trying to tell us that Deuteronomy is telling us about the food laws.
Yeah, because Jesus really has no authority whatsoever to do anything. Like again, you guys wouldn't be the guys picking up the stones. You would be the disciples.
Mike,
you would be the disciples. The disciples.
True. They were also faking it. They were Jesus said, "Don't do what they do. Do what they say." So they were obviously hypocrites, too.
Yeah,
Right.
we're all hypocrites in many ways. What's
Sure,
going on?
right. But he didn't condemn the Pharisees because they kept the law. They condemned them because they were hypocrites. Now, I'm not saying that there's not a point to what you're saying about as far as people like in their heart thinking they're better than other people. That's obviously an issue that gets brought up. I would just be careful also not, thinking that people who try to keep the feast the best they can are necessarily thinking they're better than everybody. That's not necessarily true. I would just say.
Did I say that? Did I say
no?
that?
I'm just
Yeah. For the last hour.
No. I said you're making yours up, and you're just blaming Christians for not being as righteous as you by keeping them. That's your
Not
problem.
righteous with me, right? That is sounding like
Yeah,
you are saying
how
I
do you
am
keep
being
God's commandments?
judgmental.
What did you do for the feast? Because we did this. We got a bottle of Pepsi, and we ordered
I think
pizza.
I'm the same person that said we're all going to be in the same boat at the resurrection.
I don't care, what you said about some other topic. You did bring up the feast to get me to the level where I'm at right now of annoyed and defensive to what you started it with the whole, oh, you're a Christian. What did you do for the feast? You started it. I didn't say you're
You
Hebrew.
said you set
What
the
did you do
commandment,
to
and I
follow
just
Jesus?
laughed and said, "What did
Ryan,
you do for the?"
Are you saying dicks and balls are not clean?
Yeah. See, like I said,
seriously,
you can make a joke. You can make a joke all you want, but when people have to go to these pathetic, it's like when you're arguing with.
Wait a minute.
If they have to go to the extreme, that just shows.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Dicks and balls will not morally defile me if I ate dicks and balls. Okay, does that make you happy? It's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you morally. Is that unclear?
Well,
is that unclear?
Well, what if they're pig?
You'd have some other
I
problems.
think you need to look up that definition for defiled.
Yeah. I think you need to start talking if I ask you a question about feasts and not act like you know what you're doing if you can't answer it.
Do you think we can have? Can we know our wives when they're on their period?
Well, Yahoo's here, so Yahoo, you just spoke. Do you want to go through the feast yet, or am I still not interested enough because that was your response before? Or
I don't recommend eating.
You just chime in random. You just chime in randomly.
Should we eat
one
the
word?
blood? Should we eat
We
steak?
lost
Should we eat uncooked steak because all foods are clean? Should we eat like raw?
Oh, you're not supposed to eat the blood, so I wouldn't eat the blood, buddy.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's an interesting question. I'm giving the extreme, not to like accuse you of being a hypocrite. I'm bringing it up to draw the attention to like where it might actually be something. We shouldn't just say, we can't say all things are clean, period.
Where in the old laws does it say you have to cook the food? It says you don't eat the blood. So you're bringing up these arguments that
right. Okay. Yeah.
Where in the old law? Hold on, Jamie. Let's use your logic. Where in the old law does it say you can't eat dicks and balls?
It doesn't.
Oh, so the old law said you could do it too.
Well, probably
Actually, that's what comes after. That's what comes out of the body that defiles you, is what Yahoo is trying to get at.
Not a pig. You can eat cows.
You guys don't, dude. I'm gonna write down the laws in Leviticus one day, and this is gonna be a joke. I mean, the clothing one is always cute. How it always gets turned into wool and linen.
If you read Leviticus 11, you would know that the word unclean for the foods that you're not supposed to eat makes you defiled. That is the exact same word. So whenever you're sitting here arguing about it won't make you defiled, you're just wrong. It just shows that you haven't read the law and you have no idea what defiled means, and you have no idea what clean or unclean means.
Okay, so let's
go.
go.
Let me explore where that idea meets potentially in the new covenant here. Where it may be difficult to map this.
And
out.
you want to talk about people going to the extreme? At least I don't have to take a verse that's talking about provision and turn it into, oh, I can eat whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, but you can't answer your feast, so you're keeping the law perfectly, except when you guys.
Okay, let me make a point about this issue here with where I think we might have to make.
We'll ignore this one, but we'll go with the King James version because it fits our narrative, right? Is that
yes. Okay, you won that argument. Let me make. No.
I mean, I nobody here is wearing boxer shorts with two different things or socks or anything. No, you guys all.
I don't think the food. I don't think the clothing laws apply.
Oh wait, no, it's the King James, so it can't be wrong. It's perfect. The word of God.
I'm not sure on that. So I don't. I've always
the
understood
King
them not to be
James,
applicable,
Lennon and
so
Lowell.
I don't know.
All these other modern translators are just so lost. They don't understand Hebrew. The 47 guys in 1611 were the real experts. They only got
okay. You eat dick and balls. It's fine. Let's just can we look?
Well, why is it a buffet
To be
aisle?
clear,
Why,
I don't.
why is
I
the
don't see why
clothing
the food
law not
laws.
applicable?
I don't
Why
see
is
why
it
the
not a
code
big
laws
deal?
apply. I think there's reasons like certain laws are, like you said, they're associated with the land, they're associated with geography, and like so what? Here's an argument that I heard that I thought made sense about the feast thing. Why it's a problem. Why you can't really keep them totally right, which would be like, the things that are associated with like identifying the moon from Israel, and that so like with the weekly Sabbath, that's going to be something that's global or whatever for wherever you are. But with the feasts, it's like the specifics are the new moon in Israel. And it is true, and as you guys well know, obviously, and I don't think this is a deal breaker, but it is kind of an issue where like there's no argument about the Sabbath, when the Sabbath is weekly Sabbath, but like as far as the feast, it is specifically tied to the land and the
Can whoever's making the fucking clapping noise stop that? I don't know if that's you, Jamie.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. Yeah. So I would say that makes it a little more in question in my mind, anyways. So like, do you have to like, does somebody have to be in Israel and like you get the call or whatever, like, and then you go by that, or is it the new moon wherever you're at? I mean, you can make it work, of course, unless you live in like, somewhere where it's, like on the extreme ends of the earth or something. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. I just think it's something to be considered as far as, how much is it tied to the land? How much is it like, so that, during the old covenant, it is a different world, a different culture, and they're trying to be separated from the other cultures and to bring forth the Messiah. And so they have more like strict rules, right? So there is some question there. But as far as I understand, I've always just kind of, I guess, somewhat presumptuously thought the clothing laws don't seem like they would matter. I guess I'm open to having my mind changed about it. But I think there is a sense where God was always planning on the Messiah coming and then, it being modified. And I know that makes it tricky because everybody wants to say it's all the law or nothing, but there's a way you can kind of uphold it if you look at the principles. I think it's something that's meant to not just blindly like keep it, because it is true that you can't really keep it exactly like it's stated, right? Because of the details. So the question is, like, how do you come at this with the right heart? Like, what are the potential like principles here that because we should look at it like all these things that have a purpose that God gave them. They're not arbitrary. And so we should honestly, openly consider what they're saying and what God's trying to say when he gives these laws, and then consider the time, the place, the reasons, the potential applicability or not, according to the modification in the sense of the new covenant. Because obviously he made the wall of, so I wanted to say this too. I just remembered there is a sense where like the wall, like the Gentiles were unclean, whatever that really means. They weren't allowed in the inner part of the temple, things like that. So we do see the language of, in Paul's writings that the wall of separation has come down. We are not to call any man unclean. Well, that means the things that made them, like, how far should we understand that, or how far should we take that understanding? Because now it means, because obviously they would think, well, they're unclean because they haven't been ritually purified, right? And done the certain rituals to purify themselves to enter the temple and stuff. Well, now that there is no temple and like the wall of separation comes down, they use that language, the veil's torn. We don't have to do all these rituals to come to God for forgiveness for our sins in the same way, right? So that brings up the point, like, what does it mean to be defiled? And are all those applicable in the same way? It seems not, because it seems like some of the things that were the reasons why they had to become ritually pure in the ways that it's described are no longer applicable, because we can boldly come before the throne of grace for forgiveness of sins. We don't have to get purified to enter the temple in the exact same way, because we don't have a temple and the wall of separation has come down. Do you get my point, what I'm saying? There's
Yeah,
got to
you
be
know what's,
some way.
you know what's
We
always
don't.
ironic too when you show somebody that's the perfect law people. You see, look, unclean means I just take a shower and then I'm clean in an hour. But if you eat food,
Yeah,
then
yeah. Look at the
you're
definition of
going
that
to
word.
hell. If
It's
you're breaking
it's
God's commandment, you're going to
look
hell.
at the
You don't
definition of that
worship
word.
God's law. Oh yeah, Yahoo! I doubt
It's
your wife doesn't sit
defiled.
in chairs when she's on her
It's
period. Bro.
defiled.
Do you
Look
want
at
to
it.
read
It's the
this?
same
Do you
word
want
in
to read this?
Leviticus 11.
Do you want to actually read this? Do you think your wife sits on chairs during a period, bro?
I
Because the
want
chair's
you to
defiled.
read the verses and look at the definition of unclean because it means defiled, and so you are completely wrong.
What
Okay,
is
so-
defiled? The Yahoo teach us all. What's defiled?
It's unclean.
Are
That
some
is
of these
the- that
unclean
is the
ideas
exact
though?
So you're giving us the
of
definition.
unclean.
Unclean means defiled. Defiled means unclean. Can you?
Okay,
can
but
you-
does that mean
Yes.
like unhealthy? Like as far as like, because it seems like there are some of these unclean things and the rituals associated with becoming pure do have something to do with you know, like with the being around the temple or having God's presence in their camp.
Ding 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 ding
So like
ding
there-
ding.
so
ding.
so I think
The answer
in
to the
some way,
question,
like
they
that
all
doesn't mean.
ignore. They
But
all
that
ignore
doesn't mean there might not be more being said here. So I want to take it seriously, but I want
Well,
to
they
say
all ignore that actual fact you just said, that God is an attentive meeting. His spirit is there. And that's why some of these rules existed, such as the clothing.
yeah, but
don't
we should still take them
together.
seriously and consider it because some of
Yeah,
them. I mean, like
yeah,
it is true that like some of these things actually inspired.
Yeah, almost like
people
all
to-
the ones that Jesus didn't say were irrelevant. You would probably
Well, he
still
didn't
put
say
some weight in it.
bestiality and cross-dressing isn't okay, but we take that for granted in the New
Bro,
Testament, right?
bro.
So I'm saying we should take them all seriously and consider them.
Bro,
carefully.
you have to say Jesus didn't say go smoke crack in a crack house every
No,
time.
I
he
don't.
had-
No, because I'm saying.
That's
I'm
really
saying,
how
no,
dumb
no. That's not the same thing.
becomes.
It's hold on.
Oh, it is the same thing.
No, it isn't.
Well, I
I'll
mean,
tell you why.
apparently he
I'll
has
tell you
to
why it's
say
not
that
the
I'm
same.
not talking
Why?
about
Crack
food
doesn't
and clothing
exist?
whenever I'm talking
Hello,
about
I'll make it.
provision.
I'll
But
show
I
you
mean,
what
you
the
know,
difference is.
Why
there's
crack
a lot
doesn't
of
exist?
people
Let me make the
twisting that
point,
verse
right?
out of proportion.
Yeah, I don't even listen because you only answer like to chime in to just interrupt and give a cheap little comment. You're not
Me?
actually having the conversation. No, Yahoo.
Oh.
You're not even having the conversation. If you want to start having the conversation, I'll actually listen to you. But if you're just going to chime
Let me
in,
make a point about why it's not like
me and
crack and all
Jamie
that.
talking to be like, you don't know what unclean is, then I'm just going to zone you out because when I asked you what
Well,
the
I mean,
feast,
if you want
you
to
had
talk about
nothing
the
to
food
say.
laws, go to Leviticus
Oh,
11.
let's go
and
back to
let's
the
look
feast.
at
I
it.
want to talk about the feast, Yahoo, because you practice the feast. Tell us about the feast. Oh, well, somebody put a
Can I say
muzzle on
something
him.
about the
How
why
does
it's
the
not
dude
like crack,
talk?
please?
But then you challenge him on what he claims to practice, and then he just shuts up. But I could actually talk about what I practice, and I'm the one who doesn't do it. Okay,
The crack thing is different because I'm saying
No,
let's
it's not.
take what God. No, here's what's different. Let me make the
No,
point.
it's not.
It
It's
is
not
that- it is different. It is different. You know why?
Why?
the
Because
crack
they
thing
had
is-
animals back then, but they didn't have crack, so it's so different. Come on, bro. You're
It is
just
different.
reaching.
It is different because that's an argument
is
from
it?
silence. This is an argument from he said in the past.
When
Don't
do you
this.
think bestiality was at its highest in human history? Do you think
Dude, you're not
it's
being
now
reasonable,
or
man. You're not being
4,000 years ago, buddy? When do you think bestiality was at its highest in human history? When was it
Probably
more
when you were on the
important of a
farm
rule?
when you were a kid? Probably it sounds like.
When was it more important of a rule?
Do they sell farms in Jersey?
I'm in New York, bro. But anyways, when was it more important? It's just, why do you guys have to dodge questions? Like it's dumb.
I'm trying
It
to
just-
show why your
it just
crack thing doesn't make
exposes
sense.
it exposes your own dumb arguments. The bestiality rule obviously was in effect 3,500 years ago because it was way more important. Obviously, it's still important, but Jesus, knowing the future, doesn't have to stress everything because he knows people aren't going to be banging cows as often.
There's people that still do that need to be explained to why
Sure.
they shouldn't do that.
Sure. Well, I'm sure if I go through the New Testament, I can find a verse, just like you guys will find a verse in the Old Testament and claim it says, looking at a woman lustfully is adultery. You have no problem looking at a verse in the Old Testament and taking that verse and saying, oh, this is talking about looking at a woman lustfully. So I'll do the same with the animals in the New Testament when I feel like wasting my time and finding the verse that I want to just do the same little dance that you want to
Ryan,
do.
just stop eating pork, bro. It's not that big of a deal.
That's what it is, bro. Just stop listening to Jesus and listen to
I
a
don't.
bunch
I
of
don't look down on you. actually,
self-righteous
really.
people who want to arbitrarily do
Not
pick and
self-righteous.
choose, pick and choose what they can do or
No.
what they think they're supposed to do
No.
through the Old Testament and claim they follow Torah. Like
Well, what are you
they're-
going to say? Jesus is Jesus a different God in the New Testament? I mean,
No, he's not a different God, but he also opened the covenant for the entire world. He yes, that was still.
hey, first of all,
but it
the
wasn't
food laws aside, I'm pretty much on the same page as you, to be honest. Besides the food laws, so you guys.
Do you think God can tell the future?
Do you think you're more righteous because you don't take it seriously?
Take what seriously?
The laws that God put in the past.
The only thing you guys have to try to argue
Stop saying you guys.
are the food
I don't
laws.
keep the feast.
And I show you the verses over and over again that talk about the food. And you just are like, oh.
Well, first of all,
the context matters,
you're reading into that what you want to see in that verse. It has nothing to do with
bro,
it.
I go to
It's
what
positive,
goes
negative.
into your mouth. It's not what goes into your mouth. Like how
It's what comes out of your body. What's what comes out of your body. He doesn't say what comes out of your mouth.
what are
He
you?
says it's not what goes into your mouth, it's what comes out of your body. That's what Yahoo is trying to explain to you in these verses you have up there. A man's discharge will defile him. It's what comes out of his body. Jesus is dogging on these Pharisees about their stupid hand washing law, and he says essentially, you guys got jizz on yourself. You are defiled. That's the whole point. And then he goes on to explain it. Yes, it's not what goes into your body. Clean food or unclean food doesn't matter. Yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, it's cool. Don't listen. It's cool.
No.
I think he's saying what comes out of your heart is what shows who you are as a person, like what kind of standing you have. I would say I can see the argument for saying he's like saying you could say I have two interpretations. I would say he's saying or two potentials that I consider on that. I think he's saying is what really matters is like how you treat people and how you act, and it's not so much about what you take in any sense, whether it be food. It's like like God's more interested in the heart, and that's displayed by your fruits. That's how I have always taken that verse. Now, that may or may not, I don't know. I think you could say it's talking about food, and that like God doesn't really ultimately care that much about the food you eat. I don't see God throwing people in hell for eating pork or whatever. But I could be wrong. But this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Now, so I would say the food laws make sense. And so it just, I'm
How
not
do you practice the Jubilee every year, James? Every 7 years. How do you practice the Jubilee, bud?
Why would you even apply that to me?
It's a commandment of God. Are you crazy? It's a commandment of God. What do you do?
Well, where do you draw the lines?
Oh, no, you don't answer because it's not convenient to your dialogue that you're having right now.
Go ahead, ask me
Trying to
again.
condemn a Christian.
Ask me again.
What did you do in your
Nothing.
lifetime for a Jubilee? If
Nothing,
you raise
they're
your
not
hand to
applicable.
God,
They're not
you raise your hand to God, what have you done for the Jubilee in your life?
Why would I keep the Jubilee? We're not under the old
Oh,
covenant.
so we get to cherry pick the buffet. What else can I pick at
We
this
haven't
buffet?
cherry pick. What are you talking about?
Oh, you haven't done the Jubilee? That's God's commandment. What have you done, Yahoo? You like to talk every now and again. What did you do for the Jubilee?
Who?
No, he doesn't like to talk when it actually
No,
exposes.
I would love to talk with somebody who is actually interested in listening, but
I
you've
know,
done
I
nothing
know,
but
I'm not
kindle a fire
listening.
on the
No,
Sabbath.
you're not really
I
listening.
know, I'm
and
not
you're
listening. You're
not
right.
here to
I'm
have
not
a serious
listening.
conversation. So
I
what's the point?
know. Treat me like your child, Yahoo. I'm throwing a temper tantrum. That's what it is. I mean, if you don't want to
You do
talk,
seem a little cranky. You might want to grab a Snickers.
well, I'm cranky because I'm dealing with Pharisees with a bunch of stones that they should be throwing at themselves off a wall, and instead they're pointing them at
Is that
me.
why you're hiding from the
saying, "I'm the
definitions of the
Christian."
words? Is that why
I'm
you're
hiding
not
from
looking at
what?
the definitions?
Bro, all you've brought up in 2 hours is your little semantics of, well, this is unclean means defiled, and defiled means unclean.
Go
You've
ahead, look
literally
up the
defined it.
definition.
It's
Why
saying
are you
two
hiding
words.
from
Bro,
the
you're
definition?
defining
then?
it with the same. It's like saying fat is big and big is fat. You're not even defining what you're trying to argue. You're
Dude,
an
there's
idiot.
different meanings. It means
Forgive me,
ritually
Father,
unclean, and it
calling
can
him
mean
an idiot. He's an
it can mean
annoying
ritually
Father.
unclean, and it can mean
Forgive
just
me,
literally
Father.
unclean, like we think about.
All
it.
you guys are doing is bringing out ignorance in me because you're
No,
annoying.
I would say it means
No. Okay, Yahoo. What did you do for the Jubilee? Is that the tone? What tone do you need, my friend?
There is indication in history.
Raise your right hand to God.
Jamie, let him answer for God.
Yeah, go ahead, Yahoo. Tell us what you do for the Jubilee every 7 years. Raise your hand to God. Tell us the truth. You said 9 years.
What?
Huh?
It's every 7 years.
That's what I just said, buddy.
You said 9.
No, I said you've been practicing 9 years because
Gotcha.
I wanted to make sure you were clear. You should have had a Jubilee by now.
No, it's a
definitely,
sabbatical year.
definitely.
Well,
And
we can rewind the tape. I know it's
what are the
7.
laws
I was
for
making
the
sure you
Jubilee?
understood. You've been practicing for 9. That's
What
what
are
I
the
just said
laws?
9 for.
That's
What
at
are the
least
laws
one.
for the
That's at
Jubilee?
least one.
That's at least one Jubilee, buddy. So raise your
No,
hand to God and
Jubilees are
tell us
50 years.
what you did, Mr. Law, so I can follow Yahoo.
That's the
what you do,
7-7.
buddy?
It's not a Jubilee. It's a Shemitah.
What you do?
He let his
Can
land
we
rest.
go look at the laws for the Shemitah?
What did you do, buddy? Tell us first.
Can we
We'll
look at the
it.
laws for the
we will.
Shemitah?
We will, but tell us first. What
Are
did
you a
do?
landowner, Yahoo?
I don't want you to look at the law and then
He's not a landowner. He's not
Tell
a
us what you
landowner.
did first, buddy, and then we'll go there.
He doesn't have a crop. Doesn't
Why,
have
why
any
do we gotta
debtors.
read the verse first? Because you've already practiced it.
Do you own a
you
check
must
cashing
know.
firm?
I mean, you're probably Googling it right now. So what's the difference? You're reading it already. We'll go to it.
I don't think he has a land. He probably doesn't own land, and he probably doesn't have debtors.
I just want to show everybody that you
All
have
right,
no
we'll
idea
show
what
it.
the Shemitah even requires.
All right. I have no idea. Okay, so I'm confused on what the Jubilee requires.
I forgave my ex for cheating on me.
But you don't have to. Okay, so
Jubilee is 50 years. You're talking about 7 years. You're not even correct in your terminology.
Okay, buddy. I'm pretty sure there's a 7-year law, whatever you want to call it, to be happy. You can show us through these verses. Is Leviticus 25 okay? Or are you going to stop talking when it gets hard to answer questions? Are we playing? Dude, I'm not going to play childish games. I will just kick you off if you're going to be a baby. Like, where do you want to go?
It
You
took
just
you 5
said-
minutes to get to the Jubilee verses, so like,
No,
by all
I'm
means,
asking
read
you
the
right
verse.
now, and I'm not going to repeat it 30 times. Is this
Read the
good?
verse.
Is this good? Is this where you want to be?
It looks like we're talking about every 7 years.
Okay, so you won't answer what you've done to practice this. We're clear on that. But we're going to read the verses and then you'll answer, right?
This verse is really important for the day,
Mhm.
understanding a day for a year.
You'll answer after we read. How many verses do we got to read before Yahoo gives us an answer? I just
I
want to
don't
know.
know. Let's see what God has to say.
What do you
about
mean?
it.
You've been over on your computer reading what the requirements are since I've been talking about it for the last 10 minutes, I'm sure, like the snake people do. I'm sure, like a serpent, you've been reading the requirements and trying to tailor your answer.
Wow.
That you've been looking at gay
Why
porn.
are you avoiding just reading the verses?
I just try to ask you how many we got to read. Fine, we'll read the whole chapter.
Yeah, yes, do.
Because he won't answer. The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land that I give you, the land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord." Seems like something that has to be in Israel, almost similar to the feast that Mike enforces on all of us, because he says we aren't good Christians. Or we're
Another
law-
lie, Ryan. Another lie.
That ain't a lie.
I enforce
You gotta
that. I
rewind the
enforce
tape.
that. I
What did
enforce
you
that.
do for the
I
Feast of
enforce
First
that.
Fruits?
I
What did
enforce
you
that.
do?
I enforce that.
Oh, Deuteronomy 21.
You're the
You
one.
leave
You're
color
the
in
one.
the
Put
sky.
those words in my mouth.
ain't
You're
no
the one
lie. That's
claiming
the
you follow the commands. I'm asking you. That's all.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody condemning you. You're
Okay,
the
let's
one.
keep going. Let's
I'm
keep
the
going.
exact
Fix
same
here.
person that says we're all going to be in the same boat at the resurrection. That doesn't sound like I'm judging you
Kumbaya
on
too,
your
Mike.
food
Kumbaya.
or your
Kumbaya.
clothing or
Kumbaya.
your feast gathering. You're the one claimed to follow the
I don't
command.
give a what about what you guys do, but you
Okay,
guys
let me,
are always
let me
the
put
one
the let me
with
put the
your nose
pressure
in
on
the
you.
air.
Seems
Hey,
very
Mike,
interested in what we can
interpret
do
It's
to
Isaiah.
put
never
us
a Christian
down.
with his nose
Or
in the air. It's never a person that identifies as a Christian. It's
Mike, you're
always
too
somebody that
stupid to do the
identifies as
feast.
something
You can't
that's
even
not a
identify
Christian.
what an
It's
ephod is.
amazing. You don't even
You're
want to
on
call
a higher
yourselves
level than us
religion.
legalistically. You know what an ephah is. You are better at Torah keeping than us.
Oh
You
no,
are
that
judging
was
us.
me breaking the law too, being honest that it's an exact measurement because I'm supposed to
No, that
lie.
was you elevating yourself above us, saying you know
No,
and
it
how to
wasn't.
judge
It
us.
was
Yes,
telling
it
the truth.
was.
Mike.
You didn't like it when I
Wasn't
called you out on it.
elevating my
And
bro,
I never said I was judgmental
bro,
on y'all.
bro, Bro,
You
if
said
it
you
said
follow the
kilogram
commandments.
and I told you no, Mike, that's an exact measurement,
Your
I would have been
statement. Give me a
elevated.
source. What
I knew it. That
commandment do
was
you
a measurement.
follow?
I
The
answered
one
honestly.
commandment
I'm not
based
elevating
on
myself like
the
you
two
guys do.
commandments, love God, love your neighbor, or just the 9 commandments? What commandments do you actually follow?
Oh, you guys, let's keep going. For 6 years you shall sow your field, and for 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in its fruits. Do you have a vineyard or a field, Yahoo? No, you don't. So you just arbitrarily avoid that. Gotcha. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord. You shall not sow your field or prune your vineyard. You shall not reap what grows of itself in your harvest, or gather the grapes of your undressed vine. It shall be a year of solemn rest for the land. So this is people in Israel not harvesting their land for a year. That seems like a pretty big commitment. The Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you, for yourself, and for your male and for your female slaves, and for your hired worker. And hey, by the way, because you guys are so Torah oriented, can we own slaves still? Can I own a slave?
Yeah, you're demonstrating real well that you want to listen. You're demonstrating real well that you want to listen to them.
Oh, that's what it is. It's my tone of voice. It's not the irony of your hypocrisy that's amusing. It's me. It's me asking a legitimate question to your law that you
Not
claim.
a legitimate question. You're asking it like a
No, you don't
bully,
keep
like
the law
a
when it comes to
second-grade
slaves.
bully. Show me
It's
what you
saying-
do for the
It's
Jubilee.
saying right here I can have a
Show me
female
what you do
slave.
for
You
the
don't keep.
You
You don't keep the
sacrifice
law.
still, Mike?
You're telling me
You're
I
gonna
can't
put a
have
crown of thorns on my head if I don't eat the correct
hey,
food laws?
keeping the
Judge me
law.
some more, Mike.
Hey, guys,
Judge me
keeping
some
the
more,
law.
Mike. I trust
don't
what
keep
you
the
have to say about Torah. Judge me against Torah.
Yes, you don't
Come
keep
on,
the
brother.
law.
I beg
Tell
you.
me. Tell
You're
me.
a bully. You're a bully
How do
tonight,
you
man.
answer? No, you're
Bully,
cowards.
man.
You're
Bully with a
cowards.
capital
You're
B
cowards.
for BS.
You're being
Bully.
cowards. You're being cowards. You want to condemn
Gives you
Christianity,
legit answers.
but then when
I'm
I
giving
come
you
to the
legit
law,
answers. Your
you
answers
won't
are, I
answer.
can't figure it out, so I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to kick back and do nothing
Mike,
because I can't
Mike,
understand.
tell us how to interpret Isaiah 66.
Hey, Yahoo, I was so wrong here. So tell me, what did you do for whatever you want to call it? The whatever name you wanted. What did you do there, buddy?
I'll tell you that I didn't plant my garden in the 7th year.
Oh, wow. That's a big sacrifice, buddy. Wow. You didn't grow corn in the 7th year?
Wow, you should be in like a 3rd grade movie, man.
Oh, you should be in the Hall of Fame of Israelites for that. That's impressive. That's a big sacrifice. Did you stop going to the supermarket too? Or did you just buy more vegetables when you went shopping? Why
would you have to not go to the store?
I mean, this is the comedy that you deal with when you deal with these people that put their noses in the air and say they're actually practicing these things. They arbitrarily
in the
decide.
air. Another lie.
You're comparing not growing your garden in the backyard to people in Israel that sacrificed growing their crops because they trusted in God with all their heart and soul to provide for them in the 6 years. You're comparing you not growing your garden in the backyard?
Seems like a sign of respect to me.
Sure, it is. It's positive. But does it mean you have a right to say you're practicing it over a Christian?
Literally doing the best he can with what he has and knows.
Actually, he could do way more than that,
Unlike
Mike.
you,
Actually,
he
could give up a lot of
you,
food.
who has chosen
Actually,
that
he
it's
could do
too
a lot
hard
more
for
than
me.
that, Mike.
It's
That
too
ain't the
hard
best.
for me to let my garden
Hey,
rest.
buddy, Mike,
every 7 years.
I got a newsflash for you. That ain't the best somebody can do. I hate to break it to you. That ain't the best somebody can do. You can do a lot more than not grow your garden. You could actually give the food to the sojourner and the.
I was talking about you.
Like the holiday.
Exactly what
I was talking about you doing nothing, saying,
exactly
"Oh, I'll
So
just let
why
my
did
garden
you start
do
with
it
going
never
to the
grow."
food bank every week, Yahoo? Why did
You
it
won't
start
even
with
have
your garden? Did
leftovers
I
to
cut
give to
you
the
off?
poor.
Did I
It's not
cut you off
falling
before
for it.
you said you went to the food bank every month? Did I cut you off? Because I just heard you say you stopped growing your garden. Did I cut you off? Were you going to get to the point where you gave the food to the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow? I must have cut you off. That's what it was. All I heard you say was your garden wasn't reaped.
That is exactly what the land Sabbath is for. Whatever grows is for.
You're saying it like I didn't know that, bro. I'm saying it because I know it, bro. You literally think I'm not saying it because I know the law. I don't know what's written there. You're missing. That's going over your head right now. Bro, you guys are killing me, dude. You think I didn't say that because I didn't know what it was for? But you said you only stopped growing your garden. That's what I was trying to expose of your hypocrisy.
It says not to plant, does it not? So whenever I said that I don't plant,
Yeah. Yes.
that's me.
And what's
keeping
what's
that
the
verse,
main
correct?
reason you don't reap it besides to show that you trust in God to provide for you? It's to give to the fatherless and the widow and the sojourner so they can go on your land.
Mhm.
Is it
It
not?
is. Yes, it is.
So why didn't you tell us you gave any food to the poor? You're practicing the 7th year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe next 7 years you'll do that, right? And then you'll be able to brag when you go on a Christian channel that you keep it and they don't. When you
Or
actually do
maybe
it.
I just didn't want to brag about what I did with it. I just told you
Well,
that I didn't
that would
plant.
actually be wise. That would actually be wise. So maybe I'll give you some credit. Maybe you had a sense of common sense
And
there.
it says not to reap, so I wouldn't be able to harvest it and then wait for someone to show up. I'd have
All
to
right,
literally
cool.
pick it and give it away,
Cool.
or they would have to pick
I
it.
didn't.
and
I
give
didn't grow my garden either, so I kept it to according to your standard. I didn't grow my garden either. Is that good for you? Should we go back to the feast now, and you can tell us how you do the feast, or is that where we plead the Fifth Amendment because it's just ridiculous?
I mean, you're not serious about any of it anyway.
It's
so
my
it doesn't
fault.
matter.
It's my fault. You can't explain how you keep the. Listen, I'll mute myself. Do you want me to take myself off the stream and you can educate my channel on how you keep the Feast of First Fruits? You can share your screen and teach. Well, if I kick myself off the screen, will you teach everybody so I can watch it down the line? Since I'm not serious right now, I want you to teach everybody that's watching. Can you teach everybody?
I'm not claiming to teach everybody.
But you practice it. So, like, if I knew how to do something, I could easily explain how to do it if it wasn't like complex. Keeping these festivals isn't rocket science. You can explain it, couldn't you? Well, this is the lie. This is the lie. This is
So
why
Deuteronomy 30 is a lie. It's a lie.
I'm dealing with
Deuteronomy 30
you
is a lie.
lies, not the law itself. I'm dealing with your lie, your energy, your deception.
What am I lying about?
I do it, but I'm just a little kid and I won't tell you how. That's cowardly, bro. It's not doing it. It's knowing that you sound ridiculous when you explain how you do it because you arbitrarily decide going through the buffet aisle. Oh, I'm gonna get the mashed potatoes. I'm gonna get the meatloaf. Oh, I don't want the corn. That's what you do to practice it, and then you say you practice it. That's not how God's laws work. It's not like on the no you. Do you want part Yahoo?
Sorry, you're cutting out.
All right. Do you understand? There's no B's on God's paper. It's 100 or 0, right?
I could go for that. Pass fail.
Okay. So if you're arbitrarily practicing something in a way that God doesn't have as the law, then that's a 0.
Well, you're presupposing with if.
Well, bro, I can't guess how you do it. I'm not telepathic, nor do I care to guess how you do it. I've asked 30 times. I'm bored asking. And it's 8 hours in and it's 9 in the morning. I'm about to just end it because all you guys have done is ignore me, annoy me, and ignore me. And it's getting old. So if you don't want to talk about it, fine. If you want to talk about
if you're upset, then no, I don't want to kindle a fire on the Sabbath.
You're just telling me that it's my fault you can't explain it, which is a cop-out. And I've offered to even kick myself off the stream, and you still won't do it. So how can we get around this at this point? I'm trying to compromise so my audience can learn from it. Don't you want people to keep God's law? What if somebody's watching Yahoo that's a Christian that could actually be following the law like you could? Don't you think now's the time you could help somebody and teach somebody?
Yeah, I think they'll learn a lot.
Okay, so share your screen. Here you go. I'll kick myself off. You teach them for the next 10 minutes, okay? Because it's my fault you can't do it. So I want to make sure you can do this. Okay? 10 minutes, is that good? You go through Leviticus 23:9 through 14. Then you go through 15, 22. Then you go through Leviticus chapter 23, okay? All 4 of them. You could skip Day of Atonement. You know, people are aware enough nowadays. You know, we don't have goats and all that, but if you want to do Day of Atonement, feel free. Yeah. Do you want? Can you handle those 4 festivals? If I give you 15 minutes, 20 minutes, how much do you need?
I don't know.
All right, but you'll teach the people, because there could be a confused Christian that's trying to follow God's laws in 2022. Will you teach them? I'm willing to let you teach them because I want the answers myself. I'm going to watch the show down the line, but you're refusing to do it if I'm on my show. So I'm going to take myself off the show and let you do it. So I'm trying to work with you, bro.
I will read Leviticus 23.
And you'll tell people how to practice all 4 festivals?
Well, I don't. I'm not a Nicolaitan. I don't need to lord over people how they should keep the commandment. You know.
What's the point of reading the chapter? Everybody can read the chapter.
Mm-hmm. And then they can decide how to do it.
Okay, so you want the answer? We could have saved like 30 seconds. You could have just said, "No, I will not tell people how to keep the festivals." That's the answer. Okay, his answer is no. His answer is he will not teach you how to keep the commandments. So if you're a possible, whatever they call themselves nowadays, Hebrew roots, Nazarene, you know, whatever name they decide, the way, you know, whatever they're calling themselves nowadays, that anything except what Jesus Christ died for on the cross to act, he doesn't deserve to have a religion named after him because God forbid he was the Messiah and actually did something for us. So he's not worthy of a religion after his name. So we have to think of, you know, we got to call ourselves the cool kids or something. That's what we call ourselves nowadays, right? That's how we honor our Messiah, right? The Son of God. The Son of God. Like if the Father came and he died on the cross, and he started a religion, would you call yourself that, Yahoo?
If the Father died and started a new religion?
On the cross, yeah, like the Son of Man, Jesus Christ did. Would you call yourself whatever that religion was named after the Father?
I guess that supposes that they're different.
That is a pretty obvious thing. That
doesn't everybody agree that
why
Jesus
I call
is
myself a
the one in the
Christian.
Old
So you're
Testament?
catching on. You're catching on now. Why I call myself a Christian. You're almost getting close to why I call myself a Christian. So that's why I'm asking you this question. So yeah, could you answer the question?
Right. So you follow Christ by not doing the things that he did. Got it.
Oh, that's what my question was. That's what my question. But because if Christ said something out of his own mouth and I chose to use that as my law, I'm breaking Christ's words. That's your theory, right? So what's show me you know, where I stone people now in the New Testament. Show me that where Christ taught us to stone people. Because I'll go to the old law and show you where it is if you want.
Sure. Yeah. Take me to the old law. Show me show me all of the laws required to put somebody to death.
So homosexuals, you must have killed a bunch of them.
No. Show me the laws that you have to follow to put someone to death.
Don't play this game with me, bro, because you're just gonna shut up when I put you in checkmate again, and it's a waste of my time.
Because to
Don't
put someone
say
to
it.
death.
Don't say it like you're gonna actually play. Like don't be that dude that chirps like he's actually gonna play. But you already know when we go. You should know if you know these laws. You're not following it by not stoning a gay person by now.
Put someone to death, you need to take them to the gates of the city where the judges are.
Oh, so now we get to
The
change
case
it.
needs to be
There's no
put-
city
no,
around
we're-
Yahoo. There's no city. He only lives in counties and towns and provinces and other names. He doesn't call anything a city now, right? Oh, the gates. Oh, these gates are only 6 feet. They're not 8 feet 2 inches. Yeah, you arbitrarily play with the law, bro. That's what you do.
No, I just follow
Then
the
pick up
law
a stone
exactly
and
the way it says.
Go to the local gay bar and start passing God's judgment. If that's what Jesus is apparently teaching you.
The law requires that the case be presented before the judges. The judges are at the gates of the city. That is where the case needs to be tried. And then the 2 witnesses for whatever the crime is are to cast the first stones. So in the course of the woman caught in adultery, You can't catch a woman in the act of adultery and not catch the man too. They're both naked, they're both connected. If you caught one, you caught the other one. So there's no way that they caught this woman in the act of adultery and they didn't have the man there with her. So you can't you cannot have you cannot have a trial. You cannot have a trial for adultery without the man and the woman being present. There's strike one. Strike two, they need to be at the gates of the city in front of the judges. You know, obviously that didn't happen.
Hey guys, just so you're clear, what he's doing.
Strike three, the two witnesses need to cast the first stone.
If you can't deduce what he's saying, he's telling you Jesus really would have stoned that lady if he could have, if she was guilty. Even though he told her, sin no more, she was completely innocent of the sin she was accused of. He just mentioned sin no more because he was talking about everything else she did, not that. But Jesus apparently taught the disciples to stone people according to what Yahoo just taught us. So Yahoo, you must have a verse in the New Testament where the disciples are picking up a stone. After what you just gave me, that speech was great.
It literally even says in the context of the verse that they were trying to trick him. If you can't figure out what the trick is, I'm sorry, that just means you don't know the law.
They were trying to trap him.
Yes, they were trying to trap him.
Trick him, trap him.
It's yes, trap him in a trick.
So you're changing the words of the verse.
Oh my goodness!
All right, we'll go to it if it says trick or trap.
You trick the mouse with free cheese into getting trapped.
Right, we'll go
it's
to
the
it.
same thing. Oh my goodness!
Oh, so now the words are the same. It's my fault that I'm actually going to go by the word in the verse.
Test, trap, trick. It's the same thing.
Okay, show me, because according to your logic that I can deduce, because I'm not slow, I can deduce it. Show me in the New Testament where a disciple or Jesus Christ stoned somebody or was telling anyone else to stone someone.
I just showed that Jesus upheld the laws around stoning.
Look, it doesn't say to trick him. It says to test him. Interesting.
Look up all the other definitions. What does it say?
Hey, man, I'll play your game, okay? I'll play your game, okay? It's fine what you said. Show me in the New Testament where Jesus or a disciple picked up a stone or actually stoned somebody because they were keeping the law like Yahoo would. And you've just conveniently not stoned anybody because there's no city gates and there's no judges. So that means you never have to enforce the law, I guess. So again, we get to pick and choose what parts of God's law we get to practice. It's interesting. God no longer wants his law enforced with any sort of justice from human beings. So if this is a society of America was ran by Yahoo, he would abolish the American law, go by the Torah because God's law is the holy law, and then we wouldn't have a city of gates and judges, and there would be no penalty for any of the crimes. There'd be no sanctuary cities. There'd
Sounds
be
like something you doing. Nothing.
Oh, really? Actually, if I follow Christ, I don't pick up the stones, so I'm forgiving my enemies and letting God judge them. That's what Jesus taught. Forgive them so they can be judged by God.
Oh, that's in the text, huh? I forgive you. God will judge you later. I think he said, nobody condemns you. I don't condemn you either. It sounds like a non-judgment. Because there's no way.
You must have a verse. You must have a verse because you're promoting Jesus and the disciples as people that are supposed to be picking up stones. You must have one verse, right?
Why do you think we promote them picking up stones?
Because that's
I know
what
it, right?
God just gave us. He just gave us the circumstances needed. So someone must be guilty of some sort of crime. Like the people that killed the Messiah, why didn't they get stoned by the disciples? Yahoo? They're guilty of a crime. False witness. Have you ever heard of it? Bearing false witness. Is it in the law, Yahoo?
Bearing false witness in front of the court?
Everything's always got to be changed. Isn't it a convenient world we get to live in when we put our nose in the air and say we're the ones keeping God's law? We get to edit God's law like it's a Microsoft Word document that we typed up for our term paper.
Oh, it's not edited.
Bearing
It's
false
just
witness,
specific.
is it against the law or not, Yahoo? What what was the contingency I forgot to put to false witness, Yahoo? Please tell us again. Tell
Bearing
us.
false
What did I
witness.
forget?
Bearing false witness is in a court session.
Oh, it's only in the court, Yahoo?
It says do not bear false witness. It doesn't say do not lie. It says do not
Wow, this
murder,
guy's
not do
stupid.
not kill.
This
There
guy's
are
stupid.
very big differences between those
Wow.
words.
Wow. Cherry pick, buffet.
It's not cherry picking, it's
So
just specific.
weak. So weak.
Rahab,
False witness.
Rahab is the
Yeah.
very first person to get grafted into Israel. And how did she get grafted in? She
Ah,
lied.
She protected. Yeah,
She
that's not bearing
lied.
false witness. She protected the spies of Israel.
Exactly. There's
You
a
can
big
be true
difference
this is-
between lying
There's a big
and
difference
bearing
between
false
protecting
witness.
innocent men and killing an innocent man on a crucifix. You crazy? What are you doing, dude? Why are you trying these weak arguments? Trying to make it an analogy of Rahab protecting innocent Israelite spies because she feared God, the one true God, and comparing it to Jesus being nailed on the cross? What? An innocent person getting killed on a cross by false witness, and a woman protecting innocent Israelite spies because she feared God. That's your analogy, bro? Of why the the disciples and the other followers of Christ didn't pick up a stone after Christ was crucified? Or do you think Jesus taught them not to? If you had a multiple choice question, which one are you circling, dude?
I think he's saying there's a difference between bearing false witness and lying, if you were listening.
I've gotten the game, Mike.
Yeah,
I
of course
picked
you
up.
have. Mr. Bully's got the game. And
I
listen,
got the fact you wanted to play a game, Mike. Bearing false witness doesn't have a lie in it, does it, Mike?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. So
Oh,
yeah,
no,
bear
I'm
false
asking you.
witness. is
If
what
I
he
bear
did.
false witness, does that mean I'm telling the truth?
Did Rahab bear false witness in court or lie?
Why are we talking about Rahab? I'm asking you, Mike, does bearing false witness mean I told the truth?
Beats me, man. You're the one that knows
it's
the
a
law, and he's
confusing.
all better than me.
You know what? When you want to lie
and
about
that's
what you
because
do,
I don't
this is the
remember
game
your
to
sentence
play.
starting after I had started to talk.
I get it.
But,
This
yeah,
is the
again,
lie.
you don't want to hear what we say. You just want to overtalk and bully. And you have such
Here's the
enmity
question
towards the
again.
law. You
I'll
would
say
spite
it real
cut
slow.
up your nose to spite your face over this argument.
Do you want me to type it? Do you want me to type it? Is bearing false witness telling the truth, Mike?
Oh, goodness. How about that? Now you know more than me and you're judging me.
Bro, you just said you were going to answer the question, and now you said I overtalked you and blamed you. How many times do I got to ask the same question? Mike, is bearing false witness telling the truth? Because Yahoo differentiated between bearing false witness and a lie.
He did. I thought he was using Rahab as an example.
The truth. I'm not going to play these games. Thank you for watching, guys. I can't put up with the games. If you ask somebody if bearing false witness is the truth or a lie, and they don't want to answer, then they have something to hide.
Good.
And they're the ones with deception in their heart,
Oh my goodness.
not you.
Better get rid of
So
them.
just
guys.
be aware that
Avoid
they
them.
are the ones that won't even
Fellowship
answer
with
a
them.
simple question, but
Go
yet they're
stone 'em.
quick to judge everyone else who calls themselves the actual name of the Son of God, the Anointed One, the Messiah, the
I'm gonna
religion
wear my
named
helmet
after him.
next time around Ryan so he don't stone me.
Hey man, you guys are the ones who should be stoning people. I mean, trust me. Like I'm not afraid of you guys trying to stone me, because you'd just be stoning an innocent man for what you stoned me for, I'm sure, because you're gonna twist whatever I'm supposedly breaking in your rules. But you'll claim you practice the same thing when you're just deciding to do whatever you feel like doing for the holiday. Just make it up as you go. Your
Is that
neighbor.
what I did when I gave you scripture?
You proved nothing with that Deuteronomy 12:21. You proved nothing. You proved nothing. You did nothing with that. Why are you thinking you did something with that? You did nothing. Listen, dude, the show's ending. I love you guys both. When we get into this food law stuff, I can't take it with you because I ask you a simple question like, is bearing false witness a liar or the truth? And for some reason, all our human decency goes out the window, and I end up yelling when you guys won't just say, no, it's a freaking lie, because that's what we all know it is in the law.
Every question you've asked has been a trap. Everything you've said has been a bully.
That's what it is.
Over
Okay, it's my
talking,
fault again.
not
Mike, it's
allowing
my
anybody to answer.
Mike,
Saying
it's
he's
my
this guy
fault
when
again.
you can hear that he's a soft talker, and then you try to corner him on some
It's
arbitrary
my
law.
fault
Like,
again.
oh my God,
That
we're supposed
false
to know about
witness
that.
can't be
And then he
answered by
gives you a
either.
good answer. He gives you a good answer, like, I don't plant my garden, and you make fun of him. Way to go.
That was a great answer.
Good
How
Christian.
to give
Good Christian.
gifts to the
You just
poor,
go
Jubilee
practice
Mike,
your
or
Christianity
whatever
to
he wants to
atheists. They're gonna
call it.
love you.
Hey, just
They're gonna
ignore what
laugh
he
you
did
out.
on the feast. You forgot to mention that recap of the show. You forgot to mention the fact of him showing a verse where Jesus stoned anybody. You forgot to do any of those too. Why don't you do the
Show me
whole
where
recap?
Jesus
You
wore
forgot to
plaid.
mention
Show
the
me
two
where
fabrics.
Jesus.
You forgot to mention the
Jamie
fact where he
talked about
couldn't
this.
answer why
No,
Jesus said,
you're talking
don't worry
about
about food
things
or
that are off
clothing.
the
It's not what goes
wall,
in your
trying
mouth.
to make
You
a
forgot to
point
recap
as
that.
a third grade bully.
Yes, false witness. We have to debate if it's truth or a lie. Great idea, guys. Great integrity. You guys are following the law, answering that by ignoring me 20 times and just saying, well, what about Rahab? What about Rahab? Great answer. Bye. Enough games.
Bye. Don't
Yeah.
run